In 2023, I spent over 100 days in the backcountry hiking, camping, and backpacking. In this video, I take you on the journey with me for 17 of my favorite trips from that year. I hope you guys enjoy. We're halfway done day one of a 3-day winter camping trip in the remote Canadian Rockies here. Normally you'd see me out on a trip like this alone, but for this trip, I'm out with Kane. It was a trip I did not want to do alone just due to the hazards and the conditions that we're going to be going out in. It's not an easy trip and we're getting deep into the backcountry, and in that kind of scenario, you want to be with somebody else. This is the first multi-day winter trip that I've done in a while, so I'm a little bit nervous. We are going very deep into the wilderness here in the Canadian Rockies with only the gear that's on our back. We're traveling fast and light because we're going to be heading pretty deep, traveling a far distance, and we don't want big heavy packs, or you see a lot of people with sleds and pulks that they're carrying with a ton of gear. We don't have that. So we only have about 30 pounds of gear on our back, and we're going to be surviving out there with only that. Today we're heading up an established trail. There's a lodge up here that people head to, but tomorrow's a different story. We're going to be going even further, and at that point we're probably going to have to break trail through some pretty deep snow. It's going to be a tough, tiring time. Made it up to the first pass, came up this valley here, 9 kilometers in, so we're getting further and further away from civilization. We're gonna take a little break here before crossing this lake and then working our way to another lake on the other side there where we're gonna be camping for the night. The plan for the next couple days is to do a loop that goes around this mountain as well as another mountain, and then come back over this pass here to head back to our car on the third day. Most people, they go across the lake over the pass to the lodge that's on the other side. We're gonna be blazing our own trail and heading around a different loop, getting pretty remote back there. So this is where our route deviates from the main route that goes up that pass, but hopefully we'll be coming over that pass in the opposite direction in a few days' time here, if everything goes as planned. I'm gonna go head over to that hump there and see if I can see my campsite. Hopefully it's in the sun. It is beautiful out. I really should have brought my sun chair and bathing suit. This is pretty crazy. We're gonna be dropping down to this lake right here, going across it, and then our camp site should be somewhere at the end there. We're on the lee side of a slope right now, and we're sinking in pretty deep. If tomorrow is like this for breaking trail, it's gonna be a long, tough day. So we got some open water right here. There's a drainage that comes down and then goes into the lake right there. And then there's another drainage emptying on the other side. So we're gonna have to make a call on whether to start crossing the lake right here. Our campsite's right over there, or go around a little bit and avoid some potentially thin ice at this end of the lake. We're gonna kind of split the difference between the two creeks. Start heading out. Kane just kind of testing things out, and then if all is good, then we'll just kind of stick to the middle where it's likely most frozen. How'd you like that, Kane?
I didn't like it. The snow was collapsing and wumping underneath me.
Yeah.
And made me feel like I was going to pop through the ice at any second. Not fun.
Crossing lakes in wintertime is always a bit of a gamble, but the nice thing about being on skis, I think the math is like you only need 1 centimeter thickness of ice in order to not fall through. So we've had a lot of -40 days so far this winter, so there's definitely some ice on there, at least 1 centimeter. So there's a very low chance of us falling through, but if you did fall through, that's a bad day. One of us is probably coming to shore calling in a helicopter rescue team, it would be a disaster. Made it. This is the outhouse. Gonna be pooping in luxury tomorrow. Nice.
Whoa, the frostiest, weirdest toilet I've ever seen, man.
Yeah? Oh yeah.
It's weird.
And somehow, even though it's in the negatives for the last like 2 months, it still smells. We got the tent set up, just letting all the stakes harden a little bit in the snow before really tightening everything up. Nice little sitting area. What are you thinking for tomorrow, Kane?
I think it's gonna be a slog.
Then we're getting into a bit of a safety issue because we're out here in some of the shortest days of the year, beginning of January. So we have 8 hours in the day. So if we're traveling at 1 kilometer an hour, tomorrow we have 10 kilometers to go, we wouldn't be making it to camp before it got dark. And once it starts getting dark, things start getting sketchy. So we're in the middle of the mountains here, so we have lakes to deal with as well as mountains with avalanche paths coming off of them. We don't want to be traveling at night, potentially underneath a hazard or on a hazard. The sun's starting to go down behind the mountains over there, so it's going to start getting dark pretty quickly here. We're just going to be chilling. And I don't know if you guys realize there's only one tent and 2 guys. I think it's been a while since Kane or myself have shared a tent with somebody. Mostly doing solo trips, but should get cozy in there. I didn't bring lentils, so that's nice for Kane. Melting snow is a major aspect of winter camping, especially when you're doing multi-day trips and you're pushing miles like we're trying to do. You're sweating, you're needing a lot of water, and you have to create all of that water from the snow around you. And it uses up about 2 times or more fuel than just boiling water in its liquid state. Because we're not sure how fast we're gonna be able to go tomorrow, stopping to melt snow is something that's a little bit questionable. We don't want to be spending a lot of time doing that, but we also don't want to get dehydrated because that's going to make us move slow as well. US, they're pretty small.
It's good. There's this company called Hoffman Outdoors.
Okay. So one of 2 things I forgot, I'll get into what the second one was in a second here, were vapor barrier liners for my feet. So my feet sweat a lot when I'm skiing, and for that reason, the liners in my boots are frozen solid this morning. My attempt at fixing that is to put my water bottles full of hot water inside of them, hopefully soften them up, and then allow me to get my foot inside of them in a little bit here. So the second thing that I forgot was toilet paper. Luckily, I brought a wag bag with me just in case I needed it, and I pilfered the toilet paper and wet wipe from there. So I'm gonna be probably using 1 square at a time for today and then trying to ration it so I have enough for tomorrow. 2 key things that I forgot on this trip, but luckily I'm gonna be able to make it work. The hot water bottles inside the boot worked like a charm. My boots are nice and toasty warm right now, and my feet were able to slide right in. I'm gonna go get some work done. We'll see you guys in a bit and we'll hit the trail. The sun's just coming up here, 8:15 a.m. We're getting all packed up, getting ready to make some moves. Because there's well over 1 meter of snow on the ground, we're gonna be sinking in a little bit, having to break trail. We're not sure how much that's gonna be, if there's gonna be some wind slabs that we're gonna be able to ride on and move a little bit quicker. But today's gonna be a big question mark as far as how fast we can move and how far we can make it. We have some contingencies in case we're moving very slowly, but we don't really want to tap into those because that's gonna make today and tomorrow even tougher. So as we come down the trail here, we're going deep, and the trail breaking isn't the easiest, but we're hoping that we're gonna get down into this valley down here. And then once we're there, hopefully the wind and sun has affected the snow a little bit and created a nice crust for us to float on. We're down in the valley bottom here, hit a little bit of a crust, so we're moving quickly, which is a good sign for the rest of the day. We'll see. So we hit the spot here where a trail comes from the lodge through that pass right there, but everyone's just stopping there, taking a look around and not continuing around the loop that we're gonna be doing. So we are going to be continuing on fresh trail, breaking trail, and it's going to be a little bit tougher kind of in this more sheltered area where the wind hasn't created a crust.
In about 1 kilometer, we might hit a junction where people would do a loop from Skokie Lodge and go around Skokie Mountain. I'm kind of optimistic that we still might run into something.
Nice.
Because this is slow going.
The trail breaking through here is pretty tough. We're sinking in about 1 foot. You can see back there. And that wears you out really quickly and you just can't move fast. So fingers crossed we hit that trail up there, because another kilometer of this, not too bad. Another 6 kilometers of this will kick our butts.
But it's not like you're gonna punch through to.
In addition to the trail breaking being tough, the navigation isn't the easiest as well. We're going through the forest with no trail to follow, so it's about trying to find where the gap is in the trees in order to see where the trail is, as well as I'm using my Garmin Enduro 2 watch to navigate. I have the map and route loaded up on here, so that kind of helps hit some of the corners and the turns. So we just hit a trail right here with fresh tracks on, so people have been down here already today. We're hoping this trail continues all the way around to our campsite. Good chance it does. So we're gonna be able to cruise pretty fast, and then once we get to the campsite, we'll share with you all the gear that we're bringing with us in order to be fast and light on this trail, but also safe while being in the remote Canadian Rockies. How are you liking the trail so far today, Kane?
I think we were counting on some type 2 fun, maybe type 3. It's turned more into type 1, which is almost disappointing. This is just too nice.
I feel like we're both suckers for punishment a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. And it's like, I don't know what to do with like just such a nice, like you could almost be in a t-shirt.
We got camp set up. We got a beautiful spot here in this valley, panoramic views, but it's definitely colder than yesterday. It's only 3:30 right now, but we're already starting to feel the chill, which we didn't get yesterday until basically when we went to bed. Based on the forecast, temperatures tonight were supposed to be the lowest between the 2 nights that we were out here. Last night it got down to -20, even though the forecast was for a little bit warmer, so it might get down below the forecast of -22, -23 tonight, which is going to be cold. Even though we have a beautiful campsite, we're in a low area and all the cold air is just settling in here, and it's going to really cool us off. But I think I'm pretty good. I have a really warm sleep system, which I'll show you in a second here. First sleeping pad, I'm using the new Thermarest Xtherm NXT. It has an RVI of 7.3. The Xtherms are pretty much the undisputed best winter sleeping pads out there. Kane's also using an Xtherm, and we were talking this morning about how mind-blowing it is, how warm they keep you even when it's freezing temperatures and you're sleeping on top of snow. For my sleeping bag, I'm using my tried and true Thermarest Polar Ranger. I love this thing. It's very warm. One of my favorite features is this synthetic snorkel that you have here. So it creates a little pocket of warm air around you, as well as funnels moisture away from your sleep system a little bit. And then in order to also manage moisture, I have a synthetic quilt here that I put over top of the sleeping bag. So this just moves the dew point from within the down of the sleeping bag into the synthetic material of the top quilt, and the synthetic material is going to manage that moisture a lot better. I also bring a pillow, the Trichology 2.0. I like to be comfortable when I'm out here, and a pillow helps me get a good night's sleep. This is the Hyperlight Mountain Gear Ultimate 4. It's an insanely light tent at just over 600 grams. So for us to share this really lightens the load while we're out here, which is what we wanted. A lot of our packing decision making was in order to pack as light as possible so that when we were breaking trail and moving through these valleys, we were able to move quickly. Even though this is a 4-person tent, in order for it to be comfortable, really it's a 2-person tent. If you put any more than 2 people in here, it's gonna start feeling really cramped real quick. Some of the gear we brought with us is more in line with safety gear and redundancy. We both brought cook systems in order to melt snow and boil water. Just in case one failed, we'd still have the ability to make water. If you look at the gear that we have out as well, we have a lot of buffer built into our systems. Even though the forecast was for -20, we'd probably be fine well below that, which is something that you want. You don't want to be caught days away from the closest civilization and not be able to survive if the temperature swings on you. We also brought a repair kit. Because we're using alpine touring skis, there's a lot of moving parts there, and if it failed, we'd be stuck and having to get rescued out. So this allows us to make minor repairs when out in the field. The repair kit consists of some zip ties and then some wiring as well. This wire is super useful if you need to repair anything. And then in order to cut the wire, as well as basically do any other sort of repairs that you might need, I have this Leatherman Skeletool. What's good about this one is not only does it have all the tools on there, but it has a bit on it that's sturdy enough to adjust ski bindings, and that's something that I've actually had to do. I went out with somebody, their ski binding didn't have the din set properly, so we needed to tighten it up because their ski kept popping off, which really messes up a trip. I also have some duct tape in here. We're both using the same cook system, the MSR Whisperlight. I'm using mine with a canister. Kane's using his with white gas. And then we each have a large capacity pot. You need a big pot in order to melt snow because you're going to be putting a lot of snow in there in order to melt water. This is a 2-liter pot, and then Kane has a 2-liter pot as well. Some of you out there might be a little bit confused about the setup that we use in order to ski. Most people are familiar with snowshoes. Some of you might be familiar with the ski shoes that I use from Decathlon as well as Black Diamond. But these skis and the boots are specifically meant for going uphill as well as going downhill. And because of that, they have some very specific features on them as well as very specific binding. So with the boots, you have this latch on the back and you put the latch down and then it locks it in and then you can ski downhill. And then when you lift the latch up, it allows the boot to flex backwards more so that you can kind of push your ski forward and get a good glide. The boot also has 2 pin slots on the front here, right in the toe, and that's crucial in how the boot interfaces with the binding. So you have this front of the binding piece here that has 2 pins on it. You line up these holes on the boots, press down, and then the pins lock onto the boot. And when you're going on flat terrain or you're touring, you can get a pivot on that toe and it allows you to operate the ski kind of like a cross-country ski boot. And then when you want to go downhill, you turn the heel binding piece here, and then you have 2 pins on the heel and then slots on the heel of the boot to lock down and then allow you to ski just like if you were at the resort. It's a much lighter setup. You don't have as much suspension in the ski and the binding, but it's a really cool system that allows you to go on flats, uphill, and then downhill. Because we're using nice wide and long skis, we're able to float on top of the snow a lot better than a cross-country ski, and we have a lot more surface area than something like a snowshoe. In order to get grip when going uphill, we have something on the ski called a skin. So this has little hairs that go in one direction so you can glide forward very easily, but then it doesn't allow you to slip because it causes some grip onto the snow. This skin just attaches at the front of the ski here and then on the tail with a clip here. And then when you want to go downhill, you just remove the entire skin, store it in your pack, and you're able to ski no problem. We're just getting dinner going. Frozen life. You can see it's cold because you can see our breath. And that's the prime indicator of outdoor temperature.
Of cold weather. You can also see that I have ice on my face.
Yeah.
So it's colder here than there.
It's not fake ice either. This is a real cold environment. Getting dinner going. I have lasagna with meat sauce from Mountain House. Not super excited for this. What do you got, Kane?
Sweet pork and rice.
Nice.
From Peak Refuel. One of my favorites.
We have some nice alpenglow back there. Beautiful views. We're gonna eat dinner, try and stay warm, hunker down, and I'll let you guys know tomorrow whether we survive or not. Should be an interesting day with some beautiful views and then the ski out. Okay, quick update before we get into bed because it's before 6 o'clock, but it's minus 20 degrees Celsius, a little bit colder actually, minus 22 degrees Celsius, which indicates that it's probably going to be a very cold night, might even hit minus 30 or below. And the morning probably won't be that much fun either because generally the mornings are one of the coldest parts of the day. Last night got pretty cold. It was night 2 of a multi-day trip, and on night 2 you're going to have moisture accumulation from earlier in the trip, and that's going to decrease the effectiveness of your sleep system. I also think the area where we set up camp just collects cold air and moisture a little bit more than if we were up on a little bit of a higher area. You can see the frost that accumulated on the tent here.
Hello.
Kane's just waking up. Good morning. How'd you sleep, Kane?
Pretty good, actually.
Nice.
I was a bit cold at first, but I warmed up. I got pretty warm all night.
Yeah. I think we were in bed for, 13, 14 hours and probably slept for the good majority of that.
Yeah.
We're hoping to follow an established trail as we kind of ski out towards the lodge and then up over Deception Pass, which we saw on day 1. There should be some really good views, but this snow and cloud cover might make things interesting. Warm boots. Multi-day winter camping in the remote backcountry is a different beast than overnighters or setting up a base camp and staying put for a few days. As you push further and further into the backcountry, you're getting further away from civilization and help, so you really have to be able to rely on yourself as well as anybody that you're with and have your gear dialed in. We got pretty lucky in that there's a trail to follow most of the way, which really saved our energy, and we were able to get to camp nice and early, and the temperature didn't get too low. Last night we were a little bit worried, but luckily it stayed just warm enough that we were nice and cozy in our sleep systems. That was an awesome trip. Really glad I was able to do this with Kane. We're just heading up over this last hump. We're gonna get pummeled by wind, which is why I'm recording right here, and then it's just a nice easy slope back to the car. I'm here in the Canadian Rockies heading out on a winter camping trip during what is forecasted to be a pretty intense winter storm. It may not look like it right now. It's relatively calm, pretty warm, and there's even a little bit of sun poking out through the clouds there. But within the next few hours, that's supposed to change in a big way. We're supposed to get over a foot of snow tonight. Temperatures are supposed to drop to minus 25 degrees Celsius, and winds are going to pick up to over 50 kilometers an hour. I'm going to be heading down this creek here. I'm not going to be camping near my car, so everything that I need in order to survive this blizzard is on my back. I found the spot where I'm going to camp tonight. Kind of right in here is where I'm going to set my tent up. I went a little bit further scouting it out, but it starts to open up a little bit more, and I want to be as protected from the wind as I can. That's one of the considerations for this trip. Like I said, wind, cold, and snow are going to be big factors as this blizzard rolls in. When I was first planning this trip, I was actually going to camp on top of this ridge up here, but once I saw the forecast, I changed that plan very quickly. The tent that I brought with me definitely would be able to handle the wind that you would see on top of a ridge, and I'm kind of just hoping that it's able to handle the wind down here as well as the snow that we're supposed to see tonight. I got camp mostly set up by my little sitting area / cook spot over there. Got my tent right here. I am in a pretty good spot to deal with that wind factor that's coming with the blizzard. I have trees on 3 sides really strongly, and then on this side, there's not that many trees. So if the wind does start coming from that direction, I might be in a little bit of trouble. The temperature is starting to drop. It's not too bad right now, about minus 6 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees Fahrenheit, but the snow has definitely started. As forecasted, it was supposed to start kind of early evening and then pick up over the course of the night, with peak snowfall kind of happening around that midnight time frame. I brought a tent that I haven't tried out in this kind of snowfall before. This is the Mountain Equipment Co-op Spark 1.0. Mexican-Canadian company. They make some really good products, but they do ship internationally, and you get to take advantage of that exchange rate. This tent's not made for winter necessarily, and the thing that really kind of has me questioning how it's going to do tonight is this flat top. This is potentially going to collect a lot of snow, and it doesn't have a lot of sturdiness to it. So hopefully there's enough angle here that the snow just kind of sloughs off. Otherwise, I may be waking up in the middle of the night trying to knock snow off so that I don't get the tent collapsing on me. Before it starts snowing too much, I want to share with you guys the sleep system that I'm going to be using in order to stay warm as it gets down to minus 25 degrees Celsius tonight. On the bottom, I'm using the Thermarest X-Therm sleeping pad. So this is the new NXT version. It's new for 2023, has an R-value bump up to 7.3, which makes an already insanely warm sleeping pad just that much better. When temperatures start getting really cold, there's really no other sleeping pad that I'm going to trust other than the X-Therm. For the sleeping bag, I'm keeping it simple with the Thermarest Polar Ranger. This is a super warm sleeping bag and has some great features like this snorkel on the top in order to keep a little warm pocket of air around your face and to direct moisture away from you and your sleeping bag. It also includes some arm vents on here, which is really nice. You can stick your arms out and do some activities around the tent, like hold your phone and read a book, or just kind of like get some things ready as you're getting ready in the morning or going to bed. For the pillow, no surprise probably, I'm using the Trekology 2.0. It's my favorite pillow, and that's what I brought on this trip. I'm using a new down parka on this trip. This is made by Decathlon. It has box baffling, and for a jacket that's this warm, it has box baffling. It's very inexpensive. I just put it on and I'm already really toasty. This thing is insanely warm. I got really jealous when Kane had this jacket on the 3-day loop that we did earlier this winter. It looked really warm and had a lot of great features I really liked, including these chest pockets here, which just makes storing things that you want to keep warm a little bit easier. I'll have links in the video description to all of the gear that I'm using on this trip. I definitely know that I'm going to get questions about things like this jacket, probably that tent, as well as things like the skis that I'm using to get here. These are ski shoes from Decathlon. They're kind of like cross-country skis, a little bit shorter, a little bit fatter, but you can use regular winter boots with them. I'm using the Salomon Tundra Pros winter boots. These things are insanely warm, and they just fit into the regular binding that you have on these ski shoes. They're really cool and awesome for winter where you are going through a lot of snow, because you can move a lot faster than on snowshoes, and they float a lot better than snowshoes as well. I went pretty lightweight for this setup. My entire pack weighed about 20 pounds with food and water, and part of the reason why I was able to go so light is because I'm using a new pack from Ultralight. This is their ski-specific pack. It looks small, and they advertise, I think, around 40 liters, but I was able to fit a ton of gear. That sleeping bag that's in there is pretty bulky. This is the first trip that I've used the pack, so I'm still kind of figuring out its nuances, but I'm really liking it as a potential pack for 1 to 2 night trips where I'm going pretty lightweight and trying to move fast. The snow is really starting to come down. As forecasted, the forecast called for the snow to be picking up a little bit right around sunset, which is right now. So all signs are pointing towards us getting the blizzard that was forecasted, which has me a little bit excited, a little bit worried. A little bit worried about this tent, most of all. I think I'll be fine for warmth. The wind might be a pretty big factor, but again, that comes down to the tent. Whether this tent can handle the wind and the snow is something that we're going to have to see. I don't really have a game plan if the tent starts to fail. I'm kind of just hoping that if the snow accumulates a lot, I can just keep knocking it off, and that's going to allow the tent to stay standing. If it gets really windy, I'm not as worried. I think this tent should be good in the wind, and I have a little bit of a wall to protect me, and I can always get out of the tent and build that wall up a little bit more. So hopefully no issues. We'll see. So you might be wondering why I get excited and I get out here on backpacking and camping trips when there's extreme weather warnings, when there's blizzards forecast to come about, because yeah, for a lot of people, that's when they start staying home, start hunkering down on their couch, watching some TV. But I love it out here, especially when the conditions are kind of pushing my limits a little bit. It's not very often that you can get out camping, go to bed with a light dusting of snow, and then wake up completely buried. It's a really cool feeling. It's challenging. There's a lot of challenges involved with it, especially in the morning. Once you wake up, that's not the end of it. You still have to get out, and that can be a whole nother challenge in and of itself. The sun is starting to set. I'm going to get into my tent shortly here, get nice and cozy. If things start going sideways, then you might get an update from me over the course of the night. Otherwise, we'll see how much snow fell when we check in the morning. Good morning. It's still snowing. It snowed quite a bit last night, probably pretty close to the foot that was forecast. My tent's pretty buried right now, but it held up. I'm pretty happy that it didn't collapse on me in the middle of the night. You can see there's a lot of snow that accumulated on top as well as on the sides, but it still held its structure really well, partly due to the silt poly material that it's made out of. The wind picked up a little bit around midnight last night, but didn't get nearly as strong as was forecasted. I don't know if that's because I'm in a really sheltered area right here, kind of as planned, or if just the forecast was a little bit off. When I was going to bed, temperatures were pretty warm. It wasn't too bad, but they dropped pretty quickly and probably hit the low around 2, 3 a.m. And I had to kind of really bundle up inside my sleeping bag, make sure all the cinches were closed so that no cold air was getting in. But as expected, I was nice and toasty warm inside that sleep system. That sleeping pad and that sleeping bag are top notch. I'm always going to be bringing those when I know the temperatures are going to be getting cold. It's still snowing pretty hard. If anything, it picked up since I woke up. So we'll see how much snow we get throughout the day. There's a lot of snow sloughing off of the cliffs over there and off of trees. That was something that I kept in mind when I was picking my campsite location. I didn't want to be in a heavily treed area because as snow accumulates on those branches, it eventually falls off in what's called tree bombs. And those tree bombs are a lot of very dense, heavy snow, and they can level a tent. I've been hit by one, a little small one, and it actually hurt. I felt like I dislocated my shoulder when it got me. I dug out my tent and my little living room here because I have a pretty delicious breakfast this morning. It's a yogurt bowl from Bush's Kitchen, who makes my favorite dinners and freeze-dried meals. So excited to try that out and see how it is. Get me ready to go to bust through all this snow as I get back to my car. We got a kind of 2.5 of the big obstacles that we were supposed to get hit with, but between picking the right gear and location, everything went really smoothly, and I get to enjoy this really beautiful location during a winter wonderland storm. I don't want to have to saw my arm off. I don't want to have a 127-hour day scenario, and I'm not prepared to do that. Good morning. For the next 4 days, I'm backpacking through the desert, but what's crazy about that is along the entire trail, there are no water sources at all. Because of that, I am carrying a ton of water in my pack. My pack is very heavy, and I'm gonna have to employ some tricks and strategies in order to make it the entire trip and not get dehydrated. I've never done anything like this before, but hopefully my planning and strategies don't let me down. This is actually the morning of day 2 of the trip. I got to the trailhead late yesterday, hiked 2 miles into the campsite that I stayed at last night, but then I had to run 2 miles back to the car and then 2 miles back to the campsite because I forgot the pad straps of my sleeping pad. So that was a bonehead move and ended up making it so I hiked 6 miles total yesterday, which was a good little warm up for the rest of the trip. I was able to get to camp before the sunset last night, get everything set up, eat a really, really delicious dinner, and then watch the sunset. This morning I got a really early start because it was very cold last night. It got down to below freezing, and I was pretty toasty for most of the night when temperatures were in that 40 to 50 degree Fahrenheit range. But when I woke up this morning, when it was freezing, I was a little bit cold and I had to put my down jacket on. So I just woke up, got everything going so that I could move and start warming up. Got camp taken down, ate a really good breakfast, and watched a beautiful sunrise because I was up so early. The plan for today is to hike 20 kilometers, which is gonna be a pretty big day for how heavy my pack is with all that water. And I'm not sure whether I'm gonna be on trail the entire time. I kind of just threw this route together in an area that I don't know at all. So I think there's gonna be some off-trail navigation, some bushwhacking. Based on the map, it looked like I might have to be navigating through some really rocky kind of hilly terrain like I have behind me right there. Hopefully no rock climbing or any sort of dangerous activity. I'm really gonna try and stick out of that because I don't wanna have to saw my arm off. I don't wanna have a 127-hour day scenario, and I'm not prepared to do that. This sand is hard to walk on and my pack is heavy. I think we're getting to the part where I'm kind of going off trail a little bit and don't really have a set plan. So the trail kind of ends right where those rocks hit, and then I have to get over those rocks and then about a mile, maybe 2 miles through what looks like pretty rocky terrain until it links up with another trail. So this is gonna be interesting. That looks pretty difficult to navigate. Well, that's not ideal, but we'll see what we can do. Getting a little worried here. I think I'm gonna have to put my trekking poles away because it's gonna be pretty hands-on going down that dip there and then kind of scrambling through the rock area there. Can't go that way because there's tons of vegetation. This area definitely doesn't get a lot of use, but yeah, my track kind of leads up through here. So we're gonna try that. If I have to turn back, I have to turn back. Nope. So that's a no-go. Yeah, sketchy here. I'm probably gonna have to go back around or backtrack the entire way and take a different route. So I found a way through there, but it's gonna be tough going. And I looked at the map and I have quite a ways to go through this kind of area. Wish me luck. So this is the kind of decision making I'm having to make. So I could kind of stay high, go around there and then hope there's a path through there, or I can go low, follow the little creek there and hope that it's an easier path. Even though there is water down there, I'm not allowed to take it. This is a wildlife wilderness protected area, and any of the water that you find in here is reserved for the wildlife. So I did bring a filter in case of emergency so I could filter water if I really needed to, but I'm all about protecting the environment and making sure that everything stays as natural as possible. So I'm gonna be using the water that I brought with me. So I made it through what is hopefully the toughest part of the trip, even though I have some more bushwhacking and off-trail travel that I need to do on days 3 and 4, but that section's done. Now what I need to do, and I'm very hopeful on this, I'm being very optimistic, is that I need to cross a little ridge here, probably quite a bit more bouldering, and then I'm gonna hit another wash. That should be a little bit thicker, a little bit more well-traveled, and that should take me to a trail. Fingers crossed that that connects. So I've been trying to find my way down to the wash. Just came through here, not super easy. And then I hit this spot right here. I don't think I'm gonna be making it down there. So I'm gonna head more that way and see if there's a better route down. This is really challenging, especially trying to do it safely. So I think we're getting to the end of round 2 of trying to get to the actual trail. I just had to squeeze through that super narrow little gap there, and as I did so, I broke the cap off of one of my smart water bottles. So luckily the other one's empty, so I'm gonna move that cap over, and then I have a backup screw-on cap in my pack. So that's a hack I haven't talked about in a really long time, is keeping an extra cap for your water bottles in case you lose one or it breaks, especially when you're in the desert and water is essential. That's I would have been in big trouble if I didn't have that backup. That was probably some of the hardest backpacking that I've ever done. I had to be so careful in order to do that safely. A lot of times I almost turned back. Hopefully that's the last of the really sketchy stuff. I know I've said that before, but I really hope it is. And then I'm really hoping that days 3 and 4, the off-trail stuff that I have planned isn't like that. That is crazy. My pack's taking a beating too. Look at that. I never thought I'd be so happy to be walking on sand. Way better than scrambling down rock. So that was the kind of stuff I was coming down through. But imagine that each of those boulders that look tiny from afar are like 12 to 20 feet tall. There's a lot of having to backtrack when I hit a spot that was a no-go. A lot of risk management. I was constantly balancing whether something was high consequence but low likelihood versus low consequence versus high likelihood, and whether that would make me have to call for rescue if I got injured. A lot of risk management. I highly recommend not doing what I just did and doing desert mountain backpacking when there's no trail, unless you have a lot of experience mountain climbing, which I don't, so it was a little sketchy. And yeah, just be careful out there, because that was not safe what I just did, and definitely going to be more careful in the future. Now that I'm back in the real desert and not the mountainous death desert, it's time to refill my water bottles and get that replacement cap. Looks like I have about 3 liters of water left, which is not a lot, not as much as I would like. So hopefully we can figure something out for that. This is the replacement cap. Screw that on there. Good to go. Time for bottle number 2. Because of how precious the water is out here, I want to make sure that I'm utilizing all of it that I'm putting into my body. Because I'm using electrolyte powder, so I'm putting 1 electrolyte pack into every other liter of water that I'm drinking here, and that's helped me replenish the electrolytes that I'm losing when I'm sweating in this hot desert sun, and then allow me to retain a little bit more of that water and make it useful for when I'm hiking. As I was taking my pack off and getting the water, I noticed my pack took a lot of damage. On the Flash 55, they have a reinforced 420 denier nylon bottom to it, and that's held up pretty good, especially considering how much I slid on that. But you can see a little hole right here in the side pocket. And then in the 210 denier nylon, there's quite a few more rips in the side pocket there, and then one on the back here, which I think is ripped through my poop kit all the way to my trowel. That's too bad. I'm gonna have to get a new poop kit if that one's broken. I love that poop kit. And then on the other side, again, some more rips and tears from going through the narrow parts of the rocks up there. I've got a little bit of a road walk here, a couple kilometers until I hit another trail that's gonna take me to the area where I wanna camp tonight. And after refilling up both of my smart water bottles, I still have 2 liters of water in my bladder. So that gives me 4 liters of water for the rest of today. And I still need to figure out something for days 3 and 4. I was a little bit worried as we were approaching this area here with all the rocks and everything that was gonna be a gong show like the last kind of rocky area I went into, but it's a different trail. This is actually marked on the map, and look, there's stairs, not too bad. It's been a nice trail, but we're gaining a lot of elevation. We came from down that valley there and still got a little ways to go. I think once I reach this pass, or whatever it is here, it should be downhill to the campsite. I'm looking forward to it. I'm beat. This was one of the toughest days I've ever done. Whew. But almost there. Let's go. Made it to camp just as the sun is setting. Got everything set up. Oh. It's days like today where having a chair is a game changer. Whew. Whew, what a day. I didn't make it to the campsite that I wanted to for today, but this one's gonna do just fine. It's not too far from the spot that I was gonna head to. The sun's just heading down behind the hills there. I'm gonna take a look at the maps for tomorrow because I don't wanna end up in the same kind of situation that I was in today with all of that scrambling. I wanna kind of stick to traditional desert, nice open, good trail. It'll be big days the next couple days here, but that's okay. I'm also down to 2 liters of water, so we're gonna have to figure something out with that tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna talk about the strategies and tactics that I'm using in order to conserve water and make sure that the water that I have with me is going as far as possible. One of the things that I'm doing has to do with one of my favorite topics, and that's pooping. So I'll talk about that tomorrow, as well as I'll go over some of the gear that I brought with me. This is the last time you're gonna see this tent. I'm gonna be switching out my tent tomorrow for tomorrow night, but everything else is holding up pretty good. I'm really impressed with the REI Flash 55 pack. That thing is doing a very good job, and my sleep system is keeping me moderately warm. I'll let you guys know tomorrow after sleeping tonight. I'm at a little bit higher elevation, so I think it's gonna get a bit colder. Something that I'm doing that's not really conserving water too much is I'm using these Alpen Air meals. They're delicious. I haven't had Alpen Air meals in a while, but these ones have been really good. Surprising because they're all I could pick up. But they use a lot of water. This one uses 14 ounces of water. Compare that to something like Peak Refuel or Bushka's Kitchen, which uses probably half that, and you're using a lot more water. You might think to yourself that doesn't matter, you're getting 14 ounces of water either way, but I like to control when I'm consuming my water. I don't like to have it all in one serving like with a meal. I like to sip it throughout the day, throughout the evening. That way I'm not just chugging a whole bunch of water and then peeing it out really quickly. We still have a lot of trip left here. I'm definitely challenging myself on this one, but I'm not gonna bore you guys with my ramblings anymore. I'm gonna get my dinner ready, head to bed, and we'll see you guys in the morning. Good morning. It got pretty cold last night, down below freezing, about -4 degrees Celsius, 25 degrees Fahrenheit. My sleep system kept me just warm enough. I had to put on my down hoodie to get all snuggled up in there in order to stay warm. The system that I'm using is a REI Magma quilt. So this is comfort rated to 30 degrees Fahrenheit, which is freezing. And I'd say that's accurate. That's about what it keeps me warm down to. And then I'm using the REI Helix sleeping pad down there. This thing has an R value of 4.9. It is toasty warm and super comfortable. It has the dimpled baffling system, which I really like. It's the most comfortable baffling system that I've ever used. And I'm using a Trekology 2.0 pillow. One of the tricks that I use in order to preserve water while I'm sleeping, because like I've been saying this entire trip, water is precious. I'm carrying all of it on my back and I don't want to get dehydrated, is I cover my mouth and nose with a buff. As you're sleeping, you exhale liters and liters of water, especially into this dry desert air. And what the buff does is as you exhale, it traps moisture inside of it. And then as you inhale, you're inhaling some of that moisture back into your body. You're still going to lose a lot of moisture to the air as you breathe, but it's not going to be nearly as much. After dinner last night, breakfast this morning, as well as a few sips of water around camp, I'm down to my last liter of water. But I'm not dehydrated, and I know that because I was able to go number 2 this morning, and I've been peeing off and on while at camp. If I was dehydrated, I would not be able to poop, and I would not be peeing very often. That's a telltale sign that you're dehydrated. But I mentioned last night that there's something that I'm doing while going number 2 in order to help conserve water. If you follow the channel, you know I'm a big fan of backcountry bidets, but they use anywhere from 300 to 500 plus milliliters of water every time you go, which is just not sustainable when you're carrying your own water. Over the course of 4 days, that would be up to 2 liters of water that I'm using just to go number 2. Instead, I'm back to the tried and true toilet paper. So that's what I'm using on this trip. I just have a bunch of toilet paper in this bag here. As I was putting my shoes on here, I noticed something a little funky. So these shoes have seen a lot of miles. We're probably over 400 miles on these at this point, and they're showing their wear. The sole is almost gone. I've almost worn all the tread off these. But something new that I noticed is that the upper is starting to detach from the midsole here. So there's a gap on both shoes right in the side there. Hopefully that doesn't spread too much because I still have 2 more days of hiking to do, and I don't want these to fall apart before I'm done. My shoes aren't the only thing falling apart. I think they're a metaphor for my body. I'm pretty sore after yesterday. That was 23 kilometers of brutal hiking, and I'm feeling it today. The plan today is to hike 15 kilometers to a campsite. Should mostly be on trail, but there's a couple parts of it where I'm not sure. It looks like there's a trail, but that's what I thought about yesterday. So hopefully it's not as intense as yesterday. I will be in some mountainous terrain, kind of like I am right now. But yeah, yesterday was sketchy. So fingers crossed, nothing like that. If there is, I'm just gonna turn around and head back the way I came. Even though it's less kilometers today, it's a much hotter day. It's 9 a.m. right now, and it's already hotter than at any point it got yesterday. So that's gonna be a concern when it comes to water, especially with only 1 liter left in my pack. So we'll have to figure something out for that. So I just finished the last of my water there. Luckily, you guys have been waiting for this the entire trip, figuring out what I'm gonna do for water for days 3 and 4. There's a road down there through that valley, and I cached 10 liters of water underneath a shrub near the road. So fingers crossed it's still there. It wasn't too far off trail, and I didn't hide it as well as I probably should have. So hoping the water's still there, but that 10 liters should get me through the rest of today and tomorrow. I wasn't sure how much water I needed per day. I probably should have paid more attention to how much water I was drinking on my other desert trips. When I looked online, they said a gallon or 4 liters of water is how much you need per day in the desert. That seemed very little to me, so especially if you're hiking hard. So I allocated 6 liters of water per day, and that seems to be pretty much exactly how much I needed. It hasn't been too much, hasn't been too little. It's been kind of just right. If it was hotter out, or if I was somehow hiking harder, which I don't think was possible yesterday, then I'd probably bump that up to 8 liters. There's the road. My water cache is hopefully at that shrub right there. And then after I pick up everything at the water cache, the trail kind of continues up into them hills there, hopefully on an established trail and not something like yesterday. So both my water jug and then the tent that I'm gonna use tonight were both at the cache, which is awesome. Time to refill everything as well as camel up, drink a whole bunch of water while I'm here because I only have 8 liters of carrying capacity. So I have 6 liters in the Sea to Summit Water Cell ST. This thing is awesome. It fits really nicely into a pack because of the way it's shaped, and then it holds water really well. And the nozzle that it comes with is really good at the same time. It's fairly lightweight. So we're gonna fill this up. I'm gonna have to poke a hole in the top here in order for it to let air out. So see, there we go, that should do it. I've got that all sorted. Now to fill the 2 smart water bottles as well. 6 liters in, another 2 liters for 8 liters carrying capacity. I'm still using the replacement cap here. Luckily I had this. Hopefully the other cap doesn't break while I'm out here, because then I'm kind of pooched. We're getting into the hottest part of the day right now. Got some shade here, so I'm gonna kind of stay cool, drink some water and have some snacks. I'll tell you what, I'm not looking forward to putting that pack back on with 20 pounds more water weight in it. The tent that I picked up to replace the REI Quarter Dome SL that I used the last 2 nights is lighter, quite a bit lighter, but not light enough to make up for the 20 extra pounds of water. This pack is heavy. So I think the plan, based on my poor skills of reading topo maps for this kind of area, is to head down winding through these hills to the base of this more mountainous range here, and there should be a wash there that'll follow east for a good ways. Eventually I'll hit a spot where I'll camp for the night, and then tomorrow we'll cut back through these hills that I'm standing on right now, back towards the road and my car. This sign has me a little bit worried as I keep heading down towards that wash. Hopefully it doesn't get sketchy. I made it to the big wash that I had mentioned earlier. No sketchiness on the trail here, and from here it should be pretty smooth sailing to the spot that I've picked out to camp tonight. Yeah, smooth sailing as long as my shoes and body don't fall apart before then. So the tent I switched out for tonight is the brand new 2023 REI Flash Air 2-person tent. They had a previous version of this tent, but they made some changes, not just to the color scheme either. They addressed some of the issues that other people that I know who had this tent had, particularly with condensation building up inside of the tent and then running down to the corners and then pooling inside the tent. But it looks like with this 2023 version, REI added some mesh along the ends of the tent at both ends here in order to make sure that the water gets caught by the mesh and goes outside the tent. They add this little flap here but the corner right here doesn't seem to have any mesh there. So hopefully that's not an issue as water kind of drips down here, hits that corner, and then comes down. With camp all set up, I'm feeling pretty good. Definitely did not get as dehydrated today as I did yesterday. I was able to fill up on a lot of water at that water cache, really camel up, and then I've had a lot of water to get me through today, and then I'll have a bunch for tomorrow as well. The sun is starting to set behind the mountains there. You can see the shadows creeping across the valley. I'm gonna get dinner going. I'll share with you guys what I brought for my cook system, as well as my favorite backpacking meal that I like to bring on trips. For my cook system, I'm using a pretty tried and true system. I'm definitely bringing and using the pink titanium spoon. I'm pretty sure this is what got me through that really tough section on day 2. I was able to rappel down off of cliffs with this, pry boulders out of the way. Super useful item. And then for my pot, I'm using a Tokes 550 milliliter light pot. I don't need anything more. I'm not drinking coffee on this trip or having any caffeine at all. That's actually one of the tips I meant to mention this morning, but I forgot, and partly due to the dehydration most likely. But caffeine is a diuretic. It's gonna dehydrate you even more. And with me wanting my water to go as far as possible, caffeine and coffee were just not in the cards for that. Inside of here, I have all of the rest of my cook system nested in here. I have a little mini Bic lighter, a blue one. Blue is the most powerful mini Bic lighter color. And then I have a BRS 3000 stove, just super tiny little titanium stove, which I screw onto a fuel canister. Any fuel canister really works. I find that the jet boils, I think they sit a little bit shallower, so they fit into the 500 milliliter pot really easy relative to some of the other ones out there. So before I get my meal out, I need to see how much water I need. So this is actually quite a bit of water, 16 ounces. That's gonna fill up my entire cup, I think. This thing's only 16 ounces right to the brim. So that's too bad. I actually brought this last meal thinking it was gonna be one that did not require a lot of water, but I was mistaken. So there we go. Got that all sorted. Almost, that's like 2/3 of a liter of water right there. So let's get the stove going. I'm not gonna run it full blast right now so you guys can hear me. The little BRS, it goes strong. But the meal, my favorite meal, it's made by Bushkit's Kitchen. It's the Hunter's Pie. I also really like their Hearty Harvest. That actually might be my favorite. It's hard to say. They're both really good, but these only take 3 minutes to rehydrate. So that makes it really quick. I'm really hungry right now, and I'm not gonna have to wait 10, 15, 20 minutes like I would with other meals. Good morning. Last day of the trip, and what a trip that was. I thought water was going to be the biggest obstacle for me, but it really wasn't. I had enough water the entire time. I only got slightly dehydrated on day 2 because of how much harder I had to work going through that rocky kind of mountainous area, and all the water at my cache was there. Water was pretty good. I think 6 liters per day, good enough for me. I would have liked to have maybe a little bit more of a buffer in there, like an extra liter of water per day, but I'm happy I didn't because that would have been more weight on my back. The second biggest obstacle was my pack weight. Holy crap, my pack was heavy. I don't think I've carried over 40 pounds for that long of a distance in a very, very long time, maybe even ever. 25 kilometers on day 2 with a 40-pound pack through crazy terrain. That was tough, but luckily the pack I'm using, the 2023 REI Flash 55, handled that weight like a champ. I kind of thought it would because the older version carried weight the best out of almost any pack I've ever used, and it's good to see the 2023 version continue with that. My sleep system was pretty good. My quilt could have been warmer. I was testing out the REI Magma quilt, and it got a little bit cold when it got below freezing, but the sleeping pad, that REI Helix, is something else. Definitely comfortable, warm, kind of the whole package really. But the biggest obstacle of the entire trip, as you guys can probably guess, was going through that area on day 2. I did not think it was gonna be like that when I planned that route. I did plan for it to be off trail, like I knew there was no trail there, but I kind of assumed that it would be a little bit more manageable, not giant boulders and essentially rock climbing and scrambling in order to get down from different spots, and the risk involved with that was insane. That was probably one of the most dangerous things I've done in a very long time, if not ever, especially because I was alone and it was high consequence. A lot of spots that I went to, it was probably low likelihood of an incident happening, but the consequences would be essentially death, which I try to avoid as much as possible. Because of that, I was doing things that were more high likelihood but low consequence, where maybe I would twist an ankle or break a limb, which is not ideal either. So definitely not the best decision making there. I should have turned around and found a different route, but it is what it is. I learned a lot, and I definitely challenged myself with that aspect of the trip. The desert definitely continues to deliver. The more I get down into different desert areas, the more I'm just impressed with how spectacular they are. Even though they're a bit challenging in their own ways, just getting out into these open expanses and vistas and interesting environments and ecologies is really cool. I'm glad I was able to make it down here. It's a pretty easy hike out of here. I'm just gonna be hiking basically that way until I hit the road. And yeah, looking forward to it and having a nice shower. That's one thing with the desert. I get a lot stinkier because of how hot it is. There can be a lot of risks with solo backpacking. You only have yourself to rely on. There's minimal redundancy, and help can be a really long way off. I'm about to spend the next 3 days on a solo backpacking trip. We're going to talk about how I address those things in order to maximize fun and minimize risk while out on the trail alone. I'm heading into some mountainous desert terrain, and I've gotten into some trouble in this type of terrain on past trips. And I know that this 50-kilometer loop that I'm going to be doing it's not a cakewalk. There's some really hard parts and some sketchy sections. So my risk management and decision making is gonna have to really be on point, especially because I am solo, so we're gonna be going over that. And as usual in the desert, water scarcity is gonna be a problem as well. I get asked all the time what I like about solo backpacking because it's the primary way that I get out to the backcountry and go backcountry camping. And there's really 3 reasons why I like it so much. The first one is solitude. When you're out here by yourself, a lot of the time you can get to places where there is no one for tens of miles around you, and that's just a pretty cool feeling, especially in this day and age where there's people everywhere, you're always connected. Getting that solitude is really nice. The second reason is that I like to push my limits, I like to move the needle, and going out solo just adds another level to the trips that I'm on. When you're out with other people, you do have that redundancy, you have that support system. When you're by yourself, you have to make sure everything's really dialed in because you're relying only on yourself. Everything that you need is on your back and in your brain. The third reason is that I'm an introvert, and getting out here by myself recharges me. I love my friends, I love my life, I love everyone in it, but getting out here, spending time just alone, mile after mile, being able to think things through, just really appreciate life, really recharges me. Getting out here really puts a lot of things into perspective, and it gives me a ton of gratitude for the life that I have and the experiences that I get, because when you're out here and all you can do is think, that really all hits home. Got camp all set up, have my tent here. This is the Z-Packs Plex Solo. Because I'm traveling solo, I opted for a 1-person tent, and this tent is insanely lightweight and roomy enough for me inside for one person. I have enough room for my sleep system as well as a bunch of gear. There's a lot of headroom and foot room, so I never feel super cramped inside of here. If you're interested in any of the gear that I'm using on this trip, you can check out links in the video description. They'll have everything like my sleep system here, my pack, as well as my cook kit. I'm testing out a new cook system on this trip. This is not normally what I'd go with because it is quite heavy. This is the MSR wind burner, but I've used it a few times already and it boils water really quickly and really efficiently, so it could be a good option depending on the trip. So I'm excited to try this out. I wasn't sure what the water situation was going to be like on this trail. I didn't really expect water until day 2, about halfway through, so really excited that there's water at my first campsite here. It's going to make using my backcountry bidet a little bit less frugal. I'm going to be able to get nice and clean down there because I didn't bring any toilet paper on this trip, but a little bit sad because I carried in a ton of water. It was super heavy and that was unnecessary. I just kind of broke my back for no reason. I'm gonna have to be careful because the water here is super silty and I only have one filter with me. That's one of those things with traveling solo. You don't have any redundancy, and if my water filter clogs up, then I'm kind of pooched. I got dinner all set up. The sun is starting to set. You can see the shadow kind of creeping over here. Tomorrow should be a really interesting day. We're gonna be continuing down here, getting into some more canyon-like country and potentially going over a pass. I'm not really sure, but I've heard that it's pretty tough, that there's a lot of spots where you can go down the wrong canyon, get lost, and I don't have someone else with me to help double check my navigation, so I'm relying on myself for that, so we'll talk about that. And we'll also get into a little bit more some of the gear that I'm using on this trip. Because I am solo, I need gear that's gonna be reliable because I don't have any sort of redundancy. We already kind of touched on that a little bit with the water system, but I'm gonna get into it a little bit more with all the other gear that I brought with me.
It is super windy. The windiest probably it's ever been when I've been out in the tent. It's definitely keeping me up and not allowing me to go to sleep. So I'm going to be pretty tired tomorrow, which I'm not looking forward to. Oh, come on, wind, just die down a little bit for the last bit of the night so I can get some sleep, please.
Good morning. Last night was super windy, probably the windiest conditions I've ever slept in a tent in. There's sand blowing in, the tent was shaking. I did not get a great night's sleep, but I'm up now and I'm gonna get the tent and everything all taken down because it looks like there might be a storm rolling in over there, which was not in the forecast at all, which is kind of unfortunate because I realized I did not bring a pack liner, which is a rookie mistake. I always bring a pack liner. So what I'm gonna try and do is figure something out in order to keep my sleep system and clothing dry because I do not want to be getting all that wet because that basically ruined the trip. So my plan here is to use my food bag, which is waterproof, unload everything from here, and then just load my sleep system and all my clothing into it in order to keep it all dry. Across the creek there, that wasn't smooth, but I made it across because I want to try and find a shelter area to eat breakfast. I haven't eaten breakfast yet and it's starting to get to me. My brain is a little bit foggy, but I think maybe in this little wash here I might be able to find just a little nook to kind of hunker down in, out of the wind, eat breakfast before the rain hits. After some breakfast, I'm feeling a lot better. Oh, that was kind of a little bit of a panic there as I woke up and it was insane wind everywhere and then seeing the storm roll in. But found a little sheltered spot here, had breakfast, feeling good. Really disappointed myself about that pack liner. That's something where if I was with someone else, it wouldn't be an issue because we just take all of our gear that needed to stay dry, stick it in their pack liner, and then I'd take things like their food kit and their cook system and it'd be no problem. But yeah, luckily my food bag is a dry bag, so I was able to transfer everything in there because the storm still looks like it's gonna roll in. It's hard to say. I might be in like on the lee side of the mountains here where it's raining on the other side, and then I'm just kind of in this, I don't know if it's called a rain shadow. You guys let me know. But it's time to do something that is pretty much a solo activity, and that's go have number 2. You may notice that for the last while we are following a road that's an off-highway vehicle road that they share with hikers and backpackers, but I didn't see any vehicles. I haven't seen any other people since the first couple kilometers where I passed a group coming in. So this is a remote trail that doesn't get frequented very often, and that definitely factors into my risk management and decision making on this trip. I never want to be putting myself or other people at risk, but accidents do happen, and when there's other people on trail, if it's a busy trail, then you have a lot more margin for error, and you have those people to help you out in case of that accident. It looks like those storm clouds blew around us, which is awesome. Just blue skies for the rest of the day. I wasn't mentally prepared for this intense wind as well as rain. It would have really just knocked my morale right down. And that's something that when you're alone can be a bit of a challenge for a lot of people, myself included. And that's that you only really have yourself to kind of tell yourself, you know what, it'll be okay. We'll get through this, because those things can really start stacking up with the wind, the rain, not having a pack liner. That would have really started eating away at my morale. And I don't have someone here to tell me a joke, pick me up. And that's something that I really realized was out on the Great Divide Trail was when you're all alone and you only got yourself, you really have to be nice to yourself. Water is one of the crucial things when you're out here. So because of that and because I'm alone, I wanted to bring a filter that I know is going to perform. I've had filters clog up on me or slow down, whereas the Platypus Quick Draw, I've used this for hundreds and hundreds of liters and it's still going strong. I can rely on this. And when you're out here alone, you want to be able to rely on your gear. I'm going to make sure to back flush my filter really well after filtering this super silty water. I don't want to leave that silt in there to harden up and then clog the filter. I'll probably do a back flush after each liter just to really be safe. That's some silty water in there. So I just realized I was heading down the wrong canyon. I was going the wrong direction. And when you're solo, that can be really easy, and sometimes you're just in your head thinking and you go down the wrong way. But luckily, I have my second person here to help me out, and that's my watch. It gave me an off-course notification, so I was able to turn around, come back here. I'm pretty sure this is where I went wrong. It's either I have to go up here and then over this little ridge here, or I'm supposed to be one canyon over down that way. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to figure it out, and just me, myself, and I to do so. So me and my watch were right. We had to come up and over this ridge in order to get onto this plains area. We're gonna be heading across it to the high point and then heading down elevation for the next day and a half basically, and getting into some really beautiful canyons. I saved the most beautiful part of the trip for day 2, but it might be the hardest. I've heard that it's really technical, some scrambly areas, as well as people are saying there's a 10-foot drop that you either have to climb down or jump off of, which I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm afraid of heights. So yeah, let's hit this and walk across this beautiful plain. silty, canyony. Looking at this in front of me, I'm not sure where I'm going. I'm still gaining elevation. Might go down that way, might go up that way. Not looking forward to the gain in elevation either way. So we came from down there. Looks like we're gonna be heading up over that pass right there. It's gonna be a slog. Getting a little worried as we're gaining elevation here because I'm in the second half of the day and I'm at an elevation where there's snow sticking to north facing slopes, and that's where I'm heading. So hopefully no snow. Plus my sleep system is only really good down to about 40, 50 degrees Fahrenheit. So if it's getting sub-freezing tight, I'm gonna be in for a really miserable time. So that pass right there is 1,500 meters, and we started pretty much down, you can see that valley down there, that's below sea level. So gained a lot of elevation, and hopefully now that we're on the other side of the pass, we can lose it really quickly and get down to warmer elevations. Check this out. So I'm pretty sure that's where we're headed, down into that canyon. That's what we're gonna be going through tomorrow. I think we're gonna camp somewhere at that junction, that confluence of a few different tributaries there. And then tomorrow should be sick. That looks like an amazing canyon. Really excited for that. But it also looks a little sketchy. Made to camp, just rehydrating. That was a tough day. Over 20 kilometers, a lot of elevation, a lot of bushwhacking. That was tough. Glad to be at camp, and this is a pretty nice camp. Hopefully the wind doesn't cause as many troubles as it did last night. I have a nice windbreak here, and the water is phenomenal here. It's just clear. It's the perfect temperature. The next order of business is to just pound water, rehydrate. I was pretty bad with my hydration today. If I had someone else with me, if it wasn't solo, they probably could have said, "Hey Justin, you're not hydrating enough." But I had no excuses. We ended up dropping a lot of elevation down to below 1,000 meters, so that's good. Hopefully it's a little bit warmer down here, especially with that bit of shelter. Tomorrow we're gonna be heading that way, down that canyon, and I'm really looking forward to it. I didn't get a great night's sleep last night, so hopefully I'm able to tonight. Get camp all set up here, stay hydrated, eat a good meal, and then hit the hay probably pretty early. It's 4 o'clock right now, and I'll probably be in bed by 7. Good morning. I woke up to it raining pretty hard. I don't mind rain most of the time, but in the morning it's just a bit of a pain in the butt because you're trying to pack up, get ready, and everything's getting soaking wet. So I might have to eat breakfast in here, kind of do everything that I can inside the tent. Peeing and going to the bathroom is probably my #1 struggle right now. I really have to pee, as you do when you wake up in the morning. So I might just go into the vestibule right there, pee in the corner. Everything else I can do from the dryness of my tent, so I need to get all packed up and then eat my breakfast as well. What I'm kind of worried about with this rain is what the canyon's gonna be like. I don't know from experience, but I know from seeing other people's experiences that you don't necessarily want to be going into a narrow slot canyon during heavy rain. So we're gonna take a look at the creek here, see what it's doing, and play it by ear. You can see a good example of why I wanted to drop elevation quickly. It got down to about 5 degrees Celsius last night, but you can see just in those hills right there, there's snow. So just probably 300 meters higher and I would have been in sub-freezing conditions. It stopped raining a little bit here, so I'm gonna take advantage of this window to go #2 and get my day going. The creek doesn't look to be flowing too strongly, so I feel pretty good about heading into the canyon, especially since it's stopped raining now. So while the rain isn't making the water flow through the canyon much of a risk, all the rocks are gonna be a lot more slippery. So that's gonna be a risk that I'm gonna have to manage. I imagine as we get in there and it tightens up a little bit, there's gonna be some minor rock scrambling. And then there's that cliff that I mentioned earlier. If that's slick due to the rain, that could be a bit of an obstacle for us. We'll see how it goes once we get there. But today I'll go over all of my risk management strategies with you, how I make decisions while I'm out here, especially in light of being solo. So we hit a cliff. I don't think this is the cliff, but these are some of the obstacles we're gonna start encountering. Basically, when I get to a spot like this, I'm gonna be taking my time, really analyzing all of my options, because usually there's an easy option. So I'm looking at, can I go backwards and then go up over that way, or maybe just head right to the right there. I have to go check that out, but definitely not just dropping down right here. So I think I'm just gonna store my trekking poles, climb down here. If I was coming up, I'd probably just climb right up that right there, but this looks like the easier option. But like I said, slippery rocks is gonna make this a lot more of a challenge and more dangerous. It looks like there's another route that comes down through here. Could have been easier, but with the slippery rocks, that may have actually been a little bit sketchier as opposed to where I came down through here where the rocks were dry, surprisingly. It's important to be aware of when you're in situations like that and making good decisions, because that's not always the case. This morning, I'm fresh. I just had a really good night's sleep. I had breakfast. My brain is functioning at 100%. But I've been in situations where it's not. I've been dehydrated, it's the end of the day and I'm tired, and I kind of just blindly go, and I've ended up in some pretty sketchy scenarios because of that. Luckily, nothing that's ended up in injury, but it's not a situation that you want to get into. So when you are hitting a spot like that and you are fresh, get into the habit of being aware that you're stopping, you're assessing the different options, and then you're making the decision, because you want that to be almost muscle memory. You want it to be a habit to stop and assess, as opposed to just blindly going, so that even when you're tired, you can still make good decisions. The two big factors with risk management are likelihood of something happening and then the consequences if that thing does happen. And whether you know it or not, you're always balancing those two factors. But when I'm solo, the balance of those two things shifts. I tend to go for very low consequence things, even if the likelihood of it happening are much greater, because if I need to self-rescue or call for help, then it's more likely to happen if the consequences of that risk are lower. But if I'm with other people, then I might let the consequences go a little bit higher compared to the likelihood of it happening, because I'll have other people with me that can stabilize me until help comes, or call for help if I'm unconscious or something like that. That's not to say that my risk tolerance goes up when I'm with other people. It's still very low, but if I can avoid rolling an ankle by adjusting that balance between consequence and likelihood, then I'm gonna make that change. We just got out of the canyon, pretty risk-free. That was a good trip. I'm about to start a backpacking trip with a pack that has a base weight of only 5 pounds. I want to see if the benefits of having a lighter pack, like being able to cover more miles, as well as the reduced likelihood of injuries are true. Or if I'm sacrificing comfort, protection, and durability in order to achieve a lighter pack. In total, with food and water, this pack only weighs 10 pounds. I'm starting off today with some pretty significant elevation gain. We're heading up over that pass there, and I'm really curious to see whether having the lighter pack makes going up elevation a lot easier. As well, today we're gonna be covering a lot of distance. I wanna see if I'm able to move faster and more comfortably. Once I get to camp, I'm really curious to see how my sleep system does. I definitely cut a lot of weight in a lot of different areas, and my sleep system and shelter were one of them. I've done this hike up with a heavier pack, and it was definitely a lot easier with a pack that only weighs 10 pounds. I was able to move a lot faster, the step ups were a lot easier, and being able to kind of hop over the rocky sections was a lot easier as well. Gonna take a little break here, rehydrate. I am carrying 2 liters of water because I am in the desert, and that's about half the weight of the pack right now. But what I'm not carrying is a water filter. A filter and bag is a lot of weight, so instead I'm using a different mechanism in order to treat my water, something that's a lot more lightweight. I'm dropping down into some flatter terrain, so I'm curious to see how fast I can move today and then tomorrow. Normally with a 20 to 30 pound pack, I'm averaging about 3 to 3.5 kilometers an hour. But I'm curious to see if I can get up to 4.5 kilometers an hour with this super lightweight pack. Something I've realized with this pack, when I'm wearing it properly up high, the water bottle pockets are too high and I can't reach my water bottles. So I have to drop the shoulder straps down, then I can reach back and grab my water bottle. I think it's just a factor of this being an ultralight pack. It just doesn't have the length to be able to put those water bottle pockets a little bit lower with easy access. I'm almost out of water, so luckily came across a little stream here. It's flowing a little bit, which is better than I expected. I thought everything was going to be like this kind of stagnant pool here, which would not be the best for the system that I'm going to be using. These are little tabs that you add into your water bottle once you fill it with water, and then it treats water. The unfortunate thing with these is you have to wait 30 minutes after using them. So if you're really thirsty, you're going to have to wait, but they're super lightweight. This entire pack weighs less than 10 grams easily, and it has 10 little tabs in it. That was an over 20 kilometer day, 26 kilometers, and I feel pretty good. I'm always a little bit sore after 20 kilometers, but I think the lighter pack definitely helped. But now it's time to get my tent and sleep system set up. Those of you who follow the channel and have seen some of my ultra comfort gearless videos, you'll probably find the gear that I brought for shelter as well as sleeping to be pretty comical. It's kind of ridiculous, I think. So the tent that I'm using is the Z-Packs Hexmid. It weighs 172 grams, so it's super lightweight. It's about half the weight of a tent that would have mesh walls as well as a floor. So I'm cutting out the walls and the floor, which is kind of a gamble. I feel like the floor provides some good protection from pokey things, and then the mesh is good for keeping out bugs. I'm camped right near water, so the bugs might get a little bit bad. We're gonna have to see tomorrow morning how well all of that kind of shakes out, and wind can just kind of go right underneath this tent. Hopefully I'm in enough of a protected area here. For my sleeping pad, I've never used this pad in the wild before. This is the Thermarest Ultralight. It weighs 250 grams. It's super lightweight. The lightest sleeping pad on the market that you can buy. It has an R value of 2, so it's not a warm sleeping pad, but I'm in the desert. I'm on warm ground right now, so it should be fine. The issue with this is durability. There's been a lot of issues that people have had out there with holes and leaks, so hopefully setting up on sand and having cleared away all the sticks keeps it safe. I'll probably put my pack underneath me in order to kind of protect it a little bit. The pack that I used was the Z-Packs Sub Nero. It's a 265 gram pack. It uses Ultra 100 fabric, which is a cool, very cool fabric. The pack was pretty good. It did pretty well throughout the day. I definitely found the water bottle issue to be a bit annoying. I think in the future, if I was going to use that pack for a trip like this, I'd bring the one bottle system, which basically turns any water bottle, like a smart water bottle, into a hydration bladder. So for like an ounce, you can just run a hose into your water bottle and then over your shoulder, and you can take sips of water really easily. I did bring a pillow as well, the Trekology 2.0, so I'm gonna have a little bit of comfort And as far as the rest of my sleep system, like my insulation, the quilt that I'm using, very cool quilt, very high tech, super lightweight, but I'll talk about that tomorrow morning. I'm gonna start getting dinner going. I did bring a cook system, so I'm not cold soaking or anything like that. That would have saved probably another half a pound if I did that, but I'm really excited for the meal that I have tonight, and I'll share with you my Ultralight cook system in a second here. For my cook kit, everything fits in this super tiny 500 milliliter Toaks titanium light pot. So if you open up the elastic here, I have a BRS 3000 stove. This thing only weighs 25 grams. The pot weighs 72 grams, so all in all, it weighs under 100 grams. Then I have a little mini Bic lighter and then my fuel canister. In order to get everything to fit, you have to take the little cap off the fuel canister. For my meal, I'm having a freeze-dried meal. I love freeze-dried meals. They're so much better than cold soaking. I could have saved some weight by cold soaking, but it wouldn't have been nearly as enjoyable. And then I'm using my pink titanium spoon in order to eat my freeze-dried meal as well as my breakfast. In order to stay warm, in addition to my sleeping pad and my quilt, I have just 2 items. And that's a Patagonia Ultra Alpine down quilt. This only weighs 150 grams, super lightweight. And then I have a merino wool toque. I think with this system, I could probably get down to close to freezing and still be warm. And that's because I also wear my clothing that I hike in while I'm sleeping. A lot of the time I'll bring a pair of long johns as well as a sleep shirt. I find that the hiking shirts I normally wear, they stink after a very short period of time and they're not super comfortable to sleep in. But on this trip, I'm using an alpaca wool shirt. So this has been 4 days of wearing it now. Doesn't really stink at all. And it's warm, but also keeps me cool while I'm hiking. So it has a lot of good features going for it, so I don't need to be bringing a whole bunch of extra clothes, and then I can use the hood as well to add a little bit of extra warmth. This is my first time going this minimal on a trip, so you're gonna have to wait until morning to see whether my sleep system and my clothing was warm enough and whether this pretty minimal shelter was able to protect me enough from wind, bugs, and any sort of weather that might roll in. Good morning. Last night was an adventure. We'll start with talking about the tent tarp here. I don't know what to call it, but it surprised me. I didn't think that I'd be protected from the wind as much as I was. There was a little bit of wind last night, but something that I learned from Ryan Jordan over at Backpacking Light is that wind is stronger the higher off you get from the ground. So at ground level, the wind is pretty light. So this tent was able to protect me at those higher spots and only let in that light wind at the bottom. So even though it was windy, I didn't feel like the wind was sucking the heat out of me. The other issue which I mentioned last night were bugs. There were mosquitoes out last night. I got 2 bites, but for the most part, the mosquitoes weren't coming in under the tent. I don't know if that's just the way they just can't fly that way very well, but only 2 mosquitoes got me. And I think part of that was due to the quilt covering up most of my body as well. If it was too warm for a quilt, I probably would have gotten a few more bites. Talking about the quilt, temperatures last night got down to about freezing, and I was warm enough in this quilt along with my down sweater. The quilt is the Enlighten Equipment Revelation 40-degree quilt. I went with a 40-degree quilt because I figured I wouldn't be using a super ultralight system like this in anything but really warm temperatures. So that's why I went with that. And like I said, it was able to keep me warm enough with the down sweater. It only weighs 395 grams, so it's the lightest quilt that I have by far. And part of that is due to the 40-degree rating. They just don't need as much down in it. But as well, the shell material is 7 denier, and then the power of the fill inside of it is 950. So those are basically the 2 lightest types of materials that you can get, and it'd be hard to beat this quilt as far as weight goes unless you go to a warmer quilt. I did not have big expectations for the sleeping pad, the Thermarest Uberlight down there. I honestly thought it was gonna pop. It didn't pop, it didn't leak on this trip so far. We'll see how it does over the course of the year as I put more testing on it, but it was more comfortable than an X-Lite or an X-Therm because of the fact that it's a little bit softer of a material, so it kind of squished to my body shape a little bit more. I would have liked a wide pad. Wide pads are just a lot more comfortable, but in order to save weight, I went with the regular width version. Overall, my sleep was better than I expected. If anything, I could say that it was pretty good. So that brings us to the question of whether you need to sacrifice comfort and protection and durability in order to have a super ultralight setup and get down to a 5-pound base weight. And while I don't think you need to sacrifice any of those things, you may need to compromise a bit, and especially in bad weather. I don't think this tent would have been nearly as fun a place to hang out if it was raining last night or I was dealing with extreme wind, but it did the job in moderate conditions. As well, I could have had a way better sleep if I had a much more comfortable sleeping pad. As far as the quilt goes, I wouldn't say that was a compromise at all. That was a very good, solid quilt for me, kept me warm. And then the pack probably wasn't a compromise either. It was super lightweight. The water bottle pockets were a bit of an issue, but I think I can solve that with the one bottle system. And I do think I realized the benefits of being able to go longer distance faster. The elevation gains were a lot easier yesterday. I feel great this morning. And the aspect of decreasing the likelihood of injuries is probably a real one. I was going through some pretty uneven terrain and I was able to stay light on my feet. I was almost rolled my ankle at one point, but I think partly because I had a lighter pack, I was able to just recover from it really easily. And that's something to keep in mind especially if you're kind of on the older end, like I'm approaching, I'm almost 40 now at this point, as Steph would say. But when you're getting older, you want to be kind of watching out for your body, and having a lighter pack is going to really help you do that. For some people out there, this system won't be for them. It will be a little bit too ultralight, a little bit too finicky, but for other people out there, it's something to consider, especially parts of it, in order to lower your pack weight. So I guess you could say I was wrong about super ultralight systems.
Should I do a really good sniff test?
If you want.
Okay, I can do it. Oh, sorry. No, you know what? It smells like it has been.
I have a shirt here that promises to protect me from the sun, manage moisture, be durable, and not stink even after days of use. And it's not merino wool. Heck, if the hype's believed, it's better than merino wool. This shirt is made with alpaca wool fibers. Alpacas are kind of like llamas. They're part of the same family. They live up in the mountains of Peru. And I'm gonna be wearing this shirt for the next 5 days straight while hiking and camping. I'm gonna be wearing it all day in the hot Arizona desert, and I'm gonna be sleeping in it as well to see how well it does with UV protection, moisture management, how durable it is, whether it's comfortable to be wearing all day, every day, and then most importantly, the stank factor. I adopted sun hoodies years ago, with my go-to being the Outdoor Research Astroman. It's durable, it dries quickly, and it protects me from the sun with a UPF rating of 50, but it does tend to stink after a few days. Alpaca wool is supposed to have a similar UPF rating of around 50, but we've seen errors in UPF ratings with brands like Patagonia, so we'll see after 5 days of wear in the desert here whether I have a sunburn or a tan underneath the hoodie at the end of the trip. For moisture management, alpaca wool holds on to about 8% of its weight in moisture. Compare that to 30% of merino wool, which just holds on to a ton of moisture. When it gets wet, it's really hard to dry. The alpaca wool is more similar to the nylon, which also has a moisture retention of 8%. So this sun hoodie should dry pretty quickly. I'm gonna be sweating a lot. I'll probably also dunk it in some water just to cool off a bit and see how fast it dries. So at the end of the trip, we get a good idea of whether it's more like merino wool or more like nylon. My Astroman hoodies are super durable. I've used one of them for over 2,000 kilometers on trail, and I've had some durability issues with merino wool when really using and abusing it while hiking and backpacking. But alpaca wool is supposed to be 50 to 80% stronger than merino wool. So as I'm going through the desert with all these prickly things everywhere trying to pull and poke and tug at the shirt, it'll be a really good test with how durable alpaca wool is. Alpaca wool is also supposed to resist stink after a day of wear and travel. No stink yet, but after 5 days of hiking and sleeping in this shirt, I can't imagine that it won't stink after 5 days, but we'll have a really good test. I know that my nylon shirts, they stink real bad after a trip like this, but I'm not holding my breath with all the hype around alpaca wool. I've seen that sort of hype with merino wool, touting it as the best fabric since sliced bread, and then not living up to a lot of the promises. So if this shirt can protect me from the sun, manage moisture, be durable, comfortable with days of wear at night and during the day, and then not stink after 5 days of wear, I'll eat my shorts, because that'll be a huge accomplishment for alpaca wool. I'm gonna give you guys daily updates on this trip to let you know how the shirt's performing with all those different factors, especially a daily stink factor, just so we can see whether there's a progression in stink or whether it just kind of stays not stinky the entire time. It's only been about an hour, hour and a half since I got the shirt wet and it's already dry, but it's also managing moisture really well. It's holding on just enough to keep me cool on this really hot day, but then drying really quickly as well, so it's not getting sopping wet with my sweat. I've been surprised that I haven't been overheating in the shirt. It's thick, it's not a thin shirt, and it's supposed to be warmer than merino wool, so I thought that I'd probably be running into issues with overheating. But so far, because it's holding on to just enough moisture to keep me cool and is nice and airy, it hasn't been too bad. It's definitely not as cool as my Outdoor Research Asterman shirt. That shirt is quite airy and quite cool, but it's doing the job on this really hot day. Day 4, and it's another hot one in the desert. Today I've been having to push through a lot more brush and prickly things. You can see here, we have a really prickly little plant that is just gonna catch and rip apart a shirt. But so far, no rips, no tears. It's been holding up really well. Something I'm a little bit confused about is where all the salt from my sweat is going. Either this shirt is doing a lot better than I thought at managing my sweat and making sure that I'm staying cool, or the salt is going to some magical place. You can see on my backpack here, there's already, after 1 day of use, salt stains on the shoulder straps, but nothing on the shirt. So that's kind of a strange mystery. But even on another hot day like today, the shirt's doing really well. I think it's keeping me from getting sunburned effectively. I don't have any sunburn so far. We'll see tomorrow what the final verdict is. And that stink factor, I'll have to see. I'll have to ask somebody once we get to the trailhead whether they can smell me or not. Made it to camp. The shirt survived a pretty rambunctious day. Went through a lot of different shrubbery and got it caught on a few different plants and shrubs and prickly things, but no rips or tears or pokes. You can start to see the salt. The salt is starting to show up on my chest and shoulders and a little bit on my arms. So it is absorbing the salt somewhere. It's just taking a little bit more time than with some other shirts and fabrics to get through. Tomorrow is the big day. We're gonna do the ultimate stink test. I'm gonna have a shower, smell the shirt, see whether it smells. I might try and find some other people to smell it, see what they think, and then give the final verdict on whether the hype around alpaca wool is justified. I'm just getting to the parking lot after wearing the same shirt for 5 days of hiking and camping. Let's see if we can get someone to smell me.
You've been up here for 5 days?
Yeah, I've been up here for five days backpacking. And I'm wondering, can you guys smell me? Do I stink?
Okay, we're gonna smell you.
Yeah.
You mean we're meeting somebody?
Are you on a commercial?
You know what? Not too bad.
For that deodorant that you're supposed to be able to smell?
Is it kind of like BO stink a little bit? Or what are we
It's like
getting in
a
there?
salty sweat
Salty
kind
sweat.
of, yeah.
Okay, that's not
Not
bad.
bad.
Yeah, I feel like
5 days?
5 days. I feel like at this
I can-
distance, you have
and
to,
you
you
know
have to
what
get close.
Oh, you know what? Okay, should I do a really good sniff test?
If you want.
Okay, I can do it.
She works at a home.
You know
yeah,
what? Okay. Oh, sorry. No, you know what? It smells like it has been like dust.
Okay.
So,
Wow, that's.
wow.
You
I'm
smell like the
I'm
trail.
impressed.
Okay,
I
well,
thought
you guys smell them.
if you want.
I figured he was doing a commercial for that deodorant that lady doctor.
Yeah.
Oh, knew me or
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, don't bend over.
I think it smells like dust. Like
Does.
you know when you're wearing.
That's interesting. That's cool because usually you can't smell yourself after that many times.
No.
Interesting.
I see a
That
little.
was a pretty good initial stink review from those ladies, but I have been smelling myself a little bit more and I do have some more thoughts that I want to share with you around stink. But before we get into that, I want to talk about some other ways in which the shirt performed out on this trip. First of all, with UV protection. So it did provide UV protection. I wore a watch the entire trip and I have a watch tan right here. So I did get some sun on my arms and then my hands underneath my sun gloves and this shirt, but not enough to burn. I just kind of have a light bronzing, so a nice tan. And Steph's gonna be super happy about that. She said one thing before I left on this trip, and that's don't get sunburned before our wedding. I think the jury's still out on durability. I am pretty impressed that even with all the pokey things that I was encountering on this trip, that I don't have any snags or pulls on the shirt or any rips. But I want to put alpaca wool through its paces a little bit more before I give a definitive conclusion on whether it's more durable than merino wool or as durable as nylon, but especially around shoulder strap areas and as you're doing more bushwhacking, it can really do some damage to a shirt. Comfort surprised me in a big way this shirt. I really thought as I was sleeping in it all day, hiking in it all day, that it would start to feel uncomfortable, especially as salt built up inside the shirt because of sweat. You can see the sweat stains right through here, but it's been really comfortable. Even while sleeping, I've just been able to toss and turn and not have any scratchy spots. Pretty surprising. I definitely thought that it was going to be a lot more uncomfortable. Some of you are probably wondering what this shirt is. It's made by Appalachian Gear Company. It's made in the US. It's made with alpaca wool from Peru. It weighs 200 grams for the size medium, which is what I'm wearing right now, and then costs just over $100. This version is the 80-20 version. It's made with 80% alpaca wool and then 20% tencel. Tencel absorbs a little bit more moisture than alpaca wool, so that's probably why it was doing a good job, better job than I expected at regulating my temperature in this really hot Arizona desert sun and heat. And then alpaca wool is what was allowing it to dry quickly. Alpaca wool has hollow fibers, whereas merino wool has solid fibers, so that's why alpaca wool dries a little bit faster and is a little bit warmer for its weight compared to merino wool. So for stink, I've done a little bit more of an in-depth analysis on myself here. And those ladies, they did a great job. They got right in there. I was impressed, very thankful that they're good sports about that. But when I really get my nose on the fabric, I can smell a little bit of stink. It's not much. Like, you have to get right onto the fabric to get that smell. And I imagine if I just let it air out for a bit, then that stink would go away. Righty smells a little bit more than lefty. That's kind of normal. Lefty usually doesn't stink quite as much. Even once I take it off and give it a good sniff around the head, the arms, it doesn't stink. Just a little bit around the armpits, but like I said, even now as it's airing out a little bit, that smell is going away. So it might have just been my armpits going through the shirt. That's pretty crazy. Wow. The stink factor is probably what I am most impressed with. The fact that I've worn this for 5 days straight while hiking in really hot desert, like this is as stinky as it gets. My feet are brutal right now, but my upper body and this shirt, no problems. I think the limit is probably 4 or 5 days, but not necessarily from a stink factor, but because of all the salt that's building up in the shirt. It just needs to get washed, get rid of that grit and the salt in order to perform at its optimal level. I think it'd be a great option for thru hikers. If I was going on a thru hike right now, I'd probably pick this shirt because of the low stink factor. Usually you're hitting towns every 4 or 5 days, so you're not gonna be getting super stinky out on trail. And the fact that it's comfortable while hiking and sleeping means that you don't need to bring a sleep shirt with you, which saves you quite a bit of weight. I definitely wish I had discovered alpaca wool sooner. I want to be putting it through a lot more tests. I'm going to be putting it head to head with merino wool to see how it stacks up, especially in some testable metrics. Spring is hitting the Canadian Rockies, and well, it looks like warm weather and sunshine. I've been complacent in the past, and I'm not gonna make that mistake again. Spring is one of the most dangerous times of the year to go backpacking because you could go from no snow and warm weather to be hiking in knee-deep snow and a blizzard very quickly. Because it's a dangerous time of year, and we're going into an area that neither of us have ever been before. I'm going out here with Kane, so it's gonna be nice to kind of have that redundancy and support system on this trip. We could be encountering some crazy creek crossings, like I said, a lot of snow, but we have no idea what the conditions are like back there. We're at the edge of the mountains right now, but as we get deeper in, conditions could change very quickly. Another big aspect about this trip is wildlife. We've already seen some wolf tracks as we're walking down the trail here. As we get deeper into the mountains, bears are gonna become an issue. Bears are waking up, they're coming down from their hibernation areas on the slopes there into the valleys to look for food. So we're gonna have to be aware of that. That's why we are carrying bear spray on this trip, and we're gonna be hanging our food in ursacks. The other aspect, which is kind of cool, and I'm hoping for this one, I'm not hoping to see bears, but I am hoping to see some bison. So they reintroduced bison into this area, and there's a big herd that we talked to Parks Canada, and they said we might see them just on this side of the boundary with the park. The goal for this trip is twofold. So we want to explore this area, head about 20 kilometers into the mountains, because there's a 70-kilometer loop that I want to see if it's possible to do. So if we get 20 kilometers down, then we can take a look south, see if there's a route over the pass, and then that would allow us to connect to another trail on the other side and then come around for that 70-kilometer loop, which I'm hoping to do this summer. The second factor is to get out here now that spring has hit, see what conditions are like out in the mountains, as well as kind of push ourselves and test our skills, because like I said, spring is one of the most dangerous and difficult times to get backpacking. So it looks like there's storm clouds all around us, pretty much. And then we're underneath this blue sky, sunny area. We'll see how long that lasts. We haven't needed them yet, but we did bring snowshoes. As we pass through the gap, we might start encountering more snow. Right now, it's just sole deep on us. Some deeper sections, but nothing too bad. The snow hit us. It's not falling down hard, but it's consistent and it's picking up. I don't think it's gonna stick around too long, but famous last words. I've said that before and then ended up hiking through a blizzard and having to bail on a trip. What do you think is gonna happen, Kane? You think this is gonna continue or ease up on us?
I think it's gonna be on and off for the next 3 days.
Yeah. So it looks like we might have some small bear tracks here. It's kind of hard to tell. They're a little bit old, but we are following them. So we'll see if they get fresher as we go along. This is an example of things going from nice and sunny, clear skies to snow and wind blowing in really quite quickly. We saw it as we were walking in. I didn't think it was gonna be snowing this hard, and I didn't really expect the wind. And as we go through the gap up there, it looks like it just gets a little bit more intense. So we have some bison poop right here. No bison yet, but we'll see what we can find. You can definitely tell that they've tried to create some bison habitat through here. That'd be really cool to see. So this burn, you can see all the burnt trees through here. This is a planned burn, controlled burn, done by the Land Management Agency in order to build habitat for the bison, clear out some of the trees, some of the underbrush. This area is reintroducing bison, so they were extirpated from this area a while ago, and now they're trying to bring them back, which is cool. Bison are a very, very neat animal. They're gigantic, so if we see them, we'll give them a bit of a wide berth because they can get defensive.
And I'm gonna run away crying.
Exactly.
I'm gonna go like this and run through the forest.
What are you more scared of? Bear, up close encounter with like black bear or a bison?
Black bear or grizzly?
Black bear.
Black bear or bison?
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Same here. So we got some more bear prints here. The ones we've been following and seeing are from a smaller bear, probably a black bear. This one here, that's a big print. That's a grizzly bear that we don't want to encounter. This area has a lot of history. It's pretty cool. This was one of the original routes to get from the prairies of Alberta into the mountains. In the summertime, they'd have horses at Lake Louise and Banff in order to take people on trail rides and things like that. And in the wintertime, they'd run those horses through this valley that we're walking right now to the ranch area and grasslands area where we started the trip. So that's super cool. So much history through here. And you may be wondering why they burnt down the forest and whether it makes sense to burn down a forest in order to create habitat for bison. And something that has really been happening for decades in this part of the Canadian Rockies is that they've been suppressing fires and eliminating beavers, and that's created this monoculture of trees. So you essentially, for a long time, had the same trees of the same age in the entire Canadian Rockies. So if there's a lightning strike and there's a fire that started, it would just go on forever and burn things down. But it also created this situation where grassland areas like this area used to be succeeded into more treed areas. So by burning this down, they're reintroducing grassland habitat, and that's what's going to be prime habitat for bison. So we've gone about 18 kilometers so far, probably further than either of us expected to get today, but we've been cruising pretty good on this trail. The snow hasn't been too bad, kind of maintaining a 4 kilometer an hour pace. We thought we'd be camping maybe about here, but it's 3 o'clock and we're thinking we'll push on a little bit more. If we went 7 kilometers more, we'd get to kind of our goal for the trip in order to see how that other trail over the pass looks. What are you thinking, Kane? Should we what are you feeling?
I think we're gonna make it, no problem.
Yeah.
That was my goal, to get to that bridge.
Yeah.
And then hopefully tomorrow go past and check out further.
Yeah. We're in some pretty beautiful parts of the mountains, but I'm starting to feel it. The snow is not the easiest to walk through. We're about 20 kilometers plus in. Still tough slogging. You can see Kane's footprints up ahead. This snow makes it a lot more difficult than the dry trail we had back there. Plus, we're not taking the kilometers lightly. We're gonna be hitting 24, 25 plus kilometers today with pretty heavy packs because we have to be ready for a lot of conditions. I have a lot of gear in here. Some of the gear, this is its first major trip out. So curious to see how it does. Things like this pack, my tent, and then I'm gonna be putting my sleeping pad through the ultimate test because it's supposed to get down below -6 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees Fahrenheit tonight. And if it survives that temperature, then it's gonna be hands down the best sleeping pad on the market right now. So really excited to see how that goes. Something big came through here. It's definitely something that has hooves like a bison or maybe a moose, but it's big. Look at that print and how deep in the snow it's going. That's cool. 3K to the bridge. Our goal basically for the trip to get there and explore. We're definitely pushing and making more distance than we thought today. So there's something cool coming up here. This is neat. Oh, they're moving. Let me turn the camera around. There's the herd of bison. How's that for a shot? Wow. That is cool. Wow. That was pretty darn cool. I know people who have come back here in search of the bison and spent days not seeing them at all, and then we come around a corner. Well, Kane saw one that he thought was a tree, and then then pointed it out, and then we saw just a ton of them. And you can see here, this is kind of their main hangout spot. It's all trampled. As we were kind of coming up towards it, they took off down the trail, probably heading to the spot where we're hoping to camp tonight in a couple kilometers here. So we'll see if we see them again. Kane's just dropped down to a little stream down there in order to grab some water. We're gonna filter it up a couple kilometers from camp, but the wind's starting to pick up. That's something that I was a little bit worried about for this trip, is overnight tonight and then throughout tomorrow and the next day. It's supposed to get the wind gusts are supposed to pick up to about 50 kilometers an hour. And if that hits our tents, we're gonna have to make sure our tents are pretty locked down, and it may make for some flappy sleeps. So we're thinking we'll camp in that clearing area right over there, if it's close to the river. We made it to the bridge. It's been tough. And we're not done yet. But something we're realizing is that water might be more difficult to get than we thought. You can see down there that there's ice on both sides of the river, so it makes it really treacherous to try and go down to the water and grab some. So we might be melting snow on this trip, which not ideal, but is what it is. Right now we're trying to scope out a place to camp for the night. The issue is the wind right now. The wind is flying across this opening, this clearing here. So we want to make sure that we're in a protected area so that we're not having to deal with our tent blowing away in the middle of the night, or just being a little bit less comfortable in a windy situation. So we're thinking maybe if we go to the other side of the clearing on this end, we might be able to tuck into the trees a little bit, get some protection, because up here it's just pummeling us real strong. The other option would be there's some spots closer to the bridge back there if we need to get something that we know is really sheltered. This area is a little bit windy, a little windier than we'd like. Great views though. If this wasn't windy, this would be phenomenal. So we're gonna go down the trail a little bit and check out some more clearing areas that might be a little bit more protected down the way. See what we can find. Oh yeah. So we came to a spot down here that has a fire ring, so this is definitely an area that gets used. It's looking real nice. I think I'm gonna set up right here. It's a little bit sloped this way, but not too bad. I'll stick my head up here. It's looking pretty good. Oh, it feels good to get the pack off. That pack is not super comfortable.
I have that on the record.
Yeah. It's the hip belt. It's the hip belt, just digs in, doesn't transfer the weight well. Maybe it just isn't right for my body, but not feeling the Atmos right now. I'll have to kind of reconfigure things a little bit maybe tomorrow and see how it goes. But time to get the tent set up, get the sleep system in, and then eat some food. I think we're probably both pretty hungry, pretty thirsty, and I brought my chair, so I'm gonna take a load off with that too. I think Kane just has a foamy, so we'll be sitting comfortable. He's sitting on the ground. Got the tent all set up. This is the Nemo Dragonfly Osmo. So it's made with the Osmo fabric, which is supposed to do a lot better with moisture and stretch. Basically takes all the best parts of polyester and nylon and then mixes them together. So still testing it out, seeing how it does. But the sleep system that I have in there is really where I'm really excited to be testing it out. So let's go take a look. I did add some guy lines to the tent here because the wind is picking up and it's supposed to continue to pick up over the course of the night. For the sleep system, I'm using the Enlightened Equipment Conundrum quilt. This is a 0-degree version. I can zip it up like a sleeping bag if I want to just really lock it down, or leave it open like a quilt if I want to be able to toss and turn and be super comfortable. I'm testing out the Xped Mega pillow. This thing is gigantic and super comfortable. I added a shot cord on there just to lock it down onto my sleeping pad. As you guys know, I love having a pillow. I will only use a pillow that has a pad strap on it. I won't use any other pillow. And then my sleeping pad is the REI Helix. I've used this pad a bunch down in the southern US in warm conditions, and it's been super comfortable, really warm. Has an R value of 4.9, which is quite warm, but I want to test out in real world conditions and see how it does, because frozen ground, spring conditions like this is kind of the ultimate test for a sleeping pad to see whether it can stand up and keep you warm. The next challenge of the day is probably to see if we can get down to the river and get water, because I'm parched and I only have a liter of water and I don't really want to be melting snow. Just a big hassle. But let's go check out Kane's setup, see what he's got going on here. He's look at his view. look at the site that this guy snagged. you could sell that shot to Dursting Gear with the X-Vid right there. That's beautiful. Got a nice spot here. Grab some water. Not gonna have to melt snow. That's nice. For a while there, it looked like we were gonna have to. I needed a chair after today. I was just doing the math based on my watch, and I think we broke 30 kilometers today, which is kind of crazy for this time of year. I didn't expect it, but
no, but this time of year, and I mean, the trail was not a hard trail.
No, it was an easy trail, low elevation.
Yeah, not much elevation gain, but still 30K in under 8 hours.
Yeah, with 35-pound packs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not too shabby.
I'm happy with this. I feel like I earned my pain right now. Another thing I'm trying out on this trip is the MSR wind burner stove. I've used it before, but this is kind of like the coldest and potentially windiest kind of conditions that I've used it in, so curious to see how it does. I've been pleasantly surprised so far. I hate jet boils, so I didn't really think I'd like this, but so far doing good for me. That was fast. That just boiled six ounces of water in like 20 seconds, 30 seconds. I was so in a rush that I grabbed my breakfast for tomorrow, a yogurt bowl, so I need to now try and find my dinner. I'm also just tired. I tried to attach the fuel canister to the stove with the lid on. I just need to eat, drink water, sleep. There we go. Dinner. Although I'm just realizing I read the water instructions for the yogurt, so I probably need more than 6 ounces for this.
I think so. Yeah, 6 ounces.
I need 16 ounces.
Makes sense.
All right, time to boil some more water. Dinner time. Check out that view. The bears are out. We saw the tracks, so got the Ursack. Bring it out here. Got a nice little pole here to tie it off to. The reason why I use a figure 8 knot versus kind of other knots is because figure 8 knots are fairly easy to untie if they have a lot of pressure put onto them. So if a bear does come, starts pulling on this and really tightens the knot up, then you'll still be okay to untie it in the morning. There we go. All set. The sun is setting, and I love this time of year once the days are getting a little bit longer, because you can sit out, have dinner in the light, and then go to bed once the sun sets. We're both pretty beat, so we're gonna go to bed early. And tomorrow should be interesting. We're gonna be heading down the trail there, and then checking out whether there's a trail or not that goes over that pass. I was telling you about that. I'm really interested in. We'll see what that's like. There's some spots that Kane wants to scope out, and we'll see if that other trail is a go or not. If we can actually move tomorrow, because my muscles are sore, and hiking out of here, luckily we're going to be doing over the next 2 days, so it won't be too bad. Good morning. I slept okay. Temperatures got down to -6 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees Fahrenheit. I tracked it on my little thermometer here, and while the top of me was warm, the REI Helix sleeping pad just wasn't up to the job as far as being able to keep me warm on top of frozen, pretty cold ground. This is kind of as cold as it gets, as ground is frozen but starting to thaw out. That's probably when it's going to be the coldest out of any time of the year. And yeah, it just didn't make the cut. I was definitely feeling a lot of cold coming up through the ground, whereas I've had the sleeping pad down to -6 degrees Celsius before, and at those temperatures on non-frozen ground, I was completely comfortable. We've got a beautiful morning, waking up with the sun rising. Kane's just kind of getting things packed up on his end. I'm gonna do the same, eat breakfast, and then the goal is gonna be to try to find a piece of non-frozen ground in order to dig a cat hole, because most of this ground is frozen, but there are some pockets that aren't. I think I found a good spot to poop here. Looks to be just soft enough that I'll be able to dig a hole, maybe right there. Kane's gonna have to keep his eyes to himself, but look at the view I'm gonna have as I poop. This is poo with a view, can't beat that. After that, we're gonna head up the valley here, do some exploring, and see whether that other trail is gonna be a go, and then start making our way back the way we came. I'm gonna be struggling today. We're gonna see how it goes, because my legs are pretty shot. I'd like to make it 10-15 kilometers back, but depending on how far we go that way, we may not be able to go very far that way, because my body might start to fail. I know Kane was starting to have a little bit of a limp yesterday, or a little bit of a sore walk, but yeah, 30 kilometers in these kind of conditions is pretty rough. This campsite was phenomenal. We had 360 views. We had views over there, views over there. Kane had a spectacular backdrop to his tent. And we got to see the sunrise this morning on the east side of the campsite. And we still had views to the north as well. Because of that, it makes sense that Insta360 is the sponsor of today's video. Whenever you guys see me out on trail and I'm getting really cool shots that looks like I have a drone following me, that's using the Insta360 on a 3-meter long selfie stick pole. I don't have a drone. I used to have one, but I sold it because most of the places where I go and backpack, I can't use a drone. So in order to get those cool shots, I find that the Insta360 is the best way to do that. As I'm using the selfie stick, the Insta360 pretty much magically makes the stick disappear, so it does look like you have a floating camera that's following you around. I'll have links in the video description so you guys can go check out the Insta360 as well as the selfie stick for yourself. So there's two things that are going to be pretty big factors as we go explore down the valley there. We want to get around that peak and then take a look up the valley there, but the first one's going to be snow. You can see the snow is already looking pretty deep as we get in the forest there. The second one is the wind. That wind is picking up, so it's to kind of get to its strongest point around noon today and then plateau and stay high until tomorrow afternoon. That's going to be a factor as far as just being comfortable as we're hiking and then setting up camp tonight. I'm also hoping that we're gonna see some more bison either today as we get a little deeper there. There is gonna be bison habitat that we're gonna encounter, or as we're heading back and hit that kind of bison hotspot that we saw yesterday. I'm feeling it today. My calves are quite sore. My hips are real messed up. The hip belt in this patch is not comfortable on me. So hoping I can kind of power through it, hit our objective today, and then not feel too sore as we get back to camp. Because yesterday kicked my butt and not feeling close to 100% today. The bison are here, just ran into a trail. They make an impact when they're coming through.
Comes all the way down to that clearing, where we came in before yesterday. They're coming from over there.
Oh yeah. Snow's getting deep. I guess we just have a nice crust to walk on right now. Hopefully that continues. The snow is starting to soften up. We're punching through. So time to switch to snowshoes. These are really lightweight snowshoes, so they weren't super heavy to haul in. Both of these combined weigh about the same as one of my pair of MSR snowshoes, but they aren't the most durable, and maybe I just ran into an issue, but I had one of the snaps right here break on me. Still usable, still be good, but something to keep an eye on. That's punchy. We have about 5 kilometers to go from our camp to where our objective is for scouting out the next area. It's gonna be slow going if it doesn't get much better than this, if we can make it at all. At least going back will be easier.
Yeah, and I say we give it no more than 2 hours.
Yeah, see where we are at that point.
At noon, where we are.
Yeah, that sounds good. There's a game trail that kind of goes up the path here, and if we follow it, we punch through a lot less, even though we're still punching through quite a bit. So here's the difference between walking off of that game trail that I've been following and then on the game trail. It's hard to follow, but staying on it makes a big difference.
always my right foot. Good solid meter of snow.
Yeah.
On the way back, it's going to be so annoying because 1 out of 2 of my steps punches through.
Yeah, I don't think going back is gonna be a cakewalk either. This is tough. We're trying to get 100 meters to that corner there, but it's tough going. We're kind of traversing towards the pass that's over there. We're 3-ish kilometers away, but we're gonna go check out that corner, see what kind of views we can get. Kane's a corner hunter. Every corner we get to, he's like, let's go to the next corner. And I'm like, okay, let's go. But right now I'm starting to run out of steam, getting hungry. So we're gonna go there, eat lunch, and then start heading back and see if we can find a good campsite, maybe see some bison. This is as far as we're gonna go. We've made it over 4 kilometers from camp, and it wasn't easy going, but it's cool to see this area, especially the fact that you can pretty easily keep heading south along this trail here and then connect with another trail, another river on the other side of the pass that's here. This is definitely tweaked and interested me to come back here in the summertime. It's a 70-kilometer loop. You can motor pretty good, probably make it in 3 days, a little bit under. Really excited to come back here. It's beautiful too, phenomenal views. We're starting to head back down the trail. It took us a little over 2 hours to get up here, but we're hoping it takes us a lot less time to go down. We are going downhill and we have an established trail, so hopefully we can make it back in an hour and a half or so. That would give us just enough time to keep going down the trail back to where we came from and try and find somewhere to camp. There wasn't a lot that we saw on the way in, so it may be a little bit hard to find a spot, and we may have to go a little bit further than we're kind of hoping, but making good time here will help out with that a lot. Made it back to, you can see the camp we stayed at this morning right over there. That took us an hour, so half the amount of time, which puts us in a pretty good position for trying to find a good campsite further down the trail. But like I said earlier, there wasn't a ton of options, so we might have to keep moving for a while to try and find a good campsite. We'd like to find something that was as good as the one we had last night, because that was phenomenal. I thought wearing the pack a little bit higher would help with the hip pain that I was feeling, but just put the pack on and they're still sore. Not great, not looking great for Osprey on this one. We ran into the buffalo again. They're not moving this time as much.
They've all faced us.
Where's our exit strategy here?
I think just along the road.
I mean, if they charge us.
Up against a tree.
Yeah.
We're going up against it. Why are they coming towards us?
Yeah, they're coming towards us. That's, Last time they ran out this way. Okay, now they're actually charging towards us. Maybe they're gonna turn right? Please turn right. No, they're going up the hill. Wow. What are they doing on the other side? Oh, they're not moving quick. Wow, that's cool. That's a herd of bison going up a hill. Oh. Oh, look at the poor little baby ones at the back. Wow. I think this is one of the cooler experiences that I've had in the Canadian Rockies.
Yeah.
That's insane. These are wild bison. It's 4 o'clock right now. I think we're starting to get to a point where we're gonna have to see if we can find a campsite sooner rather than later. But we might have some spots up there. Hopefully the trees don't just continue and kind of close us in without any good spots. So we've been kind of following the river for a bit, trying to find a campsite. Nothing's going. We're gonna cut back to the trail, continue along, and hopefully at the next spot where the river cuts close to the trail, there'll be some spots. We may end up camping somewhere and then just melting snow tonight, which is not ideal, but we'll make it work. This wind is crazy, so we definitely want to be in a sheltered area. Otherwise we're going to be in for an uncomfortable night from both a cold perspective as well as just keeping the tents staked to the ground perspective. Whew. I think it's only supposed to get stronger too. We lucked out. I think we found our spot for the night. Beautiful spots for the tents. Got some benches for Kane, who
I don't have a chair.
We'll get him a chair. Kane's got his tent all set up. What was the most surprising part of the trip for you, Kane?
Bison.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. Like, yeah. That's up there in a lot of my, like, I haven't ever seen anything like that before. So like, it's kind of almost a dream come true.
Yeah.
To have something like that happen and just be so like, first of all, like, it's not like we're on the side of the road or like Yellowstone or something like that. Just like,
yeah,
you're in the backcountry and then there's a herd of bison. That's,
yeah. I don't know if there's bison in as remote of an area anywhere in the world.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
but
you have to look that up.
I mean, it was pretty cool. Like yesterday, it was like shocking to see them, and then today, like for them to come out, see them. First of all, to see them again, and then for them to just kind of like see us, and then just kind of go up over the mountain. Like that's pretty cool.
It was really cool.
They look like beasts.
Yeah, they're beasts. That's for sure.
Now I'm starving.
Yeah, we're gonna get dinner set up, get to bed early. My goal on this trip was to fill my pack with gear made entirely by Cottage brands, but I did have to make some compromises. I'm not exactly sure what the definition of a Cottage brand is, but we're gonna explore that question as well as whether Cottage gear can handle the harsh conditions in the mountains of Utah or are better for cushy through hikes like the Appalachian Trail and Pacific Crest Trail. I'm on this trip with Steven from My Life Outdoors, and we're in the Uintas just outside of Salt Lake City. The Uintas got record snow this year, so we might be encountering snow as we get up to higher elevation. And those creeks that you can hear down in the little valley there are gonna be raging. It might be a little bit sketchy trying to cross them, and I know that we have at least 5 or 6 different creek crossings just on day 1. So we're coming up to the first creek crossing. It's definitely raging. Let's see if we can find a spot to cross. Yeah, looking good right here. Not too bad. Hopefully we have bridges for the next 5 creek crossings, because that'll make things a lot easier. Look how much this river's raging. We would not want to be trying to cross that. It'd be pretty sketchy. I was gonna start by talking about the pack as the first piece of Cottage gear that I wanted to share with you guys, but I'm gonna save that for later because I think it's gonna warrant a bit more discussion because it is kind of a controversial gear item. So instead, I'm gonna start with my clothing. I had to make quite a few compromises with clothing. My hat is just a hat that I made myself. My top is from a Cottage gear manufacturer. It's an Appalachian Gear 8020 alpaca sun hoodie. This is made with alpaca wool, which is awesome because it dries very quickly. It has a UPF rating of 50 plus, and then it doesn't stink. I've used this shirt for 5 days on trail and then had people smell me in the parking lot, and they said that I did not stink at all. My pants are just pants from Mountain Equipment Company, which is like the REI of Canada. and then my shoes are Hoka Speed Goats. There's not a lot of Cottage brands making good shoes for hiking, especially when you're getting up into the deep mountains and having to do stream crossings and maybe hiking on snow. So I had to go with something that's reliable and that I know is gonna work well for my feet. While we're here, might as well talk about the fanny pack as well, because this is not as controversial of an item as the pack. This is a fanny pack made by Red Paw Packs. I love it because it has this little top pouch here that I can throw things like snacks in, and then you have a main fanny pack pouch right here. The pack that I'm using on this trip doesn't have hip belts, so a fanny pack was a really nice addition to my kit in order to be able to store things while I'm on trail and have them easy to access. As I said, the goal for this trip was to have as much Cottage gear as possible. As you've already seen, I wasn't able to get Cottage gear for every item, but for most of it, I was able to do a pretty good job. And once we get to camp, I'll share with you things like my cook kit, my tent, and then maybe my sleep system. We might have to save that for day 3 because we're gonna run out of time, and especially if we start hitting snow, then it's gonna be a big day. We hit another crossing, but on this one we have another bridge. It's less of a bridge, and it's probably going to continue on that trend for the rest of the hike as we get further into the backcountry and further along this creek. I bet eventually we just have no more bridges. But this one, you have one railing, just don't fall off the backside. So as we're gaining elevation here, we've come a long way on the valley bottom. This peak right here is 9,640 feet tall, and we're gonna be getting up over 10,000 feet. This is the first time ever in my life that I've probably gone over 10,000 feet. So it's gonna be a journey. I haven't had altitude sickness before, but it's something that we're gonna be keeping an eye on, because if that hits you, that can be very debilitating. So yeah, gonna just keep crushing miles. I'm feeling pretty good right now, but that might change very quickly. I don't know much about high elevation hiking. Most of the hikes in the Canadian Rockies top out at about 9,000 feet, but I do know it's important to stay fed, stay hydrated, and take your time. So it's nice that this pack has water bottle pockets that I can actually access, because that's not always the case in all packs. We got to our first true river crossing, no bridge here. There are some logs that are piled across the creek, but those can be sketchy. They're slippery, and if you fall and hurt yourself, then you're in a tough spot. So let's go down and scout it out, see where the best place to cross might be. So you have this log here, and then it connects to this big one, but there's a lot of water moving over that big log right about there, and it looks really slippery. I can see a little bit of algae on it. It might be worth it just to go straight across, get the shoes wet, get the feet wet, instead of risking slipping and hurting yourself. Yeah, so I'm just gonna get my feet wet, probably snake through there. Woo. That's brisk. For my water treatment system, I'm using a Sawyer filter. Sawyer is not necessarily a Cottage brand. They're a decent size, and they're definitely not working out of a garage anymore. But they're a really cool brand that's on the smaller side, definitely smaller than the bigger brands like Platypus. And they're giving back to the community a lot. I think that's an important thing that you see from Cottage brands quite often, is that they're investing back into trails or giving back to the world in some way. And Sawyer definitely does that. The other thing that I use with my water treatment system is a CNOC bag, or a knock bag, if you're pronouncing it correctly. So this is just a big bag where the top opens up into a big wide opening that makes it easy to fill up water with, and then The bottom spout here connects to the Sawyer filter, and then you can squeeze water into your water bottles. It's a really effective system. In my opinion, Knock has really revolutionized water treatment, especially when it comes to squeeze filters. This is what I use with all my squeeze filters, whether it's the Sawyer or the Platypus or any other one. And I do consider Knock a Cottage brand. They've been around for a while, but they're still a small team and they're innovating a lot, which is something that I love to see, and that is usually found with Cottage brands opposed to bigger brands which may not be innovating quite as quickly or quite as often. I'm definitely feeling the elevation. My heart rate's up around 130 and I'm not moving very fast right now. Just a little bit of lack of oxygen. But we're not even at 10,000 feet yet. That's probably gonna be tomorrow where we get up at that high and get up to the highest I've ever hiked. We're getting pretty close to the first potential camping area. There's a lake a couple kilometers down the trail there, but I don't know if we're gonna stop there. It'd be really nice to get a little bit more mileage going, but we're both feeling pretty beat. Physically, I feel pretty good, but I just am very lethargic, feeling very tired. And then I just felt a couple of raindrops as well. You can see there's some storm clouds kind of circling us. Hopefully they blow over. But if they don't, then I think that kind of locks in that we're gonna stop at the lake just up ahead. We made it to the first lake. It is spitting rain right now, and there's a lot of snow up here. The next lakes that I was talking about earlier that we kind of have as an option for camping will probably be even more snowbound. So the best bet might be to try and find a spot, a snow-free spot at this lake. It is beautiful. It's a very beautiful spot. Looks like that side's a little bit more snow covered, so we may need to try and find a campsite along this southern shore. So we're kind of 50-50 on whether we stay here or carry on. It looks like the rain might go past us. Steven checked the weather and it said 0% chance of rain. Definitely not the case. So we decided to, in good old Steven and Justin trip fashion, flip a coin.
All right, here we go. You gonna call it?
Sure. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Tell me when it's going.
It's going.
Heads, we stay.
Heads we stay.
All right. Let's
Heads we stay. All right.
Now to find some campsites.
Yeah.
Or some tent sites. We got our tents all set up. Steven's using the Z-Packs Duplex Zip, and I'm using the Six Moon Designs Lunar Solo. Six Moon Designs was one of the first, if not the first, to release a tent in this style where you have one trekking pole and then the mesh inner and single wall. They're one of the pioneers in the ultralight outdoor space and still kind of hold true to their Cottage roots. And I just love this tent. It's a great tent, made with sil poly, holds up to rain, snow, wind. It's a solid tent. It started raining a little bit harder. Still going, so I'm just chilling in the tent. Got the sleep system all set up. Hopefully it dies down. It seems to be that in the mountains right now of Utah, there's a storm that rolls in or some rain clouds that roll in kind of in the late afternoon, and then it dissipates by evening as it kind of cools off. Once it stops raining, I'll share with you guys what I have for a rain jacket as well as my pack. They're made by the same company. Like I said, a little bit of a question mark as to whether they're a Cottage company or not. We'll have that discussion, and I'll share with you my cook system and the plan for tomorrow. It's looking like tomorrow might be a pretty gnarly day. The rain jacket that I'm using is an ultralight rain jacket from Z-Packs. Z-Packs is one of the top brands for ultralight gear, but the question is, are they a Cottage brand? They definitely started off with Cottage roots, working as a small company and innovating, producing really cool gear that no one else was, but they've grown. They're over 100 employees now. They're producing a ton of gear, and you guys let me know in the comments whether you still consider them a Cottage brand. The pack that I'm using is also from Z-Packs. It's the Z-Packs Arc Hull. It's my first trip out with it, and it's one of those pieces of gear that Z-Packs made that kind of put them on the map as far as innovation goes, with the mesh back that it has in order to provide ventilation and the curved carbon fiber stays. These are the kind of things that I think Z-Packs is still kind of doing. They kind of have that Cottage vibe. I'm not sure if they're a Cottage company still, but part of it is just having that vibe and being a company that is pushing the limits while still kind of seeming like they're a small company. They're definitely not like some of the brands that I have and some of the pieces of gear from those brands I have on this trip, where they're literally making the gear in their garage, where Z-Packs has a big factory and warehouse that they're working out of. So maybe I'll put a little star next to the links in the description for brands that are really, really tiny, like the 1, 2, 3 person teams that are producing not a lot of gear, but are really kind of producing some really cool stuff. Do you know where the best place to buy Cottage gear is, including gear made in people's garages? The answer is the sponsor of today's video, Garage Grown Gear. They carry dozens and dozens of different Cottage brands, and best of all, no lead times, and you don't need to be tracking a bunch of different deliveries. A lot of the different gear we're looking at on this trip, including the tent, as well as my alpaca sun hoodie, are from Garage Grown Gear. All the links in the video description, so you guys can go check them out for yourself. For my cook system, I wasn't necessarily able to find Cottage gear. The stove that I'm using is the BRS 3000 stove. I looked around and couldn't really find that many Cottage options for heating up meals, other than maybe going with alcohol stoves from someone who's making cat cans or some sort of titanium option. And then the pot that I'm using is the Tokes 550 titanium pot. Tokes, in my mind, is kind of a bigger company, so definitely not a Cottage brand, but they make really effective titanium pots, so that's what I'm going with. But for meals, I am going with smaller Cottage-like brands. This is a new brand that I've encountered, Wild Society. They have these awesome little pouches with tons of calories, 760 calories per little meal package that you have here, and it doesn't take a lot of water. Only 1.25 cups for this meal, and this steak fajita and rice looks really tasty. I checked out a bunch of their other meals and they also look very good. And then for day 2, I have Bushka's Kitchen meals. You guys know that I love Bushka's Kitchen. They're a cool small brand. They're starting to grow, so definitely go give them your support, because the more meals that they make, the better, I think, because the ones that I have tried are delicious. All right, let's try out this Wild Society steak fajita here. Still very hot. Good flavors though. I'm excited to try the other meals that I have from them. I think we're probably gonna eat dinner and then head to bed pretty early. Tomorrow, I'll share with you the sleep system that I'm using. I was able to go with pure Cottage manufacturer for the sleeping pad, quilt, and pillow. That may be a surprise because there's not a lot of smaller brands making sleeping pads. Some of you might also disagree with me as to whether the brand that made the sleeping pad is a Cottage brand. We'll have to have that discussion. Tomorrow should be, what do you think, a tough day?
It's going to be interesting to say the least. I'm expecting a lot of snow.
Yeah, I think we're going up another like 500 feet, 1,000 feet.
I think we're going up another 1,000 feet.
1,000 feet, yeah. So we'll probably be hitting snow tomorrow. It's gonna be a tough day. We're getting up into even higher elevation, and the elevation was kicking both Steven and my butts today. We're definitely feeling pretty tired and lethargic. So yeah, be an interesting day tomorrow. We'll catch you then and keep you updated on how things are going. Good morning. Started packing up. Got my Ursack. I'd say Ursacks are kind of a Cottage brand. They're definitely a bigger brand, but a niche item, and that's all they do. They're kind of a smaller company too. Really nice. If you send them an email, you're going to be getting an email back from someone that's very familiar with the product. So kind of in that 50-50 realm. But time to eat breakfast. This is my homemade breakfast, so I guess, does that kind of make it a Cottage brand? In a Rusby bag. Rusby bags, probably not a Cottage brand, but very good for the environment because you can just reuse them over and over. They're dishwasher safe. This is what I'll pretty much eat all my breakfasts in now, and then I'll also use the bigger ones, the sandwich size ones, for homemade dehydrated meals. So great little products. And yeah, my oatmeal chocolate chips and dried fruit. Classic for Justin Outdoors. Then my Tokes spoon. Again, we talked about Tokes already, but not a lot of Cottage brands making long-handled spoons. Some are making some wooden spoons, but I don't like the mouthfeel of wooden spoons, so I stick with the titanium. An item that I love, but is kind of controversial, are mayfly sandals. I've seen some reviews for these about how people can't cross streams in them, or they've tried hiking in them, they've fallen apart. Yeah, they're gonna fall apart if you try and do those things. They're not durable. They're basically pieces of really durable cardboard with some string attached to them. But what I love these for is I put them outside my tent at night, and then if I need to go to the bathroom or something like that, I can slip these on, and I'm not having to put my nice, clean, dry feet and socks into dirty, potentially wet shoes. I use this Pumoji bag from Space Bear Bags. And then inside of here, I have some hand sanitizer. Okay, maybe that's not made by Cottage brands, but I have a Kula cloth. We'll talk about that in a second here. In order to dig the cat hole, I use this really ultralight trowel from Vogler Trowel. It has serrated edges, which makes cutting through roots really easy and is really good ergonomics. So when you push down the top of it, it has this little nubbin so it doesn't hurt your hand. And then I am using a backcountry bidet. I love backcountry bidets because my butt gets really clean. Normally, I use the Kulo Clean, but on this one, I'm using one manufactured from a Cottage brand. So this is from Pika Outdoors. You may know them as the brand who makes the powdered soap. So I use that a lot in this little plastic container. The powdered soap has two purposes. First of all, it's in order to provide soap as I'm cleaning my butt with the bidet, but then also to wash my hands afterwards. And they made this little bidet system that attaches to a water bottle, just any sort of standard water bottle, and it works pretty good. I don't like it quite as much as the Kulo Clean, but I feel like this is a first edition and they're gonna adapt it a little bit and then make a better option. And that's a cool thing with Cottage brands. A product may not work for you now, but they're usually tweaking and adapting things so quickly that it might in a month or two. It's crazy how quickly the innovation happens with Cottage brands. All packed up, had our morning poops, time to hit the trail. We've got a few main obstacles today as we go down the trail. The first one is that wind. You can already hear it blowing really hard. Today was supposed to be an extremely windy day, getting up to about 50 miles per hour in the Alpine. So as long as we're protected by trees, we should be okay. The second thing is snow. As you can see, and as we talked about yesterday, there's a lot of snow. And as we get up to 10,000 feet and then up to 10,500 feet, that snow is only gonna get deeper. Then the third thing is, again, watercourse crossings. We had bridges this time, but Steve and I were just looking at the maps and chatting with someone who knows the area, and the path that we're looking to go down in order to get back down to the trailhead has nine water crossings.
9, something I counted.
9, and bridges may or may not be there, and it's supposed to be a bigger creek, maybe even a river, so we're gonna have to scout that out. We don't want to get stranded halfway down that trail and then have to hike all the way back up only to hike back our emergency exit route. We've made it to 10,000 feet. This is the highest that I've ever hiked, and it feels pretty cool. This is like, I have a sense of accomplishment that I didn't think I'd have getting up here, because 10,000 feet for a lot of people isn't that big of a deal, but it's pretty cool for me. This is one of the highest points on the trail. I don't think it's the highest point. I think we have one more pass that's gonna be a little bit higher, but it's beautiful. I feel great. I had a 10-hour sleep last night, and that really put me in a good position to hike up this elevation and feel good while doing it. From here, we're gonna drop down into this valley here, down the drainage to those two lakes that I talked about yesterday that we might have camped at. It would have been tough coming up to this pass and then heading down there, so I'm glad we camped at the lake that we did. Trails like this and conditions like this is where I really like having a watch with maps on it. Definitely not a Cottage brand. This is the Garmin Enduro 2. It's my go-to watch, but I can navigate through snow and areas where the trail may come and go really quickly without having to pull my phone out a bunch. It's kind of been a lifesaver in this area because my instinct would have been to head down with the elevation straight down to the lakes, but we're kind of cutting across the slope a little bit here and contouring with the slope. We've made it to the lakes. They're just over this little ridge line here, but they're draining a lot of water. You can tell that there's more snow up here than there usually is, and it's melting and creating just these giant creeks. Some people tried to cross right here by laying down some logs. I think there's a rocky kind of stepping stone area down there that we're gonna try out. But excited to go check out these lakes. I think they're pretty big and pretty cool looking. made it to the lake that we're kind of thinking about camping at last night. Probably a good idea that we didn't. It would have been quite a bit of work to get up here. It's at higher elevation, so it would have been quite a bit colder, but it is a beautiful lake. We're heading around the lake and over another pass to get to our next campsite. And once we're there, I'll share with you guys all the camp clothing that I'm using to stay warm. It's a pretty cool little system, and then all of my sleep system, which, like I said, is mostly made from Cottage manufacturers. We made it up onto the pass. I think that's Big Elk Lake down there. You can see scattering clouds of precipitation kind of throughout the mountains. We got hit by sleet as we were coming up here, which made us put on our rain jackets. It was quite cold with the wind as well. I'm pretty happy that the precipitation was freezing as it was coming down, because rain is way worse to deal with than sleet or snow or hail. And it looks like we have some clear skies and sun kind of coming towards us, which is nice. Made it to Big Elk Lake. This is a spot that we were thinking of camping today, but it's very windy by the shore where it's a little bit open, and there's tons of snow. As you get into the trees, there's even more snow because it's more protected from the sun. So we're gonna have to kind of poke around, see if we can find something, otherwise we'll have to move on. We were debating whether to camp here at Big Elk Lake. I went across this little stream here and checked out that forest area. It was pretty good. There's a couple good tent pads, very beautiful views. But again, we decided to flip a coin on whether we stayed there or headed down into the valley a little bit deeper and down to another lake. The coin said, go down. So that's what we're gonna be doing. Trying to find our way down this cliff area and then around that marsh and then further down the valley. Made it to camp, got my sleep system all set up. Let's take you on a tour of this awesome sleep system made by pretty much Cottage brands. Let's start off with the sleeping pad. This is the Outdoor Vitals Oblivion sleeping pad. Some of you out there might argue whether Outdoor Vitals is a Cottage brand or not. I'm kind of basing the answer to that as yes, from the fact that they're a very small team. They have less than 20 people working for them, probably even less than 10, I'm not exactly sure. But there's basically no Cottage brands that are making sleeping pads, especially ones that actually perform. And the Oblivion has performed better than I expected. I didn't really expect much from Outdoor Vitals with this. I thought it was gonna be kind of a dud. It has an R value of 3.5, but I found that it kind of outperforms that. It sleeps as warm as some of the pads I've tried in the 4 R value range. One of the reasons why it might sleep warmer is due to the reflective top that it has. I'm not exactly sure why, but I kind of have a feeling that that's the reason why it's sleeping warmer for me, especially when I'm using a quilt. It's as comfortable as I thought it was gonna be. It kind of has these vertical baffles, but then introduces tiny dimples on them as well, kind of like the Nemo Tensor. And it's probably on par with the Nemo Tensor for me. I do have my arms falling asleep a little bit if I really spend like 4 or 6 hours sleeping on one side and then I have to turn over. For my top insulation, I'm using a Hammock Gear Econo Burrow quilt. This is a very affordable quilt, but also really high quality. It uses high quality down, high quality shell materials, and keeps me very warm. I have the 20-degree version here, and it's kept me warm on some pretty cold nights up in the mountains here. For my pillow, I'm using something that you guys have never seen on the channel before, but I've modified it to make it my own. So it's the Big Sky International Dream Pillow. So it's an inflatable pillow, basically just a big air bladder. A lot of people will just use that on its own because it's very lightweight. But what I did was I wrapped a buff around it and I took an extra pad strap from a quilt in order to attach it to my sleeping pad. This way I have a really lightweight, comfortable pillow. This pillow is more comfortable than I thought it would be, and it locks down onto the sleeping pad. My dream is for someone to make a cover for this pillow that's very lightweight and warm, but also has an included pad strap that weighs under 50 grams. Once it starts getting cold, that's when I put on my camp clothes. My Farpoint outdoor gear fleece is one of my favorite pieces of insulative layers. It's made with Alpha Direct fleece, and because of that, it's extremely lightweight, but still very warm. I'll throw this sweater on from Farpoint over top of my alpaca wool sun hoodie, and then along with my merino wool toque, that'll keep me warm down to about 50 degrees Fahrenheit or a little bit colder. If it starts getting colder than that, or if it's windy, because this is a very airy fleece, if the wind picks up, it's gonna start getting cold, I'll throw something else on over all of this, and I'll show that to you right now. The next layer that I throw on is my rain jacket, my Z-Packs Virtus rain jacket. This just blocks the wind and then locks in all the heat. It maximizes the effectiveness of the Alpha Direct fleece that the Farpoint is made out of, and this combination is extremely warm. I can get down to probably just above freezing and be nice and toasty. As you can see, it's very tough to put together a gear list made entirely from Cottage brands, but I feel like I did pretty good. There's a lot of Cottage brands in here, hopefully some that you've never heard of. There's a gear company that I have never tested or reviewed, but makes some pretty cool gear. I'm headed out on a trip to do something that may be really awkward, but could also be a lot of fun. I'm gonna be testing a bunch of gear from Outdoor Vitals and doing it right in front of the faces of the people who designed the gear. You and them are gonna get my raw and unfiltered opinion about the gear that they put their blood, sweat, and tears into. The first piece of gear that I want to introduce you guys to is the CS40 pack. This is the piece of gear that I was most excited for. It's a very sleek looking pack, and I've listened to a couple of the Outdoor Vitals podcasts in order to get some information on the pack. And so far, it's been really quite a good pack. My favorite feature that I found out so far are the water bottle pockets. Look at this. I can reach back, take some water, and then put it back into the water bottle pocket. It's crazy how many packs these days don't have side pockets that you can reach water in. I'm gonna be taking you guys along as I use this pack as well as all the other gear. I'm also gonna be looking at a tent, a windbreaker, a full sleep system, so sleeping pad, and a quilt. The sleeping pad is probably one of the only sleeping pads that I've seen from a smaller manufacturer like Outdoor Vitals that might actually perform well in the field. But if I have any questions, if there's something that I think is wrong with the pack or the tent or any of the products that I'm looking at, I'm gonna go tell Tayson and bring them right away, get their feedback, and then share that with you guys. Also, just a heads up, this video isn't sponsored by Outdoor Vitals. I was just really excited to get out on a trip with them, with the gear, and be able to have this back and forth experience. We got a thunderstorm that we can see in the distance over there that's rolling in on us. There's thunder happening and definitely some rain attached to that. Good thing I have a rain jacket from Outdoor Vitals to test out as well. Kind of hoping there's a little bit of rain, to be honest. We're starting to hit the snow. That's why we have snowshoes on our pack. Tomorrow we might be getting up into some elevation where there's some deeper snow, and we don't want to be post holing as well. We brought spikes. It's gonna be an interesting trip. These guys are taking me on a good adventure in the mountains of Utah. Got Brigham up there navigating, leading the way. This is the first trip in a very long time where I have no idea where I'm going or how far I'm going. I don't know anything about the navigation, which is kind of freeing, but also a little bit in the back of my mind, I'm like, where are we going? Apparently it's a beautiful lake up there. Excited to get there because I'm starting to get hungry, and I want to set up my tent, check out the sleep system that I brought with me, and then tomorrow I'm going to share some thoughts that I have about this pack. Made it to the lake. Looks like a lake just back at home. Always nice though.
You came all this way.
for a frozen leg. Another frozen leg. So we got to the spot where we're gonna set up camp. There's slim pickings with all the snow out everywhere, but we got on this top little ridge here, which is a little bit warmer than down low. I'm gonna set up right here in this nice area. Those guys are being nice and letting me have that, and they're gonna kind of tuck into the trees over there, get dinner going, and yeah, excited to see this tent and sleep system in person. There she is, all pitched. So this is the 2-person version of the tent. It's called the 40th, if I hadn't mentioned it already. It is a trekking pole tent, which I love. You get an all-in-one pitch, which is really nice. If it's raining, the flag goes up right up with the inner. And they say on their website that it fits 2 25-inch pads, but we'll have to see. I have a 25-inch pad here, and I'll have to borrow one of the other guys. We can do a little test. The sleeping pad is looking pretty space age, so I'm excited to check it out, sleep on it tonight, and then I'll share with you guys tomorrow everything that I've discovered and kind of think about the sleeping pad and the quilt here. Good morning. I slept better than I expected last night. The ground is frozen and really wet, and the sleeping pad that I was on is only rated to 3.5 R value. So I thought I was going to be cold coming from the ground, and then because the temperatures dropped below freezing, I thought I was going to be cold from my insulation on top as well, because my top quilt was only a 30-degree rated top quilt. But I slept actually really warm, so I'm not sure what's happening with that sleeping pad, because it slept way warmer than I expected for a 3.5 R value, and then the quilt performed really well. So I guess Outdoor Vitals is rated their quilts based on a comfort rating as opposed to a limit rating, because normally I can sleep slightly below comfort ratings and still be warm. But with the tent was pretty good. I did experience quite a bit of condensation inside the tent, which is expected. I'm camping on really wet ground, frozen ground, so there's going to be condensation, but it wasn't really running down the walls as much as I expected. And then there were some drips that were coming straight from the top that were landing on top of my quilt and on top of my sleep system. I think there's probably some things I can do in order to minimize condensation inside that tent. So I'm going to talk to Tayson and Brigham, see if they can give me some tips, because I imagine tonight we're going to be seeing a lot of condensation as well. How'd you sleep, Tayson?
I slept really good, like to the point where I fell asleep accidentally and woke up at 4 a.m. Yeah. How about yourself?
Good, yeah. What I was surprised about was the sleeping pad. R value 3.5. I was warm on ground that I didn't think I was going to be warm on. So what's up with that?
It was a good test, right? It was like cold, wet, frozen ground, swampy in the day. I've wondered the same thing though, because I've seen other pads out there that I know use either similar technologies or in ours, but don't have the silver coated top, and they're like 4 or 4.2 or something, and I'm like, how are we using the same technology? Like, I don't know exactly the thickness of their insulation, but we went with like one of the higher options, and we use a silver coated top. Like, how are they that much more? Like, it didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, maybe it's the reflective top. I was thinking maybe that's it. That's creating kind of this warmer microclimate above the pad for me. But I've tested R value pads with R values in the 4s, high 4s on this kind of ground and this kind of temperature, and been cold on them.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was surprised. I was right. I was like mentally prepared for a cold night. So what do we got going on today, Brigham?
Got a little bit of cross-country travel, and much of it will be in snow.
I guess that's why you got the snowshoes going there?
Yeah, I got the snowshoes. I'm going to give that a shot, because we kind of have to climb up out of this basin. It's a pretty steep climb. Normally, the trail is just switchbacks, but we'll just be switching back on snow.
We hit a bridge, not gonna have to hop the creek this time. We're gonna fill up on some water here too. It's getting pretty slippery. It's 10 a.m. and the snow's softening up, which means as we step, sometimes it's just giving out underneath us. Little slips every once in a while. Luckily, we just have to get up to the top of this ridge here, and then it should be a little bit more flat for most of the day. I'll get the heart rate going.
Yeah.
Stopping at this lake, day use area, a little picnic table, have some lunch. We had a good lunch. I got to use the windbreaker that Outdoor Vitals has made, which is a nice balance of breathability but also wind blocking capabilities. Very good pieces to like have in your pack that weighs around 100 grams. Throw it on during lunchtime or breaks, block some of that wind, keep some of the warmth. Yeah, looking forward to continue to try that. I did promise to talk to you guys about the rain jacket, so we'll do that once we get to camp. Right now we are kind of going along the snow field. We're on a north facing slope here, so it might be a ton of snow. We might have to throw in the snowshoes. There's not really any trail to speak of. It's gonna be interesting. Brigham mentioned that this part of the day is probably going to be the hardest part of the day, even harder than the random mogul fields and that slippery uphill that we had earlier in the day. That was a big hole.
What is that? There's something. That's one of those ramps. Your bike ramp.
Is it really?
Yeah. Sheesh. But I got some pretty long legs, and I went.
You went crotch deep, yeah. So I've been using the pack for about a day and a half now, and have some thoughts for you guys, some questions. How much weight have you guys maxed it out? For you, what's comfort from a max standpoint?
We haven't gone to like a failure point, which may be an interesting video someday, but yeah, okay. From comfort standpoint.
A good example for us would be like a winter trip. It's pretty hard to do a trip for like under 35 pounds.
Yeah.
With that, and I would say it's probably likely we've gotten to 40.
All right, Brigham, so maybe walk us through kind of what we're looking at with the frame here and how it's managing weight and transferring weight and all those good things that are leading to the pack carrying weight well.
So the overall objective is to stabilize and transfer the load and whatever that weighs. So we want the weight to be off of our shoulders, and that's done by having a supporting structure inside the backpack, and then having, these are called load lifter straps. And you see, if we were to loosen this strap, it's gonna push down all the weight on top of Tayson's shoulders, and also at the same time kind of pull him back. And all that does is putting all the pressure on the shoulders and the spine. That creates a ton of fatigue and discomfort and like long-term injury eventually. So we want to have a structure inside, and that's a carbon fiber internal frame stay. There's two of them. By having an internal frame that terminates right here, so higher than the level of the shoulder, and then if you connect in a piece of webbing here with a tension lock, through leverage, you're able to pull on that and lift the shoulder strap a little bit off the shoulder. Basically, that just lifts the majority of the weight off the shoulder, and then the weight has to be transferred somewhere, right? So all that weight is now transferred via the support structure, which is the carbon fiber frame, takes that load down to the hip belt at the bottom of the pack.
Maybe Taysom, we could kind of just get a side profile of the rest of the pack. What's this material that we're seeing here?
So this is Ultra 200. So it's an ultra fabric or an ultra fiber based woven fabric that's laminated on the inside. It's incredibly abrasion resistant, incredibly strong in terms of like tear resistance and tensile strength. It does all of that in a weight class of a 100D fabric, whereas this is a 200 denier fabric. So it's a really cool fabric, and it's something we wanted to do to have increased durability of the fabric with a really lightweight pack.
Heading down off the ridge into the valley here, try and find some water and a campsite, then get camp set up. Share with you guys some details around that quilt and sleeping pad that I used last night, and then the Tusher rain jacket that I've been promising for a while. And then at some point, either today or tomorrow, I'll give you guys the rundown on all the gear that I've used on this trip that I'm probably gonna really kind of incorporate into my day-to-day and move forward, because there's a few pieces that are really stand out when it comes to pieces of gear compared to other items on the market. We found water at this little creek right here. Looks real tasty. And then this big open field where, as long as it's dry, we can camp anywhere really. Before I throw my sleep system into the tent, let's just take you on a little bit of a tour of what Outdoor Vitals has to offer with regards to the sleep system. This is their Oblivion sleeping pad. I have here the 25-inch wide version. I am kind of partial to 25-inch wide sleeping pads, but if you want to save some weight or if you're on the smaller side, then they have a regular version, which is 21.5 inches wide. It has an R value of 3.5, but I'm a little bit uncertain on whether that's accurate. We'll get into that in a second here. But it has a decent weight at 26 ounces, which isn't the lightest sleeping pad out there, but it's kind of in that middle ground. It's 3 inches thick, which is gonna be thick enough for most people out there in order to be comfortable on this pad. And it has a baffling system that is kind of similar to the Nemo tensor. So you have vertical baffles that are also split up into little pressure relief points. So it's not like the X-Lite or Thermarest pads where you just have straight vertical baffles. And when I sleep on those, my arms fall asleep sometimes. Last night when I slept on this pad, I was very comfortable. I only tossed and turned a few times and none of my arms fell asleep, which is a very good sign. Before we get into price, which is a pretty big deal with this pad, let's talk about that R value of 3.5. So they use a synthetic insulation inside the pad along with a reflective foil throughout the middle of it. That's what's giving you the warmth with the pad. And 3.5 R value, I am usually comfortable in summer conditions with a 3.5, but when we're sleeping on frozen, cold, wet ground like we did last night, I wouldn't expect a 3.5 R value to keep me warm. And I went into last night thinking that I was gonna be cold with cold coming in from the ground, and it was surprisingly toasty. And I'm not sure why that is. It's maybe due to the insulation technology that's being used inside of it, or it could be this reflective top layer here. So they've added a reflective kind of coating to the top of the sleeping pad, and especially if you're using a quilt, I think that might make a pretty big difference in keeping you warm and creating this slightly warmer microclimate. I definitely have to test it out a little bit more to see what's going on there and maybe have some more conversations with Brigham and Tayson. I do wish that the valve was on the top of the pad. So it's a two-way valve. You have an inflation flap right here, and then you can pull the entire thing back and you dump air very quickly. But what I like about having a valve on the top of the pad is that you can do micro adjustments very easily if you're laying on the pad and you want to soften it up a bit, or if you are out in really cold temperatures and you inflate the pad and then it kind of loses some air over the course of your hanging out around camp, then you can add a little bit of air right before bed in order to firm it up and maximize R value. I'm really happy where this pad is priced as well. It's priced at just over $100, and that's going to be approachable for a lot of people out there and provide you a pad that's going to be very performative out in the field. For sleep insulation, I'm using the Stormloft 30-degree down quilt. It uses 10 denier shell fabric and then 800 power fill down. With that, you achieve a weight of 567 grams with the regular length version that I have here, and like I said, 30-degree rating. There's not a lot that differentiates different quilts, but the big thing is whether companies are being honest with their rating, because it's really easy to say our quilt that is rated to 30 degrees is 400 grams, but then maybe it only performs well at 40 degrees. So when I'm testing quilts, that's a big thing that I'm looking at. And last night, temperatures got just below freezing, and I was very comfortable in the storm loft 30 degree. So I was recording just over there talking about the sleeping pad and quilt, and then Kayson's right here, a few dozen yards away, just listen to me talk about his products, and Brigham's just hanging out in his tent over there right now, getting things set up. Jason, how was that?
I would say you're very accurate, and it was good, man. It was good.
Good morning. It's been raining off and on all morning, which has given me a good test for the tent on how it does in the rain. So far, no leaks, and it's not even really sagging at all, which is kind of surprising for a silk nylon tent. So that's kind of a good design feature. They must have gotten some of the geometry really dialed in. I'm just going to be kind of getting things going from inside the tent, eating my breakfast, packing things up, and then we'll get outside. I'll be able to test out the Tusher rain jacket in some real rain, which is cool. And then as we're hiking out, I'll share with you guys the gear that I'm really excited to keep using and testing, the gear that I probably won't be using and testing because it's just not a good fit for me, but how I might be recommending some of the gear for different people for different circumstances.
All packed up and back on the trail. The sun is out, so no need for the Tusher rain jacket anymore, but it is a really cool jacket. It uses some unique technology that you don't really see in other jackets that creates a durable, breathable, and then also lightweight jacket, but it comes at a cost. It's $230 for the jacket, weighing around 200 grams. But I'm still really excited to keep testing it out, especially with regards to breathability and durability, because there's not a lot of rain jackets out there that come in at that 200 gram range that are both durable and breathable. But what about the other Outdoor Vitals gear? Am I going to keep using the tent and the pack? Starting off with the windbreaker, I am probably going to keep using the windbreaker. It's a very interesting piece, especially for, I think, day hikes and shoulder season, where you sometimes need just that extra layer to block the wind and keep you warm when it's a little bit colder out. With the Oblivion sleeping pad, I probably won't be using it much anymore other than for testing purposes. I have sleeping pads that are lighter, sleeping pads that are more comfortable, but I do think it's a great option for people who don't want to be spending $200 on a sleeping pad and want something that's still gonna be warm, comfortable, and relatively lightweight. So I will be continuing to test out and putting more nights on it so that I can give you a better idea on whether I recommend it. For the quilt, it's gonna stay in my quilt quiver. I have a lot of different quilts, but I don't have a 30 degree, so this one's gonna be nice to have. I feel like most quilts are the same, so as long as it's not overpriced, which the Outdoor Vitals one isn't, then it's a good buy. So I can recommend the quilt, and I will be using it on trips where I need something to keep me warm down to about freezing. The 40th tent is an interesting one. It weighs under a kilogram, so it's fairly lightweight, but what I think sets it apart from a lot of other tents out there is that it has really robust systems for dealing with weather. So there's a lot of different guy out points, ways to lock the tent down, so if you encounter a lot of wind, a lot of rain, you're gonna be really protected inside the 40th tent. But on the other hand, a lot of the time when I'm going out, I'm not in extreme conditions and I don't need a tent that's that robust. I can get away with something lighter. So for me, I probably won't be using it that much. Maybe if I head over to Europe and I'm in Scandinavia or England where they deal with a lot of crazy weather and wind, then I think that tent would be a great option. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna be pulling my go-to tents like the Z-Pax Plex Solo and the Durston X Mid 2. The pack is an interesting one. You might look at it and think it looks like pretty much every other pack out there, but I think it stands apart in the attention to detail. The fact that I can reach the water bottle pockets is pretty unique for me and kind of a game changer, especially with a pack that weighs as light as it does at just over 700 grams, and then that can carry 30, 35, maybe even 40 pounds. I'll definitely be testing this pack out and using it more. I think the way it fits into my systems is that when I want a lighter weight pack that can still carry a lot of weight, I'll probably be going with the CS40. Normally I'd be going with the REI Flash 55, but it weighs quite a bit more, almost 500 grams more than the CS40, which is quite a bit of weight to be adding onto your pack. Over the next 24 hours, I'm going to try and fast pack a trail that most people take 4 days to backpack. I want to see if fast packing is a fun way to move quickly and see a lot of trail, or if it's a sufferfest that doesn't allow you to stop and smell the roses. I'm going to be dealing with a lot of very steep elevation gain and loss on this trip, as well as gear limitations in order to achieve a base pack weight of only 7 pounds. And then to top it all off, I have to reach the midpoint campsite location or risk illegally camping within the national park. The trail that I'm on is called the Rockwall Trail. It's 60 kilometers in the Canadian Rockies and is a very popular backpacking trail and even sees quite a few fast packers. But what I'm doing different is I'm going in the opposite direction of most fast packers. Most people, they start at the south end and then have their harder day as day 1 and then have a nice easy day 2 gradual decline to run out back to the parking lot. I'm starting on the easier day and then I'm gonna have a very tough day 2 with a ton of elevation gain, a lot of elevation loss. It's gonna be a lot harder to run that part of the trail. As well, I know that section has a lot more bears, so I'm gonna have to be on my toes, keeping an ear out, yelling a lot in order to not sneak up on a bear as I'm trying to run the trail. The pack that I'm using is the Gossamer Gear Fast Kumo. It's made for fast packing and running. It has running vest, shoulder straps, 2 serum straps, and then a waistband as well. It's carrying the 15 pounds I have in it very well. 15 pounds is quite a bit more than I was hoping for this trip. I was hoping to get around 12, but I made some gear choices that are gonna have me sleeping a little bit more comfortably. There might be some bugs up at the campsite, so I wanted to have a fully enclosed shelter. I'm gonna try and run as much of the trail as possible. I do a lot of running at home, but usually it's only for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. So trying to run for a full day is probably not in the cards, but as much as I can when I'm on these flatter sections or going downhill, then I'm gonna try and run it in order to make up time, because I'm gonna have to be moving pretty quick in order to make it to the campsite today and then to make it back to my car before it gets dark tomorrow. As I hit hills, that's when I definitely start walking, or if my legs are starting to feel a little bit tired, then I'll walk for a bit, take a break. But the goal is to keep a 5 to 6 kilometer an hour average pace. That requires me to be running probably for about a third to half the time today, and then probably for half the time tomorrow for sure, because I have a lot more mileage to cover tomorrow, about 50% more. Hey, Bert. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Getting our first view of the rock wall on the left side there. There are some pretty epic views on this trail. We're only getting started right now. There's Helmet Falls. I'm gonna stop at the campground that most people stop at, Helmet Campground right down there, and then take a break, and then head up this ridge to get up to the Rockwall area. It's nice to just sit down, take a load off. I'm moving pretty fast, 5 kilometers an hour, which is about what I wanted to do today. I didn't want to go too hard, too much on this first day, because I know I have a much bigger day tomorrow, a lot more elevation, and then about 50% more distance. So yeah, trying to take it easy. It's about 2:30 right now, stopping and take a break, drink some water. For water, I'm using these Solomon soft flasks, 500 milliliters. Just really quick to scoop water up, throw it into my running vest, and drink as I go. Just I can lean down, take a sip of water. It's really good. And then most of my calories are coming from fruit bars and then these Pro bars, which have 370 calories, so very calorie dense. And then, like I said, for dinner tonight, I'm gonna be having a full cook-on dinner that's like 900 calories. Really looking forward to that. And I have a little tweak to my cook system, my Ultralight cook system, so I'll share that with you once we get to camp. I passed a park warden a little ways back who was checking permits, which is really nice to see. And I told him what my plan was for this trip and what I was gonna be doing tomorrow. And he just kind of laughed and said, good luck. Just stopping to smell the roses. Look at that view in that waterfall. So we're gonna be dropping down to this little area, seeing some nice little glacial lakes, and then cutting up and taking this ridge up into the Alpine. And from there, get some nice views of the Rockwall. I'm feeling pretty beat up right now, which is pretty sad because it's about half the distance that I'm gonna have to cover tomorrow and less elevation overall. rock wall is pretty insane, but even with how beautiful it is, to me it's probably only the second, maybe even only the third best view on the entire trail. So we're in for a treat tomorrow. I've been really taking it easy, working my way up to this pass and this view here. And something that's been super critical for that is my Garmin Enduro 2 watch. I use this in order to keep track of my heart rate as well as my speed and find a nice balance. Like I said, I've been trying to keep a speed of about 5 kilometers an hour average. And then I'm also trying to keep my heart rate under 150. So what I'll do is I'll run until my heart rate hits 150, and then I'll stop, walk for a bit, allow it to come down to about 120. And then once it hits 120, then I know that I'm good to go for a run again. So the main Rockwall trail kind of goes along the base of this big mountain here towards that glacier, and then down into Tumbling Creek. But I'm gonna be heading this way to Wolverine Pass in order to get outside the park. I don't have any reservations inside the park, so I gotta get outside the park in order to camp, not illegally. Made it to camp. So I'm gonna get my tent set up, my sleep system set up. I'm using a quote, the Enlightened Equipment Revelation. It's 950 power fill down, 70 near shell fabric. It's insanely light. It's a 40-degree version, which should keep me warm tonight. We'll see. And then I did bring a pillow, the Trekology 2.0. I get such a better sleep when I have a pillow. Other than the clothes that I'm wearing, which we'll get into tomorrow, I brought a merino wool toque and then a down sweater made by Patagonia. This thing is insanely light, weighing only 150 grams. And the toque is to keep my head warm, but also in order to cover my eyes so that I can go to bed when it's still light and then wake up after it's been light for a little bit. The reason I went with the Plex Solo tent instead of the Z-Packs Hexamid tarp, which is about half the weight, is because of bugs. This time of year in the Canadian Rockies is pretty bad for bugs. As the sun's starting to go behind the mountain there, the mosquitoes are already coming out and starting to bother me, and then horseflies have been out as well. So having the full mesh enclosure is really nice. And the Plex Solo isn't super heavy, weighing around 300 grams. I do have my Ursax. This is adding quite a bit of weight to my entire kit. I'm in extreme grizzly bear country. I've seen a lot of scat so far. People have told me on trail that they've seen grizzly bears. Like I said at the beginning, they're more on the south end of the trail. So tomorrow is really going to be, we're going to have to be calling out a lot, staying vigilant and on my toes. I got my bear spray. I have it tucked in to the left side of my pack in a very easy to grab place. So I could just reach back, stick a finger through, pull it out, flip off the safety and spray a bear, which I've had to do. I've been charged by a grizzly bear while hiking the Great Divide Trail. And luckily I was able to spray it with the bear spray and have it run off. For dinner today, it's made by ReadyWise, but it's from their Pro menu. So this is country style chicken pot pie, which is probably kind of like biscuits and gravy a little bit, but with chicken. For my cook kit, this is brought to you by the sponsor of this trip, Garage Growing Gear. Everything that's in this really kind of cute cook kit can be found at Garage Growing Gear. It's my favorite place for ultralight gear. First, we have the Tokes Light 550 milliliter pot. This thing is insanely light. There's no handles on this pot, which is okay because I have this little cute pot grabber made by Suluk 46. And it's made of carbon fiber, weighs 3 grams, which is about 9 grams less than the handles on the handled version of this pot. So with this pot gripper, I can grab a really hot pot, pour it into my meal, and I'm good to go. For reference, these little pot grippers can only pick up about 500, 600 milliliters of water. For the carbon fiber version, they make an aluminum version and a bigger version that can handle bigger loads. So just keep that in mind as you're ordering this. Only get the carbon fiber small version if you are going to be using an ultralight pot and not putting a lot of water in it. The stove that I'm using is probably not a surprise to anyone. It's the BRS 3000 stove. It weighs 25 grams, and I've had this one for probably 5, maybe even 6 years, and it's still going strong. This entire kit, the pot, the stove, the pot gripper, even the elastic comes in at 178 grams. You don't get much lighter than that. And for reference, a Jetboil weighs 3 times that much. So this is an insanely lightweight system. And Garage Growing Gear is the only store where you can get all 3 of these items in one place. You don't have to go to 3 different websites and have 3 different orders coming in. You go to Garage Growing Gear, it's really simple. They'll get it shipped out to you very quickly. And shipping will be free if you get all 3 of these items because they have free shipping over $40. I did bring my pink titanium spoon on this trip. If I'm somehow able to make it through tomorrow and the insane elevation and kilometers and bears, it's probably going to be because of this pink spoon. This is actually looking real good. Looking forward to this. I'm starving. Ah, starving monster. I'm pretty beat, so I'm gonna be heading to bed. I'll let you guys know in the morning how I slept and how the entire sleep system worked out for me. Tomorrow promises to be a pretty tough day. It'll definitely be testing that question of whether fast packing is a sufferfest or whether it's worth it and allows you to see a lot more area a lot quicker. Good morning. I slept okay. It wasn't the best sleep that I've ever had, but it wasn't terrible. I was on the Zoom UL sleeping pad, which in the past for me has slept pretty cold, but luckily temperatures are very warm right now. It got down to about 10 degrees Fahrenheit, and then the ground is super warm as well, so I didn't have a lot of cold coming up through the ground. And then my top quilt was warm, no problem. The plan this morning is to eat a bar. I already got my ursack from the tree down there. This is the only thing that I'm having for breakfast today. Pack up really quickly and then do my morning business and hit the trail. Let's do this. I got a little dehydrated yesterday, so I want to stay on top of that today. To help with hydration, I do have a couple tools with me. I have gnarly nutrition packs, which have 200 calories and then 500 milligrams of sodium. And then I have Element electrolyte packs, which have 1,000 milligrams of sodium. So I'm gonna take one of these right now in order to kind of get my electrolytes all buffered up for the rest of the day. We're starting the day with a little downhill, then a little uphill, and then we're gonna be getting to an insane downhill and then the insane uphill, the biggest uphill of the entire trip. Not looking forward to that. Try and drink as much water as I can before heading up this uphill. Whoever designed this part of the trail is not messing around. It's really steep. You're on your toes basically the whole time. And I'm just taking my time because I don't want to pull a tendon or ligament or injure a muscle. I want to be able to get to the top of this and then run down the other side in comfort. This seems like a good spot to talk about the clothing that I'm using for this trip. I get asked about my hat all the time. It's just a hat and a patch that I picked up on Amazon and then merge them together. My sunglasses are Shady Rays sunglasses. I've gone through a lot of different sunglasses in the past, but just keep coming back to these. And then I'm wearing an Outdoor Research Echo sun hoodie. This has been really good, nice lightweight, but still keeping the sun off me. Then my shorts are Avatic shorts from Decathlon. They're like trail running shorts, but then I cut the liner out. I was gonna wear the pair that I have with the liner, but I've never tested them on this long of a trip before, so I wasn't sure how they do chafing wise. So instead I went with Exoskin boxer briefs. These things are awesome. They have Teflon built into them, so I haven't had any chafage, not even a hint of chafage, and that's been awesome. And then on my feet are probably the most important thing on a trip like this, right? I'm wearing Hoka Tecton shoes. It's not my usual Speed Goat 5s, but that's because these are a little bit lighter. They're made for more of a trail running performance type thing where they're a little bit narrow at the front and they lock your foot down a little bit better for running downhill and things like that. And then for my socks, I'm wearing Exoskin toe socks. They're a great toe sock. I haven't had any hint of blisters with them either. I love them. They don't stink quite as bad as in Gingies, and they're just a little bit easier to put on as well. So far, very happy with all the clothing choices that I've made for this trip. So from here, we're gonna be dropping down a lot of elevation down into the creek, way down there, and then gaining a ton of elevation. You can see on my watch here the elevation profile, and it's intense. If I can run out most of this down section, as well as the down section at the end of the trail, then I should be able to keep above a 4 km/h pace, which will hopefully have me home in time for dinner and not have Steffi Poo mad at me for missing another dinner for going out hiking. Hey bear. 20 kilometers to go. Made it to Numa campground. Gonna have a little bit of a snack here before starting that really steep ascent. It's gonna be a lot, but it's gonna be worth it once we get to the top because there's a beautiful lake that I'm gonna probably go swimming in. I'm feeling pretty good. I was able to run pretty much the entire downhill from that pass down to this campground. And I attribute that to two things. First of all, the stretching that I did last night was super helpful. Kind of allowed my muscles to loosen up a little bit. I didn't sleep really tight, and then when I woke up this morning, I felt really good. The second thing is training, but we'll talk about that once we get on trail. There's 3 different ways I train in order to help with hiking. The first one is just getting steps in. So whether that's through going on walks or going on runs, a lot of the time I get out for about 2, maybe 3 runs per week, and that helps out a lot. The second thing is strength training, and I think this is what really helps with elevation gain. So we'll see how well I've been doing over the last little while here as we hike 9 kilometers uphill. But doing things like squats, step ups, hip thrusters, all those things are gonna help out with hiking, especially keeping you from getting injured and having a robust body. The third thing is something that I haven't been doing super well lately, and that's training your feet. For me at least, my feet are one of the things that get beat up the most. So I'm always trying to strengthen my feet, whether that's through barefoot training, so wearing minimal shoes when walking the dog, when walking around town, or using my standing desk. That's something I haven't been doing that much recently, is using my standing desk, but I find using barefoot shoes and then standing desk, those 2 things combined, when I'm doing them properly, really help with my feet health. I'm definitely dehydrated again today. I'm trying to drink as much water as I can, but my stomach just isn't taking it. So yeah, luckily this isn't a longer fast pack because I'll be able to get back to my car, get back to civilization and rehydrate properly. Doing the last push of elevation here. Whew, it's looking good, but my body is falling apart and still got 15 kilometers to go after this. I think part of it is the heat as well. So hopefully taking a dip in a alpine lake will cool me off a bit. Made it to the top. Done with the elevation gain. Woo! Woo! Feels good to be up here. There's a little bit of a breeze. It's a little bit cooler. I'm already starting to feel energized and ready to try and run my way down that lake and then jump in for a swim. That was a nice dip. My body's feeling good after that. Let's hammer out this last 10 kilometers of downhill and talk about whether fast packing is a sufferfest or whether it's a fun way to see a lot of trail. All right, we're about halfway down this decline to the parking lot, and I gotta say, fast packing is a sufferfest. My body is in shambles, but there are a lot of good things that come along with fast packing too. First of all, you can cover a ton of ground, see a lot of sights. And I didn't feel like I missed out on stopping and smelling the roads. I literally stopped and smelled flowers all along the trail. I didn't feel like I was rushed when I was looking at the different sites and waterfalls. So in that sense, definitely not a knock against fast packing. But I also don't see myself fast packing for every trip from now on. I think it's a good option when you're solo because solo at camp is kind of boring. So you might as well be spending the time on trail. And for me, I'm not a marathon runner. So fast packing is more about efficiency and covering as much miles as possible. And that's what I was able to do on this trip. I probably ran about a quarter of the time the first day, and then today, probably about half the time. So I was actually doing pretty good with the running today. Also, if you're a weekend warrior and you want to cover a big trail in a weekend, then you can do it. Like I said, this trip is a 4-day trip for most people, but I was able to do it in 2 days, and I was going about 30%, 40% faster than my normal hiking pace. So easy 4-day trip turned into a hard 2-day trip. I'm about to start a backpacking trip with a 50-pound pack. This is the heaviest pack that I've carried in a very long time. So why am I doing it? Normally I like to go as lightweight as possible so that I can be comfortable while on trail and hiking. But on this trip, I'm flipping the script. I want to see if the pain and potential for injury while carrying a heavy pack is worth it for the comforts that I'm going to get while at camp. And let me tell you, I've got some pretty awesome goodies in here that I'm going to be sharing with you.
Another 6 kilometers, 5 kilometers past that.
I'm on a trip with 8 guys, which is the biggest trip with the most people that I've ever been on. We're starting in Jasper National Park, heading up over Cataract Pass to Pinto Lake, Michelle Lakes, and then down Owen Creek into Banff National Park. I'm using the Kelty Glendale 85 pack. It has a carrying rating of 45 to 75 pounds. So far, it's carrying the weight really well. Like I said, I have over 50 pounds in here, and I'm feeling pretty good a couple miles into the trip. We'll see tomorrow, because tomorrow's the big day. We're gonna be doing 20 kilometers, and then the day after that, we have the most elevation gain. And elevation gain is really where I think it's gonna kick my butt. So it's been raining all morning. It's supposed to continue to rain into tonight and tomorrow morning. Luckily, because I have such a heavy pack, I have a lot of gear. So I should be able to keep myself as well as several people comfortable once we get to camp. We're almost halfway done the day, 6 kilometers so far, and the pack is carrying pretty good. I'm surprised. I've carried less weight in other packs before that were built what seemed to be more robust, and they didn't carry the weight nearly as well. This is the kind of trip to bring a heavy pack on. We're not doing a ton of mileage every day. Tomorrow out of the 4 days is when we're gonna have the most mileage, so we're gonna have a lot more time at camp, and I'm gonna be able to enjoy the items that I have in the pack. So we're gonna be heading down this trail and then hitting that wall and turning right up to Cataract Pass. From here on out, we're gonna be on Great Divide Trail, so maybe we'll run into some Great Dividers, which would be pretty cool. And I'm excited to get back on the trail and see some spots that I really, really loved. What I'm not looking forward to is climbing up the pass. I know it's steep and it's a lot of elevation gain. I'm already struggling on some of the elevation that we've been hitting, and it's not even been that steep and for that long. Scrambling. 50-pound pack. It's great. That was tough going scrambling through there. Definitely some sketchy spots. With 10-15-pound pack, like when I did the Great Divide Trail last time, that wasn't too bad. But the 55-pound pack, it's
that's your own fault, Justin.
I got goodies in here for you.
He says that he's just out of shape, you guys. Let's just be real.
We can do some
50 pounds.
We'll do some stretches and some exercise when we get to camp.
We're gonna have to. I'm not getting any younger. Oh, hey, little buddy. Oh, you're the cutest little Pika ever.
Yeah.
Where? Right in here.
This guy.
Oh my goodness.
Aren't you cute?
Oh, he's terrified. The poor little guy.
Oh, you look like my puppy.
Oh, I want a picture of it.
The last time I was in this area was when I was hiking the Great Divide Trail and I was dealing with a shin splint injury, and that's one of my concerns on this trip. When you're carrying a heavy load like I am, you're a lot more at risk of getting injured. You can twist an ankle. If you get a little bit off balance, it's gonna throw you off a lot more. And then even just the wear and tear on the body when you're going up these hills and going downhill is a lot more. We made it.
This is the rest of the crew.
Yeah, this is the top of the pass.
You guys are in the top 5.
Well, some of us. How was that for you guys?
That was good.
It started raining. That's where we're heading to camp. It's beautiful, especially when the weather's clear. Hopefully tomorrow morning we get a little bit of some of these clouds clearing up. I'm excited to get my shelter set up because I have a pretty good shelter for rain and some stuff in order to share with the other guys in order to keep us a little bit more comfortable at camp. We found our campsite. We're getting the tarp set up. I ended up bringing a tarp because I knew that the weather was going to be super rainy for at least this first day. Hopefully it lets up a little bit tomorrow and the other days. It might just be off and on over the entire 4 days of the trip. The tent that I brought on this trip is the Durston X-Mid Pro 2. I wanted to bring a 2-person tent so I could just throw everything in there, get inside and have a ton of space just to hang out, organize all my gear, especially with this rain that we're getting. It's pretty crazy. And then I wanted to bring a Dyneema tent because Dyneema doesn't hold on to water, so I'm not gonna be having to deal with as much water in the morning. I just wipe down any condensation from the inside and then any rain that accumulates on the outside really easily. It is raining really hard. We're all crammed in under this tent. I'm gonna get dinner going. I have my chair here set up. I'm gonna have a nice seat and use the wind burner. So other than Jesse, who's with Backcountry Forward, you guys know him. Everyone else is from the US, and it's I don't think they're quite used to the same kind of weather that we see in Canada in late July here.
I'm from California. This is the best.
We brought some great snacks for this trip because we're able to. 55 pounds. We got some ketchup chips. Jesse brought those. I brought some coffee crisps for the Americans. The Pringles are being passed around. And I have another snack for tomorrow, or maybe the next day as well. But we'll keep that a little bit of a secret for now. I'm excited. When weight is an issue, you can just kind of bring any food that you want. And personally, I like some delicious snacks. It's raining really hard still. We're all gonna be heading to bed, trying to stay warm because it's getting cold. It's supposed to drop down to freezing or lower, and there's already snow up in the mountains coming down. So it's probably gonna be waking up to snow tomorrow morning. I don't think anyone was really expecting that or ready for it. I'm all packed into bed. I have enough clothes to stay warm tonight. I have a lot of clothes. I was able to bring a lot of clothes because I didn't worry about clothing at all when I was packing. I have a pair of socks for every day, a pair of underwear for every day, and a lot of warm clothes. I have everything that I'm wearing right now. I have another sweater and then a down jacket. We'll see what tomorrow brings. I do think we're gonna wake up to snow, and that's gonna be a bit of a shocker for everybody. I think tonight and then tomorrow are gonna be a little bit miserable. Hopefully the treats that I brought and the tarp help out a little bit with morale. And I have a few extra treats that will hopefully bring morale up a little bit at camp tomorrow. And we should be able to have a fire tomorrow as well, which will make things a lot better as far as getting warm and staying warm. Good morning. Temperatures got down to just above freezing, 3 degrees Celsius, so it wasn't as bad as expected. The rain stopped kind of as forecasted, 9 p.m., which was really nice. So we're waking up to no rain and a little bit of cloud cover, but hopefully that clears off. I'm gonna get my breakfast going, and as I let that kind of rehydrate, I got some oatmeal in this Rusby bag here. I'll share with you this whole system that I got going on here for camp comfort. The chair that I'm using is a new chair from Nemo. It weighs about the same as a Helinox Chair Zero at around a pound. It's the Moonlight Elite chair. So what's really cool about this chair, other than the weight, is that it has these adjusters on the side that allows you to have it in upright mode like I have right now, or you can let them loose and then be in decline or recline mode. And I really like that feature because sometimes I want to be in one or the other, and both other chairs are kind of locked in on one option. And on this trip, I also brought a table. It was a little bit useful yesterday just to prop things up off the wet ground, and then as you're sitting in your chair, you can kind of just have things at arm level and easy to reach. So nice little comfort item addition there. We're just eating breakfast, getting camp all taken down. We're gonna pack up really quickly and hit the trail. 50-pound pack is gonna be a little bit brutal, but hopefully once we get to camp, carrying all that weight is gonna be worth it for the sleep system that I have, which I'll share with you guys. It's insanely comfortable, and then some of the extra little treats that I brought as well. Yeah, you warming up, Derek?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah.
Did you guys stay warm last night?
Last night was great.
Yeah, you good?
Yeah, it was great.
That's awesome. So we made it to camp. My body is pretty sore. I'm wracked. My knees, my ankles are really sore. Hopefully I can get a good night's sleep because I'm packing Not the lightest, but probably the comfiest sleep system that you can get out there. I'm gonna set up right here and I'll share that with you, and then we're gonna head over and have dinner. Because I thought we might be having a fire, and we have a fire pit over there, I did bring the king of firewood processing, the ultimate saw out there. Excited to bust that out and start chopping some wood. For my sleep system, start with the pillow, because the pillow is pretty epic. This is the Xped Mega Pillow, and I use the 2 loops on either side to attach a pad strap to it, just with shot cord. This thing is insanely comfortable. It's tall, it's big, I can toss and turn, and even though it's heavy, it's worth it, especially on trips like this where I want to be getting a good night's sleep. My sleeping pad is the REI Helix sleeping pad. This thing is very warm. Even in the field, I've been testing sleeping pads a lot, and some of them don't live up to their R value. This one does. Super warm, and then super comfortable with the baffling system that it has. So you can see it has these little dimples, and what makes this one really effective is that when you press down on the dimple, it just creates this little spring, and each of these springs relieves pressure points. So this pad is really comfortable. I don't have any limbs falling asleep on me or going numb. And then for my quilt, I'm using the Enlightened Equipment Revelation Apex 40. So this is a 40-degree quilt, so not quite warm enough for these temperatures, but I brought a lot of clothing. But it's made out of synthetic material, so even if it gets a little damp due to the rain and the humidity out here, it's gonna still insulate me really well. It's not gonna start clumping up like down does. This sleep system is phenomenal. Definitely go check it out. The link's in the video description. I had a great night's sleep last night, and I expect to have the same tonight, and I need it because my body, like I said, is beat. Just how you learn in school.
Oh. Oh wow. Oh. Let's get some water.
Oh, it's a little wet. Oh no, it's smoking. Should be
Protected area there. You gotta get it hot underneath, guys. No, that's not this.
Tomorrow we have the most elevation gain out of any day of the trip. It's going to be a lot, 1,100 meters. And with a 55-pound pack, I'm not looking forward to it. Hopefully I wake up well rested. My body feels good. I'm not sore after getting a good night's sleep on that sleep system. But I know I'm going to be moving slow, and I'll probably be able to tell you after that elevation gain, once we get to tomorrow's campsite, whether it was worth it to carry all that weight for the luxuries and comfort at camp, or if the suffering was just too much. We're gonna be heading up along the lake, and then up over pass, down a little bit, and then up over another pass to the highest point of the Great Divide Trail, probably seeing the best views of the entire trip, and fingers crossed it's not raining. Good morning. Slept like a baby. That Helix sleeping pad is insanely comfortable, really warm. Glad I brought on this trip. We're gonna get camp taken down, eat breakfast, go number 2, and then we're gonna hit the trail and tackle that elevation gain. Some of the guys have been offering to take gear off me and carry it up the elevation. But I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see what I can do. If it's too much and I'm falling really far behind, then I might take them up on that offer. We'll have to see. And then we'll get up onto those passes, and it's a beautiful sunny day, so we should have some amazing views as well. With the rain that we've had for the last 2 days, something that's been really nice is I brought an extra pair of socks and underwear for every day of this trip. So that's 3 extra pairs of underwear, 3 extra pairs of socks in addition to the ones I was wearing on day 1. That's been nice. Normally I wouldn't do that. And putting on damp socks day after day can kind of wear on you. It's a lot. So it's nice to have dry socks. And I have my camp booties as well down here, which have been amazing. Instead of having to wear my soaking wet shoes, even when I take the insoles out and let them dry a little bit, they're still not quite as comfortable as having camp booties. So 2 more luxuries that have been quite nice on this trip, especially due to the weather. Feeling pretty good right now because of that good night's sleep. Feel rested, nothing super sore, which is surprising. This pack is phenomenal. It just basically becomes part of your body, and you're just carrying extra weight up with you. But it is 50 pounds of extra weight. So while my body is used to carrying around 180 pounds, right now it's carrying around 230. We're leaving the lake shore and we're starting to make our ascent. We're gonna probably have some nice switchbacks at first until we hit kind of the valley and then the pass, and then that's where the grind is really gonna start.
Okay, sounds good.
Podcaster.
The worst of the elevation, no? Oh, are you kidding?
I'm always okay.
two safeties, they really switched to a cover one right there.
So we came along that drainage up here, and then we're gonna continue heading up here and hit the top of this ridge, hit right there at that cairn, and then drop down basically to the same amount of elevation as we'll probably be about there, and then go up an equally as steep and difficult pass is what we're looking at right now. Woo! Oh! This is sick. Oh! 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 Are you kidding me? Oh wow! Oh! Made it up onto the pass, the first pass. Feeling pretty good. That was. How are you guys feeling? That was a lot of elevation gain.
That was awesome.
Feeling good. Glad
that
we
was
made
tough,
it.
but it was awesome.
Yeah. My calves and quads, glutes, feeling it.
Hey.
Next step from here is to drop down to this valley, head up a little bit there, and then cut across in between those two peaks into that pass right there, and that's gonna be the highest point of the whole trip. And pretty epic views from there. We might end up climbing up onto that peak too. We're gonna take packs off here, have a little break. This thing's a beast. I don't know if I'll ever carry this much weight again. We'll see if it's worth it. Ugh. Still reflecting on that, still reflecting. We just watered up, cameled up. I'm not carrying too much water because we're heading straight uphill from here up to the highest point on the trail. These brakes are nice, but I know I'm gonna be hurting by the time we get up to the pass.
Last. To the end. I see trail police.
Justin, you need me to carry something for you?
I'm good. I'll get up this hill.
Are you sure?
We'll see.
Okay.
I'll let you know. Thank you, Jesse. So we started down in the creek bed down there. We're making up pretty good elevation. The problem is that there's no trail here, so we're just kind of navigating based on what's on my watch here, the Enduro 2. And just following a general route, because most people, they come and they do the GDT the opposite direction, then they hit this pass and they just kind of like disperse down this trail. So there's nothing that ever gets really defined and scoured out. But it's tough going, and we have another big slog ahead of us to get to the top of the pass. Right now, I'm not sure having all this weight is worth it. This is a slog climbing up this hill. But I have something in my pack for at camp that may change my mind. We'll see. Whew. So we realized that we probably should have crossed over a little bit sooner onto that other ridge, but because of where we are right now, we're thinking of just powering up there and then hitting this really sweet summit, really awesome spot that we were thinking of dropping our packs and hiking to once we got to the pass. But then we have different scenarios going on where some people are probably gonna just cut across here, head to the pass, then maybe drop their packs, and then the rest of us are gonna be going up. I'm not sure if I'm making the best decision to push for the summit. I think it's further than it looks, but it'll be rewarding. In 10 years, I'm gonna look back and I'm probably not gonna regret it. So there's the top just right there. You can see on the horizon line. There's the pass that we're gonna be coming down to. Jesse just had a really good idea to cut across to where we'll go down to the pass, drop our packs, and then make the last final push. So that's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna make a big difference for me, I think. It would take me a very long time just to make that final push to the summit if I didn't do that though. Just made it up here. Feels pretty darn good. Yeah, job everybody. Taking the packs off was a game changer. And we're gonna be able to see our campsite just from that other little ridge. We'll go check it out and then head down to the pass. We started down there, came down up this creek, up this valley, and then straight up this scree slope to get on this ridge and see some phenomenal views. And then we'll head down over there to the lake where we're gonna be camping. Tomorrow, we head up over that pass and then down to Owen Creek. Yeah! Woo! Woo! Heading back down now, picking my pack. I don't think I would have made it up that last push with my pack. So yeah, that's a limiting factor of having a super heavy pack. You sometimes will be limited on what you can do and where you can go. Got the pack back on, time to book it down to camp. My legs don't jiggle jiggle, they fold. I recognize this feeling from the Great Divide Trail. It's delirium, I think. Woo! I love hiking. Where am I? Oh, Canada, our home and native land. Just working our way down to the lake. It's been a slog. I can't wait to get down there, take my pack off, set up camp, take a load off in the chair, have my special treat for myself. Whew, but these views. One second. Was it worth carrying a beer for 3 days? I don't know. After 18 kilometers and a ton of elevation today and carrying that 50-pound pack, this is going straight to my head. So let's try and get through this summary of whether carrying the 50-pound pack for the luxuries and the comforts that I had at camp was worth it for the discomfort that I had on trail. So in some ways, I think it was worth it. The kind of trip that I was on where we were doing lower mileage and the weather was pretty bad. We had rain the first 2 days. I think because of those reasons, it was worth it carrying a bit of extra weight. Having the tarp, having the 2-person tent was really nice for those scenarios. And then all the extra clothes, once my socks got wet, I was able to change them out. That was worth it for me. But I was struggling on a lot of these days, and even though they're shorter, they're still very hard. If I had a much lighter pack, I would have been cruising up and down this elevation, no problem. I also really enjoyed all the treats I had on this trip, all the snacks I had, the good food, the beer on day 3. I had to carry this, a whole pound for basically 3 days. But on the same token, the weight wasn't as much of an issue as I thought it was going to be. I thought I was gonna be dying with 55 pounds. I thought I was gonna be way behind everybody, getting to camp at 8 p.m., 9 p.m., and then having to wake up early and go on ahead of them just to make up the distance. But that wasn't the case. The pack carried the weight very well, and the 55 pounds didn't feel too bad. But if I was gonna be doing this trip again, I probably would have tried for a much lower weight, probably around 35, 40, probably 40 pounds is where I would have ended up with. I would have brought a little bit less clothing, a little bit less food. I probably wouldn't have brought like axe throwing and some of those silly items. Even a beer is kind of unneeded on a trip like this. And I would have been able to get down to 40 pounds. I would have been really comfortable at camp, but then the hiking would have been a lot easier. Dropping from 55 pounds down to 40 pounds is a big difference. So overall, I learned a lot on this trip. I kind of pushed past some of the preconceived notions that I had of what a heavy pack would do to you and how it would impact you on trail, which was really cool. I think a lot of people out there are using packs over 40 pounds. So now I have a little bit more sympathy for them and have a little bit more of an understanding of why they would do it and how it impacts their time on trail. For the next 3 days, I'm making my parents use ultralight backpacking gear. but I didn't want to torture them, so I made the kit as comfortable as possible while still trying to keep their pack base weight under 10 pounds. Will they be thanking me for saving their aching, aging knees and backs, or are they gonna be wishing that I was never born because they're uncomfortable and didn't feel like they had everything they needed? Last year we did another trip with both my parents as well as Steffi Poo's parents, and my parents had packs that weighed over 30 pounds. This year, they're both under 20 pounds each with both food and water. Over the course of the trip, I'll introduce you to all the ultralight gear that they're using, and then we'll go through how it's working for them, whether they're enjoying it or whether they wish they had something a little bit more comfortable. One of the difficulties with this trip is that we're in the Canadian Rockies, we're in Yoho National Park doing a 3-day loop. It's not a ton of mileage, but something that's gonna be difficult with this as we go to Laughing Falls Campground and then over to Little Yoho Campground is the weather.
It's raining more than we thought, and I'm a little worried about the snow that they're predicting for tonight.
It's not supposed to be warm this weekend. It's supposed to be quite cold, dipping below freezing overnight and then being cold throughout the day, which makes it very difficult to be ultralight. It's easy to be ultralight when it's warm and you're in nice weather, but it's a lot harder when you're in tough conditions where the weather isn't being your best friend. My dad is using the Outdoor Vitals CS40 pack. It's a new ultralight pack from Outdoor Vitals. I've used it before. It's a great pack made of Ultra 200 fabric. So the fabric is going to be waterproof, and then the water bottle pockets are also really nice. So happy to have him testing this out and see what his opinions are. My mom is using the Z-Packs Arc Haul 50 pack. Again, an ultralight pack. The Arc Haul is probably the lightest weight pack that you can get. This pack is also made with ultra fabric, so it's going to be waterproof. And then she has a very lightweight system overall. I think her pack weighs under 20 pounds total, whereas my dad is right at about 20 pounds. How are you liking the pack so far, Mom?
Well, it's super comfortable. Like, it feels really light, even though I'm carrying about 18 pounds, but it doesn't feel like it at all. I know it's not heavy, but it still feels like a day pack.
How are you liking this rain, Steph?
It's wet and cold.
We made it to our camp, Laughing Falls Campground. We're gonna cross this bridge and get camp set up. And then hopefully this rain holds off so we can put on our really warm camp clothes and then not catch a chill. My parents don't know what tent I packed for them, so let's go get set up and we can get their first thoughts on it. My parents are using the Durston X-Mid 2. This is the regular version made with polyester. I offered them the Pro version, which is made with Dyneema, about half the weight, but not quite as roomy. So they would have had to make some sacrifices to their sleep system, taking sleeping pads that were a little bit less comfortable, not nearly as wide. So they're using two 25-inch wide sleeping pads, and that fits in the regular X-Mid no problem. I'm curious to hear what they think about this tent, especially as they use it over the course of the trip, because neither of them are very familiar with trekking pole tents. So it's gonna be a new experience for them. There are rumors of a Dyneema X-Mid that's gonna be a little bit bigger even than the regular X-Mid.
We brought the parents some special juice again this year. This is a Beaujolais from France. Good old Costco special. We're very excited to drink it.
Is it gonna pair with our meal today?
Sure will,
Nice.
sure will.
So Steph and I are using the Vargo 1-liter titanium bot pot with the MSR Pocket Rocket Deluxe. We started boiling or heating up our water after my parents, and their little Ollie Camp ion stove is not pushing as much BTUs as the other ones. It's taking them a bit longer. Okay, so we're having a couple issues with the boomers here. So Malcolm, bless his heart, took the silicone packet from inside his freeze-dried meal and sprinkled it in like a ramen noodle packet for flavoring. So we're trying to figure out what to do with that. And then my mom's lighting herself on fire here, burning through her down jacket. So we're gonna have to keep a closer eye on them the rest of the trip. I have done kind of what Malcolm has done. I've forgotten to take the little packets out of the freeze-dried meal and then kind of cooked it into my meal. Doesn't taste great, but didn't kill me or affect me in any way. I definitely don't recommend it. Started raining a little bit again, so we all put on our rain jackets in order to protect our down, as that's our primary piece of insulation. Gonna finish off our meals, hope the rain dies down before then so we don't need to just go to bed at 7 o'clock, but we'll keep you updated. We are in bear country, so we're gonna have to make sure that we're hanging our food properly. There's no bear lockers at this campsite, but we have this bear pole where you attach your bear bag onto a pulley, hoist it up, and then attach the other end onto the pole there so that the bears can't get at it. The rain just, if anything, picked up a little bit, so Steph's in bed over there. My parents are in the X-Mid over there. We're just gonna hunker down for the rest of the night and then hope the rain dies off in the morning a little bit. You have to pee?
Yeah.
Good luck. We're just getting up this morning. How'd you sleep, parents?
I slept well. I was warm, but my pad was overblown, so I was afraid to get up during the night because I was afraid if I tried to do the valve, I'd blow all my air out, so I suffered.
How about you, Dad?
I slept good. I was skeptical about the duvet.
The quilt?
The quilt. But it worked. It kept me super warm.
So we're gonna eat breakfast. You can see the sun poking up over the mountains there, so hopefully we get a little bit of sun in order to dry out our stuff, because if we have wet gear going into the colder night tonight, that's gonna be pretty miserable. Also gonna try and fix my mom's jacket there where she melted it. It's a good patch job though.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can do better. So we're just gonna try and fix my mom's jacket here. Just try and stuff some down back in there. So I keep a repair kit in my first aid kit, and I think for this one we're probably gonna try and use a Dyneema strip. So this is more for like tents and stuff like that, but it's gonna work really well for this. We're getting going for the day. Not the quickest morning, but that's okay. The sun's out. We're gonna go head to Twin Falls and then hopefully dry some things off. We have a bit of a forest walk to start off the day, then we get to Twin Falls. We'll take a little break. After Twin Falls is when we're gonna gain some serious elevation. And my parents have some thoughts in elevation, so I'm curious to see how they do with that and whether the lighter weight packs help them out. So we're all packed up. We're gonna be hitting the trail again, heading up onto that ridge there, which is called Whaleback. There's gonna be some pretty epic views, but the elevation to get up there is kind of tough. How do you feel about elevation, Mom?
I hate elevation. And it doesn't like me either.
Hopefully the lighter pack helps. We'll have to touch base at the top and see.
Okay.
As we're walking down the trail, there's a ton of berries, blueberries, and then huckleberries. Huckleberries that Steph has right here are what the bear that charged me on the Great Divide Trail was eating. So let's get a close up there. Is it good?
I'll grab another one.
How do you like it?
So good.
We're heading to a campsite that's known to have bear activity, so it's gonna be really important for no one to be wandering off alone, especially if they don't have bear spray. And you guys remember Malcolm last year on trail, old wander pants. You got this, Mom.
Loving it.
I'm a little bit worried that my parents are just putting on a brave face when it comes to how comfortable they are. It got really cold last night. It got down below freezing. There was ice on everything, but they said that they weren't cold. And then today with this elevation gain, I'm a little bit worried that my mom's just kind of powering through and it's gonna be a lot more sore later today and then tomorrow. It's a lot of switchbacks and elevation. Good work, everybody.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yep. I think we're almost out of the top though. We got to the top of the elevation, saw beautiful Twin Falls from the top, How'd that elevation do for you, Mom?
It was hard. I find elevation hard all the time. But carrying a lighter pack made it easier, especially on my hips. I didn't feel that pressure down through them, so that was nice.
Yeah, the body comfort's a big one. Like I find when I'm carrying a pack, like it just feels less comfortable. Like even if you're day hiking, going up elevation is tough, but having a lighter pack, yeah,
makes a difference.
Makes a difference.
Sure.
So we made it to the top of Whaleback. Good job, Mom. Well, to the end of Whaleback, some beautiful views, and we're gonna get a view of tomorrow's day right across the valley there. So we're gonna be heading up the valley this way to our campsite, and then tomorrow staying above the Alpine, dipping below these glaciers, seeing spectacular views, working our way along the ice-line portion of the trail.
Hey Justin, you're doing pretty good for a 37-year-old.
Thanks, Malcolm.
Today.
Yeah. Who's ready to crush some cakes? Yeah!
Made it to camp. Steph and I are gonna set up our tent right here. Maybe I'll give you a little bit of a tour of it. I'll at least show you my pillow. My pillow is something that I made myself, another Franken pillow, so I'll share that with you. I'm gonna let my parents set up their own tent over there, see how they do with the X-Mid without any direction like I did yesterday, and then I'll take you on a tour of their sleep system. You guys need some help?
Yes.
You
have it all upside down.
You have it upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
well, we
just
figured that out.
flip it. I had to come help them out a bit, even after the upside down tent issues. But we got it up now. How do you guys find setting up a trekking pole tent?
Not totally intuitive, but I think once we've done it a few times, we might get it next time.
I feel like you guys have a lot of experience with traditional tents, but
Yeah.
not with trekking pole tents, so it makes sense. But yeah, you guys did a pretty good job considering that was pretty much your first time setting up a trekking pole
Started
tent.
upside down.
For Steph and my sleep system, Steph is using an Xped 5R Ultra sleeping pad in the regular wide version. She loves this pad. She's finding it very comfortable, very warm. And then she's using a Decathlon MT900 sleeping bag. Also, great sleeping bag, super lightweight and super affordable. Probably one of the best lightweight, affordable sleeping bags out there. And then she's using the Xped Mega Pillow and has basically said that this is now her pillow. So that's it's a comfortable pillow. I'm using the Rab Ionosphere 5 sleeping pad, another super comfortable vertical baffle sleeping bag, sleeping pad. And then I'm using the Hammock Gear Econo Burrow quilt. Great quilt even when it gets cold out. The interesting thing with my sleep system is the pillow. So this is a Big Sky Dream pillow. It's an inflatable pillow that's just basically a TPU bladder. It's pretty comfortable. It has very supportive baffling, kind of a squishiness to it that makes it easy to lay on. But what I did was I sewed some cut up shoelace to a piece of Dyneema patch tape, and then patched that and then stuck that onto the pillow, and then put another piece of patch tape over top of it. And then I attached a piece of shot cord with a little toggle there in order to tighten it up around different size sleeping pads. For my parents' sleep system, they're both using Nemo Tensor sleeping pads. And what my mom was talking about yesterday is that the valves are really tight on the pads. So as you're taking off the one in order to potentially let out a little bit of air, you might pull out the other one as well and just dump all of the air. And that's a really annoying aspect with these pads, but they're very lightweight and relatively comfortable for how lightweight they are. And then they're both quite warm. My mom's using the new Trekology Plus pillow. She's really liking it. I haven't tested it out myself yet, but she's saying it's a great pillow. And then my dad's using Trekology knockoff, the Gear Doctor. It looks like a pretty good pillow too. It has a really nice valve on it. And then for insulation, my mom is using the same pad as Steph, the Decathlon MT900. Like I said, it's just a very lightweight, warm sleeping bag. You can't really beat it, especially as far as the price goes. And then my dad is using an Light Equipment Enigma 20-degree quilt. Just a solid all-around quilt. I had to give him some tips on how to set it up in order to stay warm, but he got those no problem and was toasty warm last night, he says. And that quilt situation is kind of a theme that I'm realizing with ultralight gear. With people who haven't really used ultralight gear before, there is a learning curve, and that's something that I think I forget sometimes, especially with the tent. Seeing them setting it up upside down was hilarious, but something that's very doable. With regular tents, you set up the inner first and then you put the fly on top, so I can see how that mistake would happen. And then with a quilt, if you're not cinching it down onto the pad using the pad straps properly and then not using the neck snap and neck cinch, then you're gonna be cold. So I did have to tell my dad those things so he wasn't cold. Otherwise he probably would have, because it's not instinctual to use those different features of the quilt in that way. All right, let's go eat and see what kind of wine pairing Steph the sommelier has for us tonight. All right, what do we got to eat tonight, Steph? This is mine. Homestyle chicken pot pie, nice. And then what am I pairing it with? What's this?
Pinot Noir from New Zealand.
Yeah,
it's gonna be good. Mine's gonna be better though, because mac and cheese and Pinot Noir is...
It's like mac and cheese and Pinot Noir.
Mac and cheese and Pinot Noir. Yep.
Who needs a spice pack?
Justin,
you guys are singing.
happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, Justin.
That was harmony right there.
Cheers.
Happy birthday, Justin.
Happy birthday. All the best.
Oh, I don't.
My dad's
Yeah.
not feeling so good, maybe sick.
Oh.
I told you they're putting on brave faces. Getting ready for bed, just enjoying this nice evening. Tomorrow's the big day. We're gonna have about the same amount of elevation and kilometers, so it might be a little bit tough on the older folks here. But I'm excited to ask my parents how the trip was trying to go ultralight. Whether it was worth it or whether maybe they wish they had a little bit more gear. Good night, everybody. We'll see you in the morning. Good morning. Day 3. So we're starting to hike out. We had a bunch of smoke drop in on us overnight, so it's super hazy, super smoky. And because of that, and the fact that we have some asthmatics, some older folks, and some people are feeling a little bit sick right now too, we're gonna hike out an easier way and save the ice line for another day. We wouldn't see a lot of the nice views anyways because of all the smoke, but I'm still gonna ask my parents what their favorite parts of ultralight backpacking were, what some things they might change are, and then I'm gonna talk with you guys about some lessons learned about someone who helped them go ultralight for the very first time. So after a few days of ultralight backpacking, what does ultralight mean to you, Dad?
It means basically leaving a lot of your warm clothes behind and potentially being cold.
Were you cold last night?
I was cold last night. The first night was fine, but last night was cold.
Yeah, and well, I think it got down below freezing last night, where it didn't on the first night. And that's a big thing with ultralight backpacking. Like, people are always talking about how easy it is these days with the gear, but when you're getting below freezing temperatures and it's raining and your stuff is damp, it can be really hard to stay warm while being ultralight. And we made some compromises with your gear in order to be a little bit more comfortable. We could have gotten you a warmer sleeping pad, some warmer stuff, but you would have been less comfortable while you're sleeping, even though you would have been warmer. So there's a lot more trade-offs when you're trying to drop below that 10-pound weight. All right, Mom, so what are some things that you wish you had with you that we didn't bring because you're getting your pack into that ultralight realm?
I wish I had more layers because we had very cold nights.
It got cold, yeah.
Yeah.
Or were you cold in your sleep system?
No, not in my sleep system, but just getting out and around camp. Yeah. Would have been nice to have another layer. Yeah.
Anything else?
And our stove, a better stove. It took forever to boil our water.
that little stove it's very lightweight, but it's not a high performing stove. And when you get to low temperatures, little stoves like that start struggling a lot more. So yeah, they use the Pocket Rocket Deluxe for days 2 and 3 because it just works so much better in the cold temperatures because it has that regulator. Yeah. And I'll have links to all of the gear that they use. I'll have their Pack Wizard gear list in the video description, as well as links to all the gear that we talked about, as well as some of the gear that Steph and I used. I learned quite a bit on this trip about introducing people to ultralight. The first one being that if someone is trying to jump into ultralight like my parents did on this trip, it's really helpful to have someone who has some experience with it like I do. I was able to show them how to set up the trekking pole tent, which they had never done before. Dan Durson, you should probably add this side down onto the bottom of the Exima tent. And the quilt for my dad, I was able to show him how to use that properly in order to stay warm. But even then, even with showing him, he was still getting a little bit cold because it wasn't set up just right. If you don't have someone to show you the rope when it comes to getting into ultralight and using ultralight gear, then introduce those items, the things like trekking pole tents, quilts, while you're on a trip where you have some buffers. So don't try and get below that kind of magical 10-pound base weight for ultralight while using all this new pieces of gear. Go on a trip where maybe you have some extra clothing, you're bringing some buffer items in order to make sure that you're gonna be warm enough, and then practice setting up a trekking pole tent in your backyard a couple times. I'm not usually worried about my safety when it comes to wildlife when I'm alone in the backcountry, but on this trip, I'm revisiting the spot where I was charged by a grizzly bear. The bear got within 10 feet of me and I was lucky to walk away with my life. So I just got charged by a grizzly bear. I discharged my bear spray. It was about 6 feet away, hit it in the face. I'm already really nervous for this trip, starting to get anxiety, and the question is, will I be able to revisit that spot and face my fears, or am I gonna turn back early and head back to the car? I wanna revisit the location not only to face my fears, but to share with you guys what happened that day, what went right, what went wrong, and what led to the scariest moment of my life and the closest I've ever come to dying. The trail starts at the beginning of Section C of the Great Divide Trail. This was my first day after a 0 day when I was on the Great Divide Trail. It starts by going around Upper Kananaskis Lakes here and then heads over North Kananaskis Pass into the Palliser River Valley. And that's the area where I was charged by a grizzly bear. Hey bear. Hey bear. Hey bear. Hey bear. We're gonna be hitting a fork soon, right around there. If we headed left, we head up that valley to South Kananaskis Pass, but we're gonna be heading right up this valley to North Kananaskis Pass and then up into the Palliser River. No scat on the trail yet from bears, so that's a good sign, but it was the same case last time I came through here, and I still ended up running into a bear. Hey bear. Hey bear. I remember this section when I was on the Great Divide Trail. I was feeling good, I was making good time, crushing miles. There's a lot of wildflowers here that I was really taking in. I was feeling good. But on this trip right now, I have like that tingly feeling, you know, when you feel like you're in a little bit of danger, your adrenaline is kicking in a little bit. That's the feeling that I have right now, and I'm a little bit anxious. I'm trying to rein it in and keep it under control because I know that I can't control whether there's another bear back there. It's one of those things where odds are there's nothing and I'm gonna be completely fine, but I still have a little bit of that anxiety and a little bit of trauma still. When I've been hiking over the last couple of years, sometimes like a deer will run by the trail or something will like rustle in the bushes and it'll freak me out, and I'll have like a crazy adrenaline rush and then be like on edge for a good while afterwards. So yeah, it's definitely still affecting me. I'm hoping getting back on the horse with this trip kind of helps with that, and yeah, just alleviates some of that trauma and anxiety. I'm getting a little bit emotional just kind of thinking about it and just how it's affected me, because it definitely was like I said, one of the scariest experiences of my life and the closest I've come to dying. Hey bear. First bear scat of the trip. That's fresh. Gonna be calling out a lot more. I know I'm on edge because even just little birds in the trees and stuff, as they flit about, are startling me and scaring me a little bit. Yeah, that bear scat did not do anything for my anxiety, that's for sure. More scat, but not fresh. There are 5 things that didn't go my way that day and led to this perfect storm where I was able to sneak up on that grizzly bear and then have it charge me with intent to kill. With that being said, we've made made it onto North Kananaskis Pass, and it's time to head down into the Palliser River Valley, into the most remote part of this trip. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous, because I am. It was down here in the valley where I was most on edge that entire day. There's huckleberry bushes everywhere, and it was a boomer year for huckleberries. So I thought without a doubt there'd be bears hanging off to the side of the trail, chowing down on berries, but I didn't see any sign of bears, no scat anywhere, and there was tons of berries on the bushes, which indicates to me that they weren't down here eating them. It's hard to say, but I may have started getting complacent through this section. It's hard to recall, but if I was, it was to my detriment, because we're about 5-6 kilometers away from the spot where I was charged. That's if I can get there. This part of the trail is pretty hard to navigate. Bunch of river crossings, the trail kind of comes and goes. So I've had Onyx pulled up, and I've been using that in order to make sure that I'm staying on trail and not getting lost. We're almost at the spot, and I want to thank Onyx for sponsoring today's video and giving me an excuse to talk out loud right now and warn any bears that I'm coming down the trail. I'm really excited for this partnership with Onyx because they genuinely seem like they want to create the best mapping app for hikers and backpackers, and I've already been open to some feedback and suggestions that I've given them. I've been testing Onyx out for a few months now, even before this partnership came to be, because I've been testing out a bunch of different mapping apps and trying to find the best one for me for over a year now. Even without this sponsorship, Onyx would be the app that I'd be using because I find it has the perfect balance between ease of use, but then features that also allow me to plan out those more complicated trips. If you want to follow along as I continue to push Onyx and give you guys tips and tricks in order to plan your outdoor adventures, then check Onyx out with 20% off at the links in the video description. You don't even need to pay. You can check Onyx out with the free version as long as you're okay with some limited features. I'm starting to get pretty nervous, even though I know the odds of a bear being in the exact same spot are really low. Just heading back to that spot, just yeah, it's getting me a little bit. I think we're getting to the spot where I was charged by a grizzly bear. Before we get into the 5 things that did not go my way that day, as well as a few things that did go my way, luckily, let's run through what exactly happened. I was hiking up the trail next to this creek. I was pretty tired. It had been over a 20-mile day at that point, and then I came around the corner and saw the bear a split second before it raised its head out of the berry bushes that it was foraging in, and then that's when it just straight up charged me. I had about 3 or 4 seconds, because the bear wasn't very far away, to get my bear spray out, kind of back up, and get my back to the stream so I was a little bit protected. It had one way to come at me. Luckily I was able to hold my nerve, wait until the bear was close enough, under 10 feet, and then spray it right in the face. It turned tail, it ran down the trail that way. As for me, I kind of fell down the side of the creek bed here into the bottom, and then just kind of hunkered down and tried to wrap my head around what had just happened. So I just got fucking charged by a grizzly bear. I discharged my bear spray. It was about 6 feet away, hit it in the face, it stopped, and then turned and ran. I was right at the edge of this cliff right here, and then I just came down here across the river so that I have a little bit of a better vantage point of where it's going. It went over that way. I'm shook. I was in pretty bad shape at the bottom of this creek. Like, this is not an easy fall, and I did not go down gracefully. I lost my sunglasses and a couple other items as I fell down, but I had my bear spray out, and I was just kind of hoping the bear wasn't going to come back for me. I hope it just ran down the trail and was done with me, because I was pretty freaked out at that point, understandably. I took a look at the map and saw that the creek kind of followed the trail for a good while, so I started hiking up the creek because I didn't want to come back onto the trail in case the bear had come back on and started walking in the same direction that I was hiking. So really hoping he went down to the valley. I'm going to try getting back up on trail, have the bear spray ready. Fingers crossed, guys. Like, this is friggin' crazy. The first thing that wasn't going my way that day is this creek. It's a really loud creek, and because of that, the bear probably wasn't able to hear my yelling and calling And the fact that it was the end of the day and I was pretty tired meant that I probably wasn't calling as frequently as I should have been. I should have recognized that I was in a very loud area and probably slowed down my pace and been calling a lot more and a lot louder. The second thing was the wind. It was a really, really windy day and the wind was blowing into my face as I was hiking up the trail. So that was gonna do two things. It was gonna make it so that the bear wouldn't be able to smell me because it was blowing my scent in the opposite direction of where the bear was. And the second thing is it would carry my voice in the opposite direction of the bear. So wind is a big factor. I get really freaked out when it's windy and I'm walking into that wind and I'm in bear country. The third thing was topography. I was coming around a corner and coming uphill, so that made it a little bit more difficult to kind of have clear line of sight in order to see where potential bears were, and I was able to sneak up on it a lot more easily. The fourth thing is that it was berry season. I was walking right next to a big bunch of berries. The bear wanted to protect that. I understand it. It was trying to get itself nice and fat for the wintertime so it could survive. The fifth thing is the bear itself. Based on the description that I've given to some bear experts, they guessed that it was about a 3-year-old male. And when I came into its space, it saw that I was smaller than it and then wanted to essentially rip my face off and delete me as a threat. Most bears in that kind of scenario would probably bluff charge if they're gonna be aggressive in any way. So they'd charge to about 15 feet, 20 feet away, stop, and then see what my reaction would be. If I was backing up, getting out of its space, or not posing a threat, then it'd probably just move on with its day. But this bear was not bluff charging me. Like I said, it got within 10 feet of me. I was able to spray it with bear spray, and I'm pretty confident that it wanted to kill me. This is the beautiful spot that I was planning on camping, but it's only about 100 meters from where the bear charged me. So I got here, the adrenaline at that point left me, and I kind of just broke down. Oh, okay, adrenaline is starting to wear off. Whew. Yeah, that was scary. Whoa. I don't know if that, I didn't think that would ever happen. I ended up messaging Steph, letting her know what had happened, that I was okay. I just needed to tell somebody, and then kept hiking for another 3-4 kilometers, I think, to a spot where I felt a lot more safe. I am gonna camp here tonight. I'm still pretty nervous about it. Hopefully a bear doesn't walk through my campsite tonight or try and grab me out of my tent. But I feel good about revisiting this spot, kind of getting that monkey off my back, I guess. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. I'm gonna reflect a little bit more tonight and kind of see how I'm feeling. I set up camp a ways down the trail because I wanted to be away from this area where I think people are usually setting up camp, eating, having fires, doing things that could attract bears. So I wanted to be further away from that and then have a spot to come back in order to cook my meals and eat my meals and not be doing both in the same spot and potentially attracting bears. I'm gonna cook dinner and then it's gonna be pretty early to bed. Like I said, we have some things to chat about tomorrow. So I'll see you then, and good night. Good morning. I packed up camp. I've been hiking for a few kilometers now, made it up onto Palliser Pass. This is where I took an off trail to a lake, well off trail. I felt really safe back there, but I'm feeling pretty good this morning. Haven't really had that much anxiety as I've been hiking the last few kilometers, still calling out a lot. And even last night while I was sleeping, I did wake up a couple times imagining a bear was outside my tent, but overall feeling good. As far as what went right that day, I think there's a couple things in my favor as well as a couple things that I did right. First of all, because of the work that I was doing at my job at the time, I had a lot of bear training. I had been trained in how to deal with bear attacks, how to deploy bear spray, all of that kind of stuff, and it was kind of ingrained in me. It was almost instinctual at that point. I'd also read the book Bear Attacks by Stephen Herrero. Definitely go read that book if you haven't. It might make you a little bit more scared of wildlife because it does go through instances, but it also provides a lot of stats that backs up the fact that we don't really need to be that scared of bears when we're out in the backcountry. I think those two things, as well as just generally visualizing what I do in a bear attack, really allowed me to respond to this bear charging me in I think as effective of a way as I could. So let me break down the 3 things that I did in the moment that probably saved my life. First of all, I had my bear spray accessible. So right now I have it on a shoulder strap, but on that day I had it in a side pocket. It was easy for me to reach. And throughout the day on my entire Great Divide Trail through hike, I was reaching back, making sure that I knew exactly where my bear spray was, sticking my finger through the loop so I could just pull it out and deploy it really quickly. And I was able to do that. Like I said, I had 3 to 4 seconds before the bear was within 10 feet of me. And in that time, I had pulled out the bear spray and flicked off the safety. The second thing I did was that I kind of backed myself up to that creek bed, and that made it so that the bear was only able to come at me from one direction. Coupled with that, I don't know if this was something that I did on purpose or if it was just luck, was the wind was going this way. So if I'd been spraying into the wind, kind of up trail, then I probably would have ended up spraying more myself than the bear. But because I reoriented myself, I was able to spray the bear in a good way for the wind to be able to carry it right into his face. The third thing is probably gonna be pretty hard for some people out there, and that is that I waited until the bear was close to me. You see a lot of demonstrations for how to use bear spray out there where they say, make this wall of spray in front of you and the bear will run into it and then be repelled. Based on my training, as well as just how I think about these situations, that's not gonna be the most effective solution. Especially in a windy situation, that bear spray is just gonna blow away. I've sprayed bear spray as part of training and it just blows away very quickly, even with a light breeze. So if you're creating this wall, it blows away, the bear is gonna come right on you. The other aspect of that is that you're not gonna be inflicting a large concentration of bear spray onto the bear. So what I did, I waited till the bear was about 10 feet away, and then I started spraying it then, aiming right for its mouth, face, and eyes. The bear spray has that kind of range, so it started hitting it, and then the bear just kept getting sprayed in the face as it was running towards me. And it was at that point where the bear just kind of put all 4 paws down, stopped, and decided that I was not worth it and ran the opposite direction down the trail. Let me know in the comments if this trip helped you become more comfortable with wildlife and getting out into the backcountry, or if you're more scared than you ever were. It's forecast to get down below freezing tonight, and I'm trying to backpack 50 kilometers with a pack that only weighs 10 pounds total. That's including food and water. When choosing gear for the trip, I need to be able to run comfortably with the pack and move quickly, but I also don't want to be cold and exposed when at camp. Some other hurdles, in addition to the weather and the distance, involve things like the fact that I am bringing a minimal amount of gear. I don't have any cook system on this trip, so I'll share with you what I'm doing for food once we get to camp. As well, my tent can barely be called a tent. It's pretty minimal. And then the pack that I'm using is a new pack, the Outdoor Vitals Skyline 30, and I'll let you know later how I like it compared to other fast packing packs like the Gossamer Gear Kumo, Fast Kumo, and the Zerk 40. I'm also heading into an area that I've never been before, and based on the map, there might not be a trail for a section of this route. So I may be doing some bushwhacking and things might get interesting. And I would be lying if I didn't say that bears are on my mind. I'm out here solo, and the fact that that couple was killed just a little while ago in Banff National Park is definitely on my mind. So I'm gonna be hyper aware. I have my bear spray easily accessible, and I'm gonna be calling out a lot. So at some point, we're gonna be getting off this main road and then heading up through those hills, and that's the area where I'm not sure if there's any trail. Hit the turnoff from the main trail here. It's looking pretty good down this side trail, but I'm not sure if this is the trail that we're gonna be following the entire way, or once we cross the river in a little bit here, the trail disappears on the other side. So we're gonna know pretty shortly whether we're gonna be bushwhacking for a good portion of the day or whether we're gonna have a nice trail. Hey, Bert. I was able to keep almost a 6 kilometer an hour pace, and that's kind of what I need to maintain, or even a little bit faster if I'm gonna make it to camp before dark. And it might be tough on this trail. We'll see how it goes. I've made it up onto this ridge here, but it's been slow going uphill the entire way, lots of rocks and roots, so I haven't been able to run. I'm also just getting over a cold, and I thought it was better, but it's definitely kicking my butt a little bit. I'm not feeling super great, but I'm hoping that from here on out it's flat, maybe some downhill. Hopefully I can run a little bit, get my pace up, because I'm not on pace for what I want in order to accomplish the goal for today. So we're gonna have to be making some decisions soon on what the rest of the day looks like. The clouds are a little ominous and it just started sleeting a little bit. But I'm optimistic that it's not gonna get too bad and it's not gonna rain. As long as it doesn't rain, please don't rain. We're at a bit of a crossroads right now. The plan was to head down that trail for another 15, 20 kilometers, doing a big loop. But I'm not feeling great. I'm not moving as fast as I would like. So I'm gonna cut the trail a little bit short, head down this route. It cuts about 10 kilometers off of the day. So I'll be doing about 25 kilometers today instead of 35, which how I'm feeling right now is gonna be good. And if the weather does get worse, then it'll be nice to be at camp underneath my tiny little shelter, and then hopefully not getting too cold and wet. Even though this isn't gonna be the epic fast packing adventure that I had planned, I'm still having a ton of fun, even though I'm also not feeling great. I'm getting to test out a bunch of new gear, so we'll go over that once we get to camp. And this is a beautiful trail. I've never been back here, but the views are phenomenal. The valleys are kind of wide open and really nice, so it's been fun. And there's nobody out here. This is a part of the Canadian Rockies I don't think people get out to very often. And when I'm in new areas that I'm not familiar with, I always make sure I have a secondary and tertiary plan in order to kind of make sure that I'm staying safe and not pushing myself beyond what my capabilities are. On this trip, I did have 2 backup plans. I had a plan where if I was feeling good and the trail was better than I expected, I could do a longer distance. And then I had the route that we're on right now in case things were not going quite as planned. I haven't seen many bear signs, but a grouse just took off right there, scared the crap out of me. My heart rate's beating fast. I know there are bears in this area. I've seen reports of both grizzly bears and black bears, but nothing so far. But I'm gonna continue calling out and being on my toes, that's for sure. Hey, bear. I'm a little bit turned around. I just had to down climb that little cliff there because the map is showing that the trail is down this slope a little bit and there's not really a trail that was up there. So I'm a little bit lost. Hopefully I can head down and find the trail. If not, I'll have to head back up, I guess. Down climbing this kind of stuff is not my favorite, that's for sure. Especially alone and remote. It's a little sketchy, but hopefully the trail is down there. This is gonna be a pain in the butt to come back up if I have to do that. Whew. Yeah, this is not fun. One of the things I'm most afraid of when in the backcountry is getting cliffed out and just kind of like going past the point of no return. At that point, you're kind of having to call in a helicopter, and right now I'm above a cliff. Hopefully I'm able to get down below it, but walking on this slippery scree slope with a cliff, it's yeah, I'm a little bit on edge right now. I made it back onto the trail. Oof. So I was kind of way up there, then had to work my way down through a bunch of cliff bands, 3 or 4 of them, make my way back over this way, and then hit the trail, and I'll be able to follow that right next to the creek here. Oh, that was yeah, that was not my favorite thing, but I'm happy again, enjoying the day. This is not a well-used trail. A lot of brush kind of overgrowing the trail, and not a lot of scour indentation for where you're supposed to walk. Not surprised I got a little bit lost up there. And then we run into some bear scat here. You can see all the berries in there. Not fresh, but also not really old. These berries haven't decomposed very much. We'll check that my bear spray was still here after that scrambling and some of this bushwhacking. It is. I have it on the bottom pocket of the Skyline 30 pack here, so I'm able to just reach back, put my finger through a loop, pull it out, and switch the safety off really quickly. It's actually a really nice system. I feel very safe like this. I actually don't like the pouches with Velcro because I find they're a little bit harder to get the bear spray out quickly. So I like when I can just pull the bear spray out really quickly and thumb off the safety and be spraying within like 3-4 seconds. Hey, I'm lucky I've been checking my bear spray. It at some point just fell out of my pack, so I have to backtrack. I know I've been checking pretty frequently, so let's beeline back. Okay, not as bad as I thought. It's literally like 20 feet behind me. I'll have to put that back and keep checking often. People do not come back here very often. There is no defined trail through this little section here, so I'm just gonna have to try and follow whatever I can and then hope I can meet back up with it once it gets a little bit more defined. Hey, bear. So we had fairly fresh scat back there, and this looks like a little dig from a bear, and it looks like there's a little bit more up here. This isn't fresh, but that one back there was fresh. I'm on edge again. I've been following this creek for a while because I'm pretty sure the trail's up there, but I do know that at some point, you grouse, another one just went. I do know at some point the trail does cross this creek, so if I keep following it, as long as it doesn't turn into a rager, I will hit a trail. This is someday. So I made it to the trail by following the creek. This is the trail that I would have been on if I had done the full loop and not taken that little shortcut, which I don't even know if it was a shortcut at this point, but I think we should have pretty good trail from here until wherever I decide to camp. Feels good to be on a real trail again, even if it is in a forestry cut block. Whew, yeah, I was definitely a little on edge for the last couple hours, but hopefully I can just enjoy the rest of the day until we get to camp, and then we can go through some of the gear that I brought with me and what I'm gonna be eating tonight. I think I found the spot where I'm gonna camp tonight, just in this little clearing right here. Nice views over there, but it's still protected with trees pretty much most of the way around it. So with the shelter that I have, I do need good wind protection, and I'll have that here. So I'm gonna get camp set up, and then we'll take you on a little tour. I've got my pretty minimal camp all set up, so let's take you on a little bit of tour. This is Cribs Just Outdoors Fastpacking Edition. For the tent, I'm using the Z-Packs Hexamid Pocket Tarp. This thing weighs under 200 grams, super lightweight. Doesn't have a floor, but on this trip, I was like, you know what, no problem. There's not really any bugs this time of year, and it's gonna do me just fine. If it rains or snows, I'll still be protected under there, and does provide a little bit of shelter from the wind as well, but I'm pretty protected, like I said, in this spot. For my sleep system, this isn't the sleeping pad that I'd normally bring on a trip like this. I'm just testing it out. It's the Tensor Extreme. Hopefully it keeps me warm on this trip. Normally I'd bring something like the Zoom UL or the X-Lite, maybe even the Thermarest Uberlight, but that one's not super durable. For my pillow, I'm using the 52-gram Dream Sleeper with my custom pad attachment system. And then my quilt is the Enlightened Equipment Enigma with 950 power fill down and 7 denier shell fabric. All this stuff is pretty lightweight and fit into the 30-liter Skyline, no problem. Because I'm in bear country, I have to bring an earth sack, go hang my food, so bears aren't coming in and snooping around. When you're fast packing the Canadian Rockies, you're definitely carrying a little bit more weight than if you're in areas that don't have bears in them. But in here, I have a bunch of snacks for tomorrow, and my breakfast is just gonna be one of these Pro Bars. No cook, pretty easy. I don't even need to bring a spoon. And then for my no cook dinner, I'm pretty excited for this. It's actually gonna be tasty. I usually like a freeze-dried meal at the end of the day because it's hot, it's tasty. But for this trip, I just have in my little Rusby bag here, just kind of like a little charcuterie. I have some little Triscuits here, and then some Parmesan cheese that's dehydrated, and then some Korean barbecue jerky. So should be pretty good, pretty excited for it. It's not as good probably as like a peak refuel meal or something like that, but it'll get the job done. Like I said, it's supposed to be sub-freezing, so that's why I have this down jacket. This is just one that I'm testing from Amazon, nothing special here, but I also have a toque, a buff, as well as some synthetic booties in order to keep my feet warm, and then some fleece pants. So hopefully with all that, and then the Enlightened Equipment quilt, which is rated to 20 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 6 degrees Celsius, hopefully I can stay warm. If the wind picks up, that's where things might get problematic because it'll just go right underneath the tent and just suck the heat right out of my sleep system. I'm gonna enjoy the views, and then I'll let you guys know tomorrow morning how my night was and what I have in store for the rest of the day. Good morning. We got a beautiful sunrise over there. It didn't snow or rain last night, but it got really cold, much colder than I expected. So I'm gonna get all packed up, get moving so I can warm up, and then I'll let you know how all the gear that I brought with me performed and whether I regret going as minimal and lightweight as I did, or whether I wish I'd brought some warmer gear with me. Got a little bit of a run in, starting to warm up a little bit. Last night, it got well down below freezing, and while it was warm most of the night, once it got down to about -8 degrees Celsius, that was the low for the night, I started getting a little bit cold. I had to put my down jacket on, and then I was just warm enough, which I don't like for this time of year. In shoulder season, I like to have a bit of a buffer, so cutting it that close was not what I wanted, but the forecast was a little bit warmer than that, so I guess on this trip I just had to go into my buffer and got right to the edge of it. Overall, I was pretty happy with my sleep system. My pillow was comfortable, my quilt was warm. The Tensor Extreme sleeping pad, which I've been testing out for a while now, I got a new one from Nemo just to make sure that the one that I tested out on the glacier wasn't defective. It was a little bit more positive experience than I had with the last one. I still need to do a lot more testing, so stay tuned for that. And then the shelter was great. I'm really happy with my floorless, meshless shelter, and it's super lightweight, packable, great for fast packing trips like this. The Outdoor Vitals Skyline pack has been performing pretty good. There's a couple little things I think I need to tweak on it or talk to Outdoor Vitals about how to fit it properly, but there's some features that I like a lot more than with the Gossamer Gear Fast Kumo, but then some features I don't like quite as much. The bottom pocket is great, especially if you're not bushwhacking, but I think I like the shoulder strap structure and pockets a little bit more on the Fast Kumo. Both of them carry 10 pounds, 15 pounds, no problem, so that's not really a concern, and you really shouldn't be carrying more than that on a fast packing trip anyways. You might be wondering why do a trip like this. It seems like it would have been easier to just do less miles, have a heavier pack so I could stay warm and I wouldn't be having to rush as much, but like many of you out there, it's busy and stuff in my life right now. We're moving, we're planning our honeymoon. So I was only able to get out for a short period of time, and there's no way that I would have been able to cover 40 kilometers in just over 24 hours with a traditional pack. And I really wanted to get out and explore this area. It's been beautiful. It's actually surprised me with how amazing it is with the gorges, the mountain views, the open meadows. It actually blew my expectations out of the water. I also like having a lighter pack when I'm exploring a new area so I can be a little bit quicker, a little bit more nimble if I need to be. And if I encounter an area like I did yesterday where I'm having to scramble and bushwhack, having a lighter, smaller pack makes that a whole lot easier. I wasn't able to cover as much distance as I wanted to on this trip and get to everywhere that I wanted to go, but I had a lot of fun still. Even though it was a little bit sketchy at times and I was in some precarious situations, I still had a lot of fun, and reflecting on that, I made good decisions and I was able to do this trip safely and comfortably. Sub-freezing temperatures, tons of gear to stay warm, deep snow, and unpredictable weather. I have a lot of experience camping and backpacking in these conditions, but the first winter style trip of the year is always a little precarious as you shake the rust off of those skills. But hopefully today I can get back into the swing of things and share with you guys all the gear that I brought with me, and hopefully didn't forget, as well as some tips and tricks for winter camping safely and comfortably. We got about 20 centimeters of snow in the mountains over the past couple days here, so we're definitely gonna be in winter style conditions, sub-freezing temperatures. So we'll see if this trip goes smoothly or if it's a bit of a gong show. I'm testing out a bunch of new winter camping gear on this trip. A new pillow, a new stove, a new headlamp, a new chair for winter camping conditions, as well as a new tent that I'm really excited about. I've tested some of this gear out on previous trips, and this is gonna be the final determination on whether these pieces of gear make the cut as part of my permanent winter camping gear list moving forward. I'm in this location trying to figure out where I want to go. I knew that I wanted to come into this area based on my recon using Onyx, but I kind of wasn't sure whether I wanted to head down that valley over there or stick in this valley and go to the right there. The wind is kind of a factor right now. It's picking up, and I think it kind of feels like it's only going to get stronger. So I want to make sure that I'm going to have tree protection and I'm picking my campsite smartly. Otherwise, it's going to be a pretty brutal night. This trip was made possible by Onyx. I used Onyx in order to scout a bunch of different locations for this trip using their 3D satellite imagery. And then I checked the weather for those specific locations all within the app. It's awesome to be able to pick a specific location on the map and then see hourly and weekly weather forecasts for that location. It makes planning trips a whole lot easier and a whole lot safer because you can actually see what the weather is supposed to be like for when you're going to be heading out. Based on the forecast that I was seeing, the wind is supposed to be kind of a south-southwest wind, which means it's going to be funneling straight up that valley. So I think for that reason, I'm actually going to head to the right here and continue down this way and hopefully find a spot to camp that has a little bit of tree cover. I think I found the spot where I want to camp. I was scoping out some areas, a little bit higher elevation, a little bit better views, but much more exposed. The wind was kind of insane, about 40, 50 kilometer an hour gusts. Down here, it's a little bit more protected. And we do have running water right there, which is a luxury in the wintertime because later in the winter, that's gonna be frozen and we're gonna have to be melting snow, which takes a lot of fuel and a lot of time. I'm gonna get my tent and sleep system set up and then I'll share with you guys the gear that I brought with me as well as go through some tips and tricks in order to make winter camping a little bit more comfortable. I got everything set up, my tent, my sleep system, even got my chair going. I've changed into my camp clothes. That's one of the first things I like to do after I get camp set up is get it into my camp clothes so that I get nice and toasty warm. Usually the clothes that I hike in or ski in or snowshoe in are a little bit damp from sweat because I sweat even when it's minus 20 degrees Celsius out. So I like to get into something warm so I don't catch a chill. You can probably see some new gear that I'm testing out this winter that you haven't seen on this channel before. So let's run through some of it and talk about how I'm liking it so far. First up, we have this chair. This is the Moonlight Elite chair. I've used this on several trips so far, but what I'm excited for winter trips is the footprint that's included. It's part of the overall package. It's what you wrap up the legs and the seat in. So they basically made it so that instead of having a bag that you stuff everything into, you just wrap it up in the footprint and you get this 2-in-1 kind of system, which is really nice. In the wintertime with the footprint, you can put it down on snow and then hopefully not sink in quite as deep. The tent is also new. You've never seen this on the channel before. I'm really excited for it. It's the Black Diamond Megalite 4. It's not a 4-person tent. It's definitely more of a 2-person tent. There's a bunch of different features that I really like about it. First of all, it's a pyramid tent, which is my favorite in the wintertime because it sheds snow and wind really well. It only takes 4 stakes to set up. There's a lot more stakeout points than guy-out points, but 4 is the minimum. And that makes it just a lot easier to set up compared to a tent that uses like 6 or 8. The material that it's made out of and the fact that it doesn't have a floor is also something that I'm really excited for. It's made with 30 denier polyester, which I like more than Dyneema because with Dyneema you have to fold it and roll it. With polyester you can just stuff it into the stuff sack. So with this I can just take it in the morning, shake out all the frost that accumulated on the inside just to the ground. With a regular tent, you'd have that frost accumulating into clumps of snow that would just get stuck in the tent. It's really annoying. So I like floorless tents for that reason. And then combine that with the stuffability of polyester, and I think we have a win. I really wanted a polyester pyramid tent instead of something like nylon because polyester handles moisture a lot better. It doesn't sag or stretch. And when you have this much material, a little bit of sag and a little bit of stretch is really gonna decrease the amount of livability inside the tent. It's pretty much dinner time, so let's get that going. I have a new stove for this winter that I'm really excited about as well. It cuts a lot of weight off of the MSR Whisperlight that I was using before, but it's gonna be equally as effective. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm next to a creek here, so I can go fill up my pot with water. I'm not gonna have to melt snow, which is really nice, but I will give you some tricks on what to do if you do have to melt snow in order to make it a little bit more efficient. My dinner tonight is Bushka's Kitchen Hearty Harvest, one of my favorite meals out there. But in order to rehydrate it, I'm gonna have to boil water. And the stove that I'm using to boil water is new. It's the MSR WinPro 2. It is also an inverted remote canister stove, which means it's gonna work really well in wintertime. The reason for that is because when the temperatures get really cold, all the fuel inside of the canister turns into liquid. And it's really hard to burn liquid out of an upright canister stove. But with an inverted canister stove, that liquid runs through the hose and then through a preheating tube. This preheating tube right here is the key to the entire operation because as you run the stove, you're gonna heat up the liquid fuel inside that tube, turn it into gas, and then you're gonna be able to burn it much more effectively using the stove. But what's different about the WinPro 2 compared to the Whisperlight is that it can only be a canister stove, whereas the Whisperlight can burn a whole bunch of different fuel types. And for that reason, it's about half the weight of the Whisperlight. So I save a lot more weight. It's also more compact. My tip for wintertime camping for when you don't have running water nearby is once you fill up your pot, I recommend like 2 liters for a pot so you can fit a lot of snow inside of it. make a bunch of snowballs and pile them up next to your pot. So as the snow melts and turns into water inside your pot, that's gonna free up space and you can add the snowballs slowly. It's just an efficient way so you're not having to go grab snow a bunch of times. You just have your stack of snowballs ready to go. Another little winter camping hack is to always bring hand warmers. They're super useful for a bunch of different reasons. If your sleep system isn't quite warm enough, you can throw them into the bottom of your sleeping bag, keep your feet warm, or just kind of cuddle one to keep a little bit warmer. They're also great if you get cold while you're hiking. Throw them in your boots, throw them in your gloves. They're gonna help keep you warm in a lot of different ways. Normally when I go winter camping, there's a lot of snow on the ground, and for that reason I'll bring snow stakes or snow flukes. But I'm going early season, or if I'm heading to an area where I'm not sure how much snow there's gonna be, I'll bring a couple different kind of stakes. I'll bring a standard snow stake. I like the MSR snow stakes because they're really durable, so I can actually hammer them into ground, soft ground like I am on right now. And then I'll also bring long aluminum stakes, basically just like spike stakes, so I can hammer those into the ground too, even if the ground is a little bit frozen. The sun is starting to set right on schedule. In the Onyx weather forecast, you can actually see the sunrise and sunset, which is super important in the wintertime because there's not a lot of daylight, and you want to be planning your trips so that you're gonna be able to cover the ground while it's still light and you're not getting to camp when it's dark. Well, it's not the worst thing to get to camp when it's dark. It makes things a lot more difficult and you don't get to enjoy camp life quite as much. That means I've also had to bust out my headlamp. I have it in my pocket ready to go for when the sun sets. This is the Black Diamond Deploy, 325 lumens, very lightweight, and then USB-C rechargeable. Really excited about this headlamp, especially for wintertime where I just want something lightweight, but still is gonna be effective. That being said, I'm still testing this and putting it through its paces along with all this other new gear that we're talking about. Tomorrow morning, I'll let you know kind of what my final thoughts are on the tent, the stove, this headlamp, as well as my sleep system, because I am doing some new things with my sleep system that I haven't done in the past while winter camping. My sleep system is my usual Thermarest X-Therm sleeping pad, and then my Polar Ranger sleeping bag, and then I have a synthetic overquilt from Enlightened Equipment, but I'm using a different pillow. This is the X-Pad Mega Pillow. It's been a great pillow during 3 season for me, but I want to test it out in the wintertime because I think it could also be a great pillow in the wintertime, but I'm gonna have to sleep on it and see how it goes. I know I'm gonna get asked about a bunch of gear that I haven't specifically talked about. So if you're interested in everything that I brought on this trip, then go check out the video description. I'll have a full list there as well as links to everything. But something that you should definitely check out are these booties from Mech. They're insulated booties with very warm insoles, and then they have this cuff that goes up high in order to prevent snow from getting down into your boots, and you can kind of trudge through some deeper snow than you can with a shorter bootie. I'm just gonna relax as the sun sets around me, and then we'll catch you guys in the morning. Good morning. I had a great sleep last night. One of the best sleeps I've had in a really long time. Steph and I are selling our condo, buying a house, so it's been kind of a stressful couple weeks. This was a much needed trip, so I'm glad I got out here. Temperatures got down to just above 20 degrees Fahrenheit, down to -4 degrees Celsius. So not super cold, but definitely into the sub-freezing. My sleep system was overkill, but I was super comfy because I just opened up the center zip of the Polar Ranger sleeping bag and then just draped the quilt over top of me. That was a super comfy sleep system, especially paired with the Mega Pillow. And it's cool to see that the sleep system that I brought can get down to -50 degrees Celsius, but also be okay at just below freezing. The Megalight tent was great, tons of room in there. The wind did pick up a little bit last night and it handled that no problem. So I think this is gonna be my go-to tent for the rest of the winter just because of how versatile it is, as well as that ability to just stuff it into a stuff sack and not need to fold up a Dyneema tent. I didn't bring a water filter on this trip and I'm feeling too lazy to boil water because I have to wait for it to cool off, and I just wanna kind of pack up and hit the road. I have just enough water for my oatmeal here. I use these Rusby bags in order to hold my oatmeal, and then I just pour water into it. I like to eat my oatmeal with cold water, but the Rusby bags can handle boiling water as well. Luckily, I only have a couple hours back to my car, so I'm gonna be a little bit dehydrated by the time I get back, but hopefully not too bad. I'm gonna get all packed up and hit the trail. I think that was a pretty successful trip. I got to shake off some rust from my winter camping skills. I also got to confirm that a bunch of the gear that I've been testing out up until now will work in winter conditions and can be my new go-to for this upcoming winter. I also got to check out a bunch of the new features from Onyx Backcountry, like the weather, the sunset, sunrise, as well as some different mapping features that I haven't played with before. So that was awesome. Thanks again for Onyx for sponsoring this video. You can check them out at the link in the video description and get 20% off a subscription. Or they do have a free version as well that you can just play around with, see if it's going to be the right fit for you. So far, I've been really impressed with Onyx and all the different features that they've baked into their app. I'm going winter camping in the remote Canadian Rockies where temperatures are forecasted to get down to -20 degrees and a winter storm might roll in. Normally people need 30, 40, or 50 pounds of gear in order to survive in these conditions, but I'm aiming to travel 10 kilometers and then camp with a pack that has a base weight of only 12 pounds. 12 pounds is what most people need for summer backpacking. So the question's gonna be, will I be warm and comfortable, or did I sacrifice too many gear items, and will I be cold and miserable on this trip? Over the course of the trip, I'm going to go over everything that I brought with me in order to stay warm, safe, and sheltered, as well as talk about some of the gear that I would normally bring on a winter camping trip that I left at home. I'm optimistic that I have everything that I need in order to enjoy this trip, but there's always that chance that I forgot something or I didn't plan well enough for the conditions I'm going to be out in. I did make some pretty drastic cuts to my gear, so hopefully I have everything I need because I love winter camping and it'd be really unfortunate to be cold and miserable out on this trip. We made it to the point on the trail where I knew there was gonna either be good news or bad news, and it's looking like bad news because this is the point where my trail branches off from the main trail and no one's gotten up there, which is unfortunate because I know that this area is kind of difficult to navigate through, and then once you gain elevation, we're gonna gain about 550 meters of elevation gain over the next 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers. You get to a lot of scree slopes that you have to traverse, and then there's gonna be, right before the campsite, a decent sized scramble. So luckily, I do have a light pack, so that scramble will hopefully be a little bit easier, but I know that it could also be quite difficult with the snow and the ice. One of the things that I left behind in order to save weight was micro spikes. I didn't know whether I need them or not, so I left them at home. So hopefully the Keen boots that I'm wearing have enough traction to get me through those scree slopes and then up that scramble. Piece of flagging tape right here, which is hopefully a good sign because I know that the spot where the trail gets really spotty is right after this lake here. So right now I'm not actually sure where that flagging tape is trying to take me. I think it goes along the lake a little bit more before cutting up and gaining a ton of elevation, but yeah, definitely no one through here other than a few moose. So we're gonna be heading around the lake here and then up across that scree slope. And then the scramble area is right around there before we kind of plateau over top of that and then get to the campsite. Yeah, it's intimidating from this angle, getting up over that rocky cliffy area. I made it to the other side of the lake and I was hoping for some more flagging tape or something to direct me where to go back into the trees, but I haven't seen anything, and I think I probably need to just kind of bushwhack until I hit a trail of some sort. There's a moose track here, and the moose has been sticking to the trail pretty well, so I'll probably just follow this guy and see if I can hit the trail, then hopefully not have to bushwhack too much. So no trail, so I'm just kind of wandering through the woods, and what I'm looking for right now are cut trees. I'm not gonna be able to see the trail, but I should be able to see cut logs where I've done some trail maintenance. Okay, flagging tape. It's a good sign. Whew. All right, let's see if there's a cut tree somewhere around here or another piece of flagging tape. That wasn't too bad. We're on the trail. You can see it kind of behind me there, and then up in front of me. The trail should be pretty clear until we hit that scrambling bit, and then once we get up on top of the plateau, I know it kind of disappears, comes and goes a little bit more. So hopefully my trail finding luck kind of continues once we get up there. My pace has slowed down significantly coming up this hill, going through wind slabs, loose rock. Whew. This is tough. If I had a heavier pack, like 30, 40 pounds, I would have turned down because this just wouldn't be safe. Luckily, I'm just kind of on the edge of my capabilities with like a pack that weighs just under 15 pounds. But that was tough. That was really, really tough. And now I have to work my way up through that. The sun's going down, so I'm running out of daylight to get to camp, and it looks like some clouds are rolling in. It feels kind of like a storm. I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but from here I gotta traverse across here, go underneath this waterfall, scramble up this, and then go up that little chute right there. Definitely don't want to be slipping, crossing these snow fields here. Whew, this has been tough. Before we hit the crux of this trip, I want to thank the best store in the world for ultralight gear for sponsoring today's video. That store is Garage Growing Gear. One of my favorite things about Garage Growing Gear is their new gear page. It's constantly being updated with new brands, new products, and I check that page pretty much every week to see what new and exciting gear is coming in stock. Garage Growing Gear is giving small cottage brands a place to showcase their gear. Gear like the Bogler Trowel, the Sulik 46 Pot Gripper, some of my favorite ultralight gear out there, including a bunch of gear from this trip. Go check out all the gear that I'm using on this trip, as well as Garage Growing Gear at the links in the video description. And now to see if I'm able to make it through this cliffy section or if I'm gonna have to go with plan B. I made it. There's a lot of times coming up there that I thought I was gonna have to turn around because it was just too sketchy or I was too tired. I'm pretty beat. There's no way I was gonna be making it up that with a 30, 40 pound pack. That would have been a guaranteed turnaround. So kind of cool and neat that I was able to make it up here because I brought an ultralight pack. From here, I'm just gonna be kind of following a creek to the campsite. It's gonna be hard to follow the trail, but hopefully I just have to pull out the map and follow the track and get there no problem. I'm making pretty good time through this forest, even though the trail is really hard to follow and the snow is quite deep. There's a lot more snow up here, but the sun's starting to go down, so I need to book it to camp because one of the things I did not bring was a headlamp. Don't worry, I do have sources of light, but a headlamp makes setting up camp in the dark a whole lot easier. Made it to camp, I'm beat. That was one of the toughest slogs I've done in a while, and I was fighting the sun the entire time. So it's time to get my tent sleep system all set up before it gets dark, and then I'll probably be cooking dinner while it's dark. I got my camp set up. I have a pretty sweet sleep system I'm excited to share with you guys, but that's gonna have to wait till tomorrow once it's a little bit brighter out. I'll also let you know tomorrow if I slept warm enough, because like I said, it's supposed to get down to -20 tonight. There's a wind, and I'm using an ultralight sleep system. So usually ultralight means less warmth, less comfort, but I'm optimistic that I'm gonna be comfortable and warm tonight. Whew, all right, I'm pooped. I need food, I need water. My dinner tonight is Bushka's Kitchen, which is always nice because it's one of my favorite meals. So nice to have that. I'm definitely dehydrated. I was just pushing through, so I wasn't drinking enough water, so I'm gonna have to really drink a lot of water before bed. My cook kit is very ultralight. I'm not quite sure how the stove's gonna do. It's the Fire Maple Blade 2. It's an all titanium stove, so it's very lightweight. It's also very compact, and it is an inverted canister stove, so I can run it with the canister inverted, which means I can run at very low temperatures, down to minus 40 really, if you have a full canister here. But my canister isn't quite full, so I'll probably be okay at minus 20. It's just this one's not quite as good as something like a Whisper Light or a Wind Pro, so we'll see how it does today. I have the Evernew 1 liter titanium pot. 1 liter is about the minimum I think that you need in wintertime if you're gonna be melting snow. I do have running water here, luckily. That's like the one thing today that went right for me is having running water. So I'll be using that for water tonight and tomorrow. But let's get this stove going. We'll get out this reflective mat too. These actually make quite a big difference. They reflect the heat back up to the stove, and that makes them operate quite a bit better. So let's get it going. You started off with the canister upright, and then once it warms up that preheating tube, doesn't take very long, then you can invert it. The flame's doing a pretty good job, so I think the Fire Maple stove's gonna perform really well right now. I'm gonna track the temperature overnight tonight using my thermometer. You can grab that at Garage Own Gear. It's just a little thermometer that shows you the min and the max temperature over a 24-hour period. So I'm gonna set that up outside my tent tonight, and we'll see how cold it gets. I'll put the lighter back in my jacket so it doesn't freeze. So that's my cook system. Like I said, I'm gonna eat my dinner, drink some water, and then tomorrow we'll go through all that stuff that I said we're gonna go through and touch base when I have a little bit more brain functionality. So good night, guys. We'll see you in the morning. I forgot to mention to you guys that I do have illumination. So I have this little Rovi Vaughn headlamp. It clips onto my cap. It doesn't work super well if I have a toque on, but when I'm using my hiking hat right now, just clip it on and I get really good light. It works really well. A lot more lightweight than a headlamp, so great for an extreme ultralight trip like this. Good morning. Temperatures got down to minus 15 degrees Celsius last night, so warmer than forecasted, which is always nice. I slept toasty warm though. We'll go over and check out my big 4 in a second here, but yesterday was pretty crazy. That was some of the gnarliest kind of winter backpacking that I've ever done. Usually I take it a lot more easy. I go less mileage, I go less extreme kind of terrain, but yesterday I just kind of wanted to push myself, especially since I was using an ultralight pack, so I knew I was a little bit more nimble and a little bit quicker than if I was using a heavy pack, and it pushed my limits. Luckily, I got to camp just before it got dark, but I wasn't able to see any of these amazing views, so this is pretty cool. This is an amazing campsite. The tent that I brought with me on this trip is the Hyperlight Mountain Gear Ultimate 4. It's a Dyneema tent without a floor. I don't like having a floor in the wintertime because it just adds weight, and then it makes it a lot more difficult to clear off any frost that accumulate on the inside of the tent. The thing that makes the Ultimate special is that it's made with Dyneema composite fabric, which means that it's going to be a lot more lightweight, especially for how strong it is compared to a tent that's made of nylon or polyester. It is a very expensive tent, so don't think that you have to go out and buy a tent like this for winter camping. I'm just using it because I really wanted to go as lightweight as possible. If you want something a little bit more affordable that's only a little bit more weight, then check out the Black Diamond Megalite. I've been using that tent on a bunch of trips this winter so far, and it's an awesome tent. When I got to camp last night, I cleared out all the snow from the tent pad because it's just kind of fluffy snow, and I would have just been sitting in it, would have gotten everywhere. I didn't bring a full shovel. That's one of the things that I sacrificed. Instead of bringing a full aluminum shovel, which would move snow really fast, I brought this lightweight shovel from Snowclaw. It doesn't move snow quite as fast, but it gets the job done, and it weighs less than half as much at 173 grams. Let's get into my sleep system because I really enjoyed this sleep system last night. It kept me warm, and I was very comfortable. We'll start with the sleeping pad because you guys are probably already eyeing the sleeping pad that I have here and wondering what my thoughts are on it. It's the Nemo Tensor Extreme, but not the same one that I used on and tested on the Glacier. That was a pre-production model, so I sent it back to Nemo. This is a full production version, and I'm impressed with it. The other one that I tested on the Glacier, I slept cold on it, even in subsequent trips where I used it in very kind of mild conditions. I was not sleeping warm on that pad. Whereas this one, I've had it out on a couple trips already, and in conditions like this where I'm on snow and the temperatures are quite low, I've been sleeping fine. I do think it sleeps slightly colder than the Thermarest X-Therm, but I'm gonna have to do an A/B test. I have that planned for an upcoming trip, so stay tuned. But what makes this better than the X-Therm is that it's more comfortable. I was able to sleep a lot better on this without my arms falling asleep, which made my sleep last night a whole lot better, because when I'm sleeping on the X-Therm, I just don't get super comfortable sleep. So it's nice to have a winter option that allows me to sleep comfortably. For my pillow, I'm using the Hike-Enture pillow. It has a little bit of a foam topper to it, so it adds a little bit of head insulation. It has that pad strap, so it's not flying around the tent over the course of the night, and is just a nice supportive pillow. For my top insulation, I opted for a quilt system. So I have 2 quilts here. Whenever I'm in temperatures kind of below minus 10 degrees Celsius, I always bring a synthetic top quilt. The reason for that is your body produces a lot of water vapor over the course of the night, and you want to move the dew point for that water vapor, which is the point where the water condenses into liquid water, outside of the down and into an outer layer that's made with synthetic material, because the synthetic material is going to handle that moisture a whole lot better. So I just have a thin Apex quilt here, and then underneath that I have a down quilt. This is actually the Enlightened Equipment Conundrum, so it can be either a quilt or a sleeping bag without a hood. And this could be a good option for those of you who are a little bit quilt curious. Maybe you like sleeping bags, but sometimes you want to try out a quilt, especially when the temperatures are a bit warmer. This allows you to zip it up fully, but then also attach it to pad straps in order to use it like a quilt. I always get comments in the wintertime about how quilts are stupid because you get drafts, but I've used quilts in the wintertime tons, and including with this system, I did not get any drafts last night. I tossed and turned and there is no drafts. You just have to make sure that you're using the pad straps effectively. And what's cool about this system that I have from Enlightened Equipment is that they have this quilt layering buckle system. So you have your standard pad straps here, then you have this little attachment here that goes onto the pad strap, and it has 2 buckles on it. So you buckle in your first quilt, and then you buckle in your second quilt, and they both get locked onto the sleeping pad very effectively and allows you to layer quilts really nicely. This top insulation system gets me down to about minus 20 degrees Celsius very comfortably. I'm very warm at those temperatures. I can take it down lower, but I'm gonna start getting cold. Something that you may notice is that I don't really have a big buffer in this system, because temperatures were forecast to get down to minus 20, and normally I like to have a 10 degree Celsius buffer there. So I'd like to bring a sleep system that would have gotten me down to minus 30. But in order to accommodate for that, I brought a really warm set of down layers. So I have my big down puffy jacket here. I also have down pants. And if I started getting cold, I could have thrown those on, and I probably would have gotten down to below minus 30 and still been comfortable in my sleep system. I'd say this was a successful extreme ultralight winter camping trip. I was able to get out to an area that I probably wouldn't have if I wasn't carrying as light of weight, and I had a lot of fun doing it. This is a beautiful area. One of the questions that I was curious about is whether there's gear that I would have missed on this trip, where I was trying to go as ultralight as possible, that I probably would have brought on a winter camping trip where I was going a little bit heavier. And there isn't really a whole lot, to be honest. I think maybe my expedition booties, my booties that I put on for around camp, those are awesome to have, especially if you're getting up and going pee in the middle of the night. It really sucks having to put on kind of cold, wet hiking boots. So I probably would have rather had those, as well as having a fleece system is just a little bit more comfortable. So having fleece pants, fleece sweater, that would have added another several hundred grams. So I think I would have liked those 3 things. I'm also not convinced that the stove that I have, the Fire Maple Blade 2, is gonna work at really low temperatures. This is probably its limit. It was about minus 10 degrees Celsius, maybe a little bit warmer when I was cooking dinner last night. If I was getting down to minus 20, I'd leave that at home and I'd bring something from MSR like the Whisperlight or the Wood Pro. But overall, successful trip. I had a ton of fun. I was able to get to an area that I wouldn't have been able to get to if I was carrying a heavier pack, tested out some awesome gear. That Tensor Extreme, gonna get it out on some more trips before I kind of give you my final thoughts on how it compares to the other winter pads out there. This backpack weighs 60 pounds, and I'm trying to hike as far as I possibly can before I need to set up camp, ideally at a campsite 10 kilometers away. But 60 pounds is a lot of weight, especially for someone who tries to go as ultralight as possible on their trips, and the pack is already starting to feel a little bit heavy. But I want to see if I have what it takes to power through and make it to camp, and whether all of the winter camping gear that I have inside the pack makes below minus 20 degrees Celsius feel less like a frigid summerfest. My goal is to get to a campsite that I'm familiar with here in the Canadian Rockies. Like I said, it's 10 kilometers away along pretty good trail. And luckily for me, there isn't a ton of elevation gain, but I do know that there are a couple hills that are gonna be tough and probably cause me some difficulties. We're a couple kilometers in and we've made it to the first hill. The flats haven't been too bad, even though I am feeling it on my hips and my shoulders. But I know that this hill, even though it's only a few hundred feet in elevation gain, is gonna be tough. What I'm hoping for is that the training that I've been doing over the last while is able to get me through it. I've mentioned it before on the channel, but there's 3 things that I primarily do in order to train for backpacking trips where I'm covering a lot of distance or I'm carrying a lot of weight like I am on this trip. The first thing just involves getting in volume of steps, whether that's going for walks or runs. It's all about just getting in the repetition and getting the time on your feet. The second thing involves weight training, going to the gym, doing squats, weighted step ups, hip thrusters, things in order to get my body used to carrying a lot of weight. The third thing involves strengthening my feet. My feet, when I first started doing big backpacking trips, were very weak and I'd get plantar fasciitis, sore feet all the time, and that would compound up through my ankles, my knees, my hips, and my back. So what I do now is anytime that I can, I wear minimalist or barefoot shoes in order to strengthen my foot so that they don't get sore on backpacking trips. Whether that's going for a walk with the dog or out to the grocery store or even just around the house, not bracing my foot with arch support allows my foot to strengthen so that when I do get on a big backpacking trip, I'm not gonna have sore feet. Something else I'm gonna talk about on this trip has to do with gear and the nuances around having a heavy pack and how that relates to safety and comfort. In the summertime, having a heavier pack usually just means that you're gonna be more comfortable at camp and you're gonna suffer a little bit more on trail. But in the wintertime, there's a safety aspect that comes into play where you're gonna be a lot safer if you have a lot more gear when you're at camp, but there's also a safety trade-off when you're on the trail. I'm also gonna be doing a preliminary A/B test of the Thermarest X-Therm with the new Nemo Tensor Extreme Sleeping Pad. Both have very high R values, but I wanna see how they compare in real-world conditions on snow in temperatures below -20 degrees Celsius. While this trip is fairly straightforward, I still created a route using the Onyx app and then saved that route and map to my phone for offline use. The reason for this is that snowstorms can roll in unexpectedly in the Canadian Rockies and cover the ground in snow and create whiteout conditions. And while it might still be easy to follow the trail in the trees in those kind of conditions, once I reach an area like this where it's wide open and the ground kind of just looks the same as the trail, it'd be really hard to stay on track when I couldn't see more than a meter or 2 in front of me. So having the ability to follow a route using the offline maps feature on Onyx would allow me to still navigate through those whiteout conditions back to safety. I want to thank Onyx for sponsoring this video, and you can check them out at no cost at the link in the video description. Or if you want to be able to use Onyx with offline maps like I am on this trip, then you can get a 20% off discount using the code JustinOutdoors. This unicorn just offered to give me a ride to the campsite, but I said, nope, I gotta do this myself and carry this pack all the way. Thank you though, I appreciate it. I was just kidding, that was not a unicorn, it was just a wild horse. But I'm just over halfway, and while I kind of want to stop and set up camp here, I want to really push through to the campsite because I know that there's probably gonna be pre-cut firewood there. It'd be great to have a fire, and I brought all of the things that I need in order to have a fire tonight in order to stay a little bit warmer. So, gonna keep on trucking and hopefully get to camp in the next couple hours here. I was walking down the trail following one wolf track and then got to this section. All of a sudden there's a ton of wolf tracks. I don't think it's just the one. I think there's 3, 4, maybe even 5 wolves that have all kind of like joined together here. And I'm not as scared of wolves as I am bears, but they're still pretty scary, especially when they're in a pack. Luckily, I do have bear spray with me because it is bear season still. It's just the beginning of winter, so hopefully I don't run into them, but if I do, yeah, fingers crossed the bear spray works. Hey, wolf. Is that even gonna work? I don't know. At least I'm letting them know I'm coming. Whew. Made it to camp. My legs are pretty beat, but the pack carried that weight really well. This is the Kelty Glendale, and it's rated at carrying up to 75 pounds which I think you'd have no problem doing. It's just whether my legs could carry that weight. I'm excited to share with you guys everything that I have inside the pack. With a heavy pack in the summertime, you're primarily increasing your comfort when at camp. You're gonna be able to bring things like a chair or a more comfortable sleeping pad. But like I mentioned earlier, in the wintertime, having a heavier pack contributes to safety. The forecast for tonight is only supposed to be down to just below minus 20 degrees Celsius, but my sleep system would keep me warm down to minus 50s. So I have a very large buffer there in case temperatures get below forecasted. The last thing you want is for temperatures to drop well below forecasted and for you to be very cold out in the backcountry, far away from the trailhead. That's a very dangerous situation, and people have died in those kind of circumstances. So having a heavier pack in the wintertime increases safety in that regard, but on the flip side, having a heavier pack when on trail is more dangerous. You're much more prone to slips and trips while hiking through snow and on ice, and then if the snow is deep, you're going to be post-holing and sinking into that snow, which is going to wear you out a lot more, even if you have snowshoes or skis. And hurting yourself in the wintertime is a much more serious thing than in the summertime, because as soon as you stop moving, you start getting cold and you have a very small window in order to get inside your sleeping bag, get your sleep system all set up in order to be warm until help can hopefully arrive. So just like in the summertime where you're balancing trail comfort with camp comfort, in the wintertime, you're balancing trail safety with camp safety. And luckily with today's technology, you can be warm in the wintertime down to really cold temperatures with a pack that only weighs 30 or 40 pounds. I'm gonna get my pack packed up, set up my tent and sleep system. I'm really excited to be testing out the Nemo Tensor next to the X-Therm, see how they do side by side. I'm basically gonna be sleeping on one in my sleeping bag, and then I'm just gonna hop over to the other one and just kind of listen to podcasts and see which one's warmer. It's gonna be the first real test where I've taken the Nemo Tensor out in very cold air temperatures on snow. I got camp all set up. I'm using the Black Diamond Mega Light tent. It's just a floorless mid tent that uses a pole up the middle. I love this style of tent in the wintertime because it's really easy to take down and it's very lightweight. And then I got the 2 sleeping pads right here. The Tensor Extreme on the left and then the X-Therm on the right. I'm going to be using the Polar Ranger sleeping bag and then an Enlighten Equipment Apex quilt over top of it. I know that my top insulation is toasty warm, so it'll be a good test as to whether the Tensor Extreme can be as warm as the X-Therm. One of the things I love about having a foam mat is that not only does it add more insulation to my sleep system, but I can also use it in order to change. So I can take off my boots, get out of my hiking clothes, and then change into my nice warm toasty camp clothes without getting my feet all snowy and having a nice place to stand. So I'm gonna do that right now because the temperature is dropping very quickly, and then we're gonna go have dinner. I'll show you some of the fun little snacks that I brought with me for this trip. I know people in the comments are gonna question how I got my pack to be so heavy. If you start adding up all the gear, it doesn't seem like it should be 60 pounds, but the trick that I employed was just adding water until I hit that 60-pound mark. So I have about 10 plus liters of water inside my pack, which is a lot of weight, and that's what got it up to 60 pounds. I basically just wanted to test myself, see if I could carry 60 pounds comfortably, and I was able to. I was pretty shocked. It helps that I love winter camping, and I was in such a good mood hiking here all day, just enjoying like the stillness and the quietness and like just the beautiful blanket of snow over top of everything. It's quite magical. I did bring an entire cook system in order to cook a meal. I didn't do anything fancy like bring a steak or anything like that. I'm pretty lazy, so I just brought a freeze-dried meal. In order to cook that up, I'm gonna use this MSR Whisper Light stove. Well, in order to boil the water, in order to cook it up. And then my meal is one of my favorites, Peak Refuel chicken pesto pasta. And I brought a bunch of snacks here with me just to kind of sweeten the pot and have a little bit of a better trip. I brought a little thing of Pringles here, then some mini Score chocolates, as well as some hot apple cider in order to put into my mug that I brought. So I tried to bring a bunch of luxury items in order to increase the weight of my pack, but like I said, I still needed to add some water. The foam mat can also be a good sit pad so your butt doesn't get cold as you're sitting around camp and eating dinner. gonna be about 10 minutes for my meal to rehydrate. I have it inside my jacket here, inside that koozie, in order to keep it warm. As I wait for my meal to rehydrate, I'm gonna share with you one of my favorite new pieces of gear for this winter. It's a pair of over mitts from Decathlon. They're really big. I got the biggest pair that you can get, and that's so that I can put a pair of insulated mitts over top of my liners and then put these on over top. They're fleece lined as well. They're waterproof. They're just an all-around awesome mitt, and they have a little bit of grip on them as well. So in the wintertime, when it's very cold out, I can put these on as a third layer in order to just keep my hands nice and toasty warm. They're even good for just kind of sitting around right now. I can put them on and already feel my hands getting warmer due to the windproofing as well as the little bit of fleece lining in them. Something that I like about this koozie over the one I made myself out of Reflectix, even though this one is quite expensive, is the fact that I can tuck my hand in underneath the back flap there and then keep my hand warm as I eat it. I can't really do that with the one that I made myself. I could probably fashion something, but I really like that little design feature of this one. It's winter, so it's starting to get dark already. I'm gonna finish my meal, have another cup of hot apple cider here, and then I'm gonna go to bed because I really wanna start testing out the Tensor Extreme and the X-Therm. I'll let you guys know tomorrow how it went and if I have any kind of additional thoughts about how the Tensor Extreme performs in winter conditions. Good morning. I had a pretty good sleep. I always sleep pretty well in the wintertime. Temperatures last night got down to minus 18 degrees Celsius, so slightly warmer than forecasted, which is always nice. I've started my morning already. I've eaten breakfast, started packing up, but before I get fully packed up, let's pull the sleeping pads out of the tent and talk about how my A/B testing went with the Nemo Tensor Extreme and the Thermarest X-Therm. Before we get into the comparison, this is not the same Nemo Tensor Extreme that you've seen in previous videos. If you follow the channel, you know that I wasn't super impressed with how the Tensor Extreme was performing in conditions that weren't necessarily extreme. Around freezing temperatures, warmish ground, and I was feeling pretty cold on the Tensor Extreme that I had previously. It was a pre-production model, so I sent that back to Nemo. They're testing it again for R value, cutting it open, seeing if there's any defects with it, and then sent me a production model, which is the one that I tested on this trip. Based on the specs, the Tensor Extreme should sleep warmer than the X-Therm. It has an R value of 8.5 versus the slightly above 7 R value of the X-Therm. For the A/B testing, I spent about 2 hours on the Tensor Extreme before moving over to the X-Therm. Spent about 2 hours on that and then moved over to the Tensor Extreme for the majority of the night. I probably spent a total of 8 hours on the Tensor Extreme and then another 4 hours on the X-Therm over the course of the night before I fell asleep and then in the morning. Just spent a couple hours on the X-Therm, moving my pillow over. I'm gonna shimmy over to the Tensor Extreme and finish off the morning on that sleeping pad. At no point was I cold on either pad. I knew that if the Tensor Extreme got really cold, I could just shift over to the X-Therm. I slept on the X-Therm in conditions like this and had no problems with it. But over the course of the night, the Tensor Extreme performed really well. But there are some nuances with it, which I was observing as I was sleeping on it. First of all, when I was laying on my back on the Tensor Extreme, I was toasty warm. I did not feel any cold spots. I was using the Thermarest Polar Ranger, which is a really big sleeping bag that covers up a lot of space, and that's going to be relevant in a second here. But as soon as I shifted to my side on the Tensor Extreme, I started feeling cold spots basically where my body was touching the pad. And I think what was happening is when I turned onto my side, it was exposing more top surface area of the Tensor Extreme, which was then leading to convective heat loss through that surface area. When I replicated that exact same scenario on the X-Therm, I wasn't feeling as many cold spots. My theory for why this is happening has to do with how the Tensor Extreme is constructed. It uses 4 thin pieces of mylar sheet that are suspended inside the pad that reflect your heat back to you. But because of the way they're suspended, right above that top piece of film, there's a little gap, and that gap is across the entire top of the pad. So any part on the top of the pad that is exposed is going to be a source of heat loss for you. So as I shift from my back, where I'm covering up a lot of the pad, to the side, I'm exposing more of the pad and then having more heat loss because of the way the pad is constructed. This is only a theory right now, and it didn't lead to cold spots that were cold enough to cause me discomfort. It was just something that I noticed when I was paying attention to it. So if you want to take a pad down to minus 20 degrees Celsius, then the Tensor Extreme is going to get you there no problem. I still want to test the pad down to colder temperatures, minus 30, minus 40, and also talk to Nemo and see if my theory kind of makes sense. But otherwise, I'm happy that the Tensor Extreme is performing better than expected. I do have some thoughts on comfort as well, but I'll get into that in a future video.